This will be an amateur reading of Reverend Insanity. I originally wanted to do this for a friend to listen to at work, but I decided to upload this to YouTube to see if anyone else would be interested in listening to this recording. There are other narrations of this novel, but all of them, as far as I know, are text to speech or AI narration. So I wanted to do this myself, just to, I guess put some real life into it. I apologize in advance for my terrible pronunciation of the Chinese names and terms, and the genuine subpar quality of the narration, which would have been way better if I was someone who actually knew what they were doing. This is only the first 25 chapters, and I myself have only read up to chapter 200, so when I get to chapter 200, I'll be experiencing it firsthand while narrating, so that might be interesting. Who knows? It's an interesting novel so far, in my opinion. I actually kind of enjoy it, despite some of the parts of Feng Yuan being completely up his own ass, but that's kind of likable, him being him. He's enjoyable to read at the least. Anyway, I thank you for tuning in if you find this. I should be continuing with the next 25 chapters soon. As I've said before, this is only the first 25 chapters, but I do plan on continuing my narration. So, if you bear with me, hopefully I'll get better at this in the future. Anyway, thanks for tuning in if you have. And, yeah, on to Reverend Insanity. Reverend Insanity Chapter 1. The heart of a demon never has regret, even in death. Feng Yuan, quietly hand over the spring autumn cicada, and I'll give you a quick death. You old bastard, Feng. Stop attempting to resist anymore. Today, all the major factions of justice have combined together just to destroy your devil lair. This place is already covered in inescapable nets. This time, you will definitely be decapitated. Feng Yuan, you damn demon. Just because you wanted to cultivate the spring autumn cicada, you've gone and killed thousands of people. You've committed too many unforgivable and heinous sins. Demon, 300 years ago you insulted me, took away my body's purity, killed my entire family, and executed my 9 generations. From this moment forwards, I have hated you with a burning passion, and today, I want you to die. Feng Yuan was in deep green robes that had been torn to shreds, his hair disheveled, his entire body covered in blood. He looked around. His bloody robes waved lightly in the mountain breeze like a war flag. Fresh blood flowed from the numerous wounds on his body. Just by standing there for a short while, Feng Yuan had already accumulated a large pool of blood beneath his feet. Enemies surrounding him all around. There was already no way out. It was a foregone conclusion that he would die here. Feng Yuan understood his situation clearly, but even in the face of death, his expression didn't change. It was calm. His gaze quiet, his eyes deep pools of water, in a well so deep there seemed to be no end. The major factions of justice that had surrounded him weren't just the experienced elders, but also the young and talented heroes. Around the heavily surrounded Feng Yuan, some were roaring, some sneering. Their eyes were gleaming with light, some holding onto their wounds while looking on fearfully. They did not move. Everyone was wary of Feng Yuan's final attack. For 6 hours, this tense moment went on until the evening came. The sun, casting its rays upon the side of the mountain in that moment, was as if the place was on fire. Feng Yuan, who had been silent as a sculpture the entire time, slowly turned his body. The group of warriors was suddenly alerted, and they all took a big step backwards. By now, the gray mountain rock beneath Feng Yuan's feet had long been stained a deep red. Due to the loss of so much blood, his face had become deathly pale in the afterglow of the sunset. It suddenly had a brilliant luster upon it. Looking at the setting sun, Feng Yuan laughed lightly. The sun sets above the blue mountain, the autumn moon with the wind of spring. The morning is fine like hair, and the night is like snow. Whether you succeed or fail, when you look back, there's nothing left. As he said this, memories of his previous life on Earth emerged before his eyes. Originally a Chinese scholar on Earth who chanced upon this world, he'd endured a hard life of 300 years, and went through another 200 years. 500 years of life flying by in the blink of an eye. So many memories that were buried deep inside his heart began to relive themselves, sprouting into real life before his eyes. I failed in the end. Feng Yuan sighed in his heart emotionally, yet there were no regrets. This end result was something he'd foreseen. When he made the decision in the beginning, he'd prepared himself for this. To be a demon, to be merciless and cruel, a murderer and destroyer. There is no place in heaven or earth for such a thing. Turning into an enemy of the world, yet still having to face the consequences. If the spring-autumn cicada that I've just cultivated is effective, I shall be a demon in my next life. With this thought, Feng Yuan couldn't help but let out a big laugh. Wicked demon, what are you laughing about? Be careful, everyone. The demon is going to attack before his final moments. Hurry up and surrender the spring-autumn cicada! The group of warlords surged forward at this moment, but with a loud bang, Feng Yuan was engulfed in a blinding surge of energy. The spring rain quietly rained down on King Mao Mountain. It was late in the night, a slight breeze blowing with the light rain. Yet King Mao Mountain was not covered in darkness. From the side down to the foot of the mountain, dozens of tiny lights shone like a bright band. These lights shone from tall buildings. It couldn't be said to measure up to 10,000 lights yet. It was still a few thousand in number. Situated on the mountain was Gu village, giving the vast, lonely mountain a rich touch of human civilization. In the middle of the Gu village was a magnificent pavilion. A grand ceremony was being held at this moment, and the lights were even brighter than ever, radiating with glory. Ancestors, please bless us. We pray that this ceremony will bring many young men of outstanding talent and intelligence, bringing their families new blood and hopes. The head of the Gu clan had a middle-aged appearance. His sideburns were graying, and he was clothed in ceremonial white robes. Kneeling on the brownish-yellow floor, his body was straight, with his hands held together, eyes tightly shut as he prayed sincerely. He was facing a tall black case. There were 3 layers on the case, all housing memorial tablets of the ancestors. On both sides of the tablets was copper incense, the smoke rising. Behind him were over 10 people kneeling in similar fashion. They wore loose white ceremonial garments, and were all clan elders, important members, and those who had much authority. After finishing prayers, the Gu clan head bent his waist, with his 2 hands pressed against the floor, and kowtowed. As his forehead knocked against the brownish-yellow floor, light thuds could be heard all around. Behind him, the elders and other important clan members, solemnly and quietly, followed suit. With this, the hall was filled with light thuds as the heads knocked against the floor. When the ceremony was over, the crowd of people slowly got up from the ground and silently walked out of the sacred temple. In the hallway, sighs of relief were heard from the crowd of elders, and the atmosphere loosened up. The noise of discussion slowly rose. Time flies too quickly. In the blink of an eye, a year has gone by. The previous ceremony feels like it just happened yesterday. I can still recall it vividly. Tomorrow is the opening of the annual grand ceremony. I wonder what new clan blood will show up this year. I hope some highly talented youths will appear. The Gu clan hasn't seen a genius emerge for 3 years now. Agreed. The Bai village, Zhang village, these last few years all had some very talented geniuses appear, especially that Bai Ning Bing from the Bai clan. His natural talent is quite terrifying. It was unclear who had brought up the name Bai Ning Bing, but the faces of the elders started to show worry. The boy's qualifications were splendid. In just a short period of 2 years' worth of training, he'd already reached the level of rank 3 Gu Master. In the younger generations, he could be said as the most outstanding one. It was to the point that even the older generations could feel pressured from the promising youth. In time, he would inevitably become the pillar of the Bai clan. At the very least, he'd be an independently strong warrior. No one ever doubted this fact. But for this year's youths who will be participating in the ceremony, not all hope is lost. You're right. Feng Shi's side has appeared a young genius, able to start talking over 3 months, able to start walking after 4. At 5 years of age, he was able to recite poetry. Seems exceptionally intelligent, especially talented. What a pity his parents died early. Now he's being raised by his uncle and his aunt. Yes, this one has wisdom at a young age, also harboring big ambitions in recent years. I've heard his creations. Jiang Jingji, Young Mei, and Jiang Chenzi. What a genius. The Guyue clan head was the last to walk out of the ancestral temple. After slowly closing the door, he heard the discussion that was going on in the corridor among the elders. He knew at once that the elders were discussing about the youth known as Guyue Feng Yuan at that moment. As the head of the clan, it's natural to pay attention to the outstanding and prominent young ones. And it so happens that Guyue Feng Yuan was the most eye-catching one among the juniors. Experience had shown that those who have photographic memory at a young age, or those who possess strength that could rival an adult, or other great inborn talents, all had outstanding cultivation qualities. If this child truly shows A-grade potential, with great care he could even compete against Bai Ning Bing. Even if it's B grade in the future, he could also become a banner of the Guyue clan. But with this sort of early intelligence, the percentage of B grade wasn't that big, but it was highly possible to instead be A grade. With this thought, the Guyue clan head curled his lips slowly into a smile. At once, with a cough, he faced the clan elders and said, "Everyone, the hour is late. For tomorrow's opening ceremony, you should all rest well tonight and take care of your energy levels." At his words, the elders looked startled. They looked at each other with a hint of caution in their eyes. The clan head's words meant well, but everyone knew what he was aiming to convey. Every year to compete, for these young geniuses, the elders would fight amongst themselves to the point of reddened ears and bleeding heads. They should stay well rested and replenish themselves until tomorrow comes, where the competition begins. Especially with that Guyue Feng Yuan, whose A-grade potential was extremely huge, not counting the fact that both his parents were deceased, and also that he was one of the only 2 descendants of the Fangji bloodline. If one was able to get their hands on him, bringing them into their own family line, with great care and training, one could secure himself 100 years of prosperity. However, I'm going to go ahead and say what needs to be said first. When you compete, do it fair and square. No tricks and conspiracies are allowed, or damage to the clan's unity. Please keep this in mind, all of you. The clan head strictly instructed. We wouldn't dare, we wouldn't dare. We'll keep it in mind. This is good night, then. Please take care. The clan elders slowly dispersed with deep thoughts. Not long after that, the long corridor became quiet. The wind from the spring rain breezed through the window, and the clan head lightly walked towards the open air. Immediately, he breathed in the fresh, moist air of the mountain. How refreshing it felt. This was the 3rd floor of the garret. The clan head looked out the window. He could see half of the entire Guyue village. Even if it was late at night, most of the homes in the village still had their lights on, which was unusual. Tomorrow is the opening ceremony, and it affects everyone's best interests. A kind of excited yet tense atmosphere had enveloped the hearts of the people of the clan, and thus, naturally, many people could not sleep at all. This is the hope for the clan's future. With the many lights dancing in his eyes, the clan head sighed. At the very same moment, a pair of clear eyes quietly looked at the same lights sparkling in the night, full of complex feelings inside. Guyue village, this is 500 years ago. Looks like the spring autumn cicada really worked. Feng Yuan quietly gazed, standing by the window, letting the rain from the wind hit his body. The use of the spring autumn cicada is to reverse time. In the 10 big mystical goo rankings, the spring autumn cicada managed to be ranked 7. Naturally, it was no mere creature. In short, it's the ability to be reborn. With the use of the spring autumn cicada, I've been reborn, going back to the time of 500 years ago. Feng Yuan stretched out his hand, his sight fixated on his own young and soft pale palms. Then, he slowly clenched them, embracing the truth of this reality with all his might. The sound of the drizzling rain hitting softly against the windowsill, filling his ears, he slowly closed his eyes. Opening them after a long while, he sighed. 500 years worth of experience. It really feels like a dream. but he knew, clearly, this was definitely not a dream. Reverend Insanity, Chapter 2. Going Back in Time with 500 Years of Knowledge. It's said in legend that a river of time exists in this world, supporting the world's time flow and circulation. And by using the spring-autumn cicada's power, one can travel back upstream, returning to the past. Opinion on this mythical tale is conflicting, many not believing in it, and some skeptical to the truth. Few people actually daring to believe it. Because every time one uses the spring-autumn cicada, one must pay with his life, letting his entire body and cultivation be the driving force to use its power. Such a price is just too expensive, and the thing that most people just can't accept is the fact that after paying with your life, you don't even know what the outcome will be. So even if someone had the spring-autumn cicada, they wouldn't dare use it so indiscriminately. What if the rumors were fake, and it was all just a scam? If Feng Yuan weren't cornered into such a state, he also would have not used it so hurriedly, but now, Feng Yuan was thoroughly convinced, because the reality of the truth had been laid before his eyes. There was no denying the fact that he'd really been reborn. Just a pity. From the start, I'd wasted an absurd amount of effort, killing hundreds of thousands of people, making even the heavens furious, inciting people's vengeance. I went through suffering and multiple hardships to finally attain and refine this good goo, Feng Yuan thought with a sigh. Even though he'd been reborn, the spring-autumn cicada did not come with him. Humans are the greatest among thousands of creatures, and goo are the essence of heaven and earth. Goo come in thousands of shapes and sizes, of strange and mysterious variety. There are too many to count. Some goo, after being used once or twice or thrice, will completely dissipate, and some goo can be reused again and again, as long as it's not used over its limits. That said, it's possible that the spring-autumn cicada is one of those types that can only be used once before disappearing for good. But even if it's gone, I can still refine another. I've done so in my previous life, why can't I do it in this life? After the thoughts of pity were put aside, Feng Yuan's heart burst forth ambitious and determined feelings. To be able to be reborn. This fact made the loss of the spring-autumn cicada entirely acceptable. Not to mention, he had something precious with him, so it's not like he lost everything. The precious treasure, his 500 years' worth of memories and experience. Within his memories were a multitude of all kinds of treasures and precious items that no one had opened yet in this time. All the big events and incidents he could easily grasp by the veins of history. There are countless numbers of figures, some predecessors of hidden levels, some geniuses, some people that hadn't even been born yet. Also, in these 500 years of life are memories of painstaking cultivation and rich combat experience. With all these memories and experiences, he had undeniably grasped the overall situation and upcoming opportunities. With good planning and execution, he could empower the situation with great fierceness and elegance. It wasn't a problem now. He could take a step ahead of the others, breaking the higher boundaries. So how do I go about this? Feng Yuan was incredibly sensible. He collected himself together and faced the night rain outside the window. Pondering with this thought, things started to feel complicated. After thinking for a moment, his brows wrinkled deeper. 500 years of time was a rather long period. Don't mention those long, muddled memories that can't be recalled. Even remembering the hidden locations of treasures or special encounters with people were a lot. But the main issue was that the locations were separated among a long distance and had to be accessed or visited at certain periods of time. The most important thing to me right now is cultivation. I haven't even opened my primeval sea, and haven't stepped on the path to be a Gu master. I'm still just a mortal. I have to hurry up and cultivate, catching up to history, and seize the opportunities with my best advantage. Not to forget, many of these hidden locations of treasures were useless without proper foundation. Instead, it would just be like walking into a wolf's den looking for death. The problem in front of Feng Yuan right now was cultivation. He had to increase the level of his foundation as fast as possible. If he were slow, like his previous life, he would just be too late. To cultivate as fast as possible, I'd have to borrow the resources from the clan. With the state I'm in right now, I have no power or ability to travel back and forth across the dangerous mountains. Even an ordinary mountain boar could take my life. If I can reach the cultivation of a third-rank Gu Master, I'd have the means to protect myself and leave the mountain. Through the eyes of a 500-year-old person who had cultivated the demonic way, King Mao Mountain was just way too small, and Gu Yue Village felt like a cage. But while the cage restricted freedom, the sturdy bars of the cage also brought a kind of safety. In this short period of time, I'll just have to stay in this cage. As long as I can reach third level Gu Master, I can leave this poor mountain. Luckily, tomorrow is the awakening ceremony, and I'll be able to start training as a Gu Master soon after. When he thought about the awakening ceremony, old memories that had been buried away in his heart resurfaced themselves. Talent. He sneered, his gaze focused out the window. At this moment, the door to his room was lightly pushed open and a young teenager walked in. Big brother, why are you standing in the rain by the window side? The youth was thin, slightly shorter than Feng Yuan, his face resembling Feng Yuan's features greatly. As Feng Yuan turned his head to look at this young man, a complicated look flickered across his face. It's you, huh? My twin little brother. He raised his eyebrows, his expression returning to that of cold indifference. Feng Zhen lowered his head and looked at his own toes, this his signature stance. I saw that Big Brother's window wasn't closed, so I thought I'd come in here and close it. Tomorrow's the awakening ceremony. It's so late, and you haven't gone to bed yet, Big Brother. If Uncle and Aunt knew, they'd probably be worried. Feng Zhen wasn't surprised at Feng Yuan's coldness. Ever since he was a small child, his older brother had always been like that. Sometimes he'd wonder, maybe a genius is just like this, being different from ordinary people. Even though he had the same look as his older brother, he felt like he was as ordinary as an ant. They were born from the same womb, at the same time, and yet, why are the heavens so unfair? His older brother had been endowed with gleaming talent, while he himself was as ordinary as a stone. Everyone around him would say, "This is Feng Yuan's little brother." When they mentioned him, his aunt and uncle would constantly tell him to learn from his older brother. Even when he looked into a mirror, sometimes he would feel disgusted as he saw his own face. These thoughts had been ongoing for many years, accumulating day and night deeply into his heart, like a giant stone pressing against his soul. These few years, Feng Zhen's head lowered more and more, and he also grew quieter and quieter. Worried. At this thought of his uncle and aunt, Feng Yuan laughed slightly. He could still remember clearly how his parents in this world had both lost their lives in one of the clan missions when he was only 3 years old. He and his little brother becoming orphans. In the name of upbringing, his aunt and uncle grabbed hold of the inheritance left behind by his parents, all while inflicting harsh treatment against his younger brother and himself. He originally planned to just be a normal person, even planning to conceal his abilities and bide his time. However, his life was difficult, making Feng Yuan have no choice but to choose to expose some of his talents. This so-called talent is merely a mature and intellectual soul that carried a few of Earth's popular ancient poems. With this, he managed to startle people and capture attention. Because of pressure from the outside world, the young Feng Yuan made a decision to keep a cold, indifferent expression to protect himself. Reducing the possibility of revealing any secrets, over time, the coldness would become a habit that he was accustomed to expressing. Thus, his aunt and uncle were no longer harsh on him and his younger brother. As the years passed and they got older, the future became more optimistic and better treatment increased. This wasn't love, but a type of investment. It's hilarious how his little brother never saw this truth. Not only was he deceived by their aunt and uncle, he started burying resentments inside. Although he looked like a good-natured and honest boy now, in Feng Yuan's memories, when his brother was found out to be an A-grade talent, the clan spent much effort in raising him with all they had. After that, all that buried resentment, jealousy, and hate inside was released, and many a time Feng Zhen would target and suppress and make life difficult for his own older brother. As for his own grade, it was only C-grade talent. Fate loved to play a joke. A pair of twins, the older only getting a C-grade talent, but having been known as a genius for a dozen years. The younger one, always overlooked, was the one with the A-grade talent instead. The results of the awakening ceremony had left the clan shocked. The treatment of the two brothers suddenly reversed after that. The younger brother was like a dragon rising up to the heavens, the older brother like a phoenix that fell down to earth. After that came the many hardships and troubles from his younger brother, the cold eyes of his aunt and uncle, and the contempt of the clan's people. Did he hate it? Feng Yuan in his previous life hated it. He hated his own lack of talent. He hated how heartless the clan was. Hated how fate was so unfair. But now, with his 500 years of life experience, using this to rethink this course, his heart was actually calm, not a shred of hatred remaining. What was there to gain from resentment? Thinking about it from another point of view, he understood his brother, his aunt and uncle, even those enemies from 500 years later who attacked him. The strong eat the weak, survival of the fittest. These have always been the rules of the world. Everyone has self-ambitions, always struggling to grasp the opportunities among all the war and killing. What is there not to be understood? 500 years of life experience have long allowed him to understand all this, with the heart that wants to gain immortality. If someone tries to prevent this pursuit of his, no matter who it is, he will kill and live through it. The aspirations in his heart were too big. Stepping onto this road was to be making the world your enemy, and it was destined to be alone, destined to kill. This was the conclusion of 500 years of life. Revenge is not my intention. The demonic path does not compromise. With that, he couldn't help but laugh. He gave his younger brother a faint glance. You can leave. Feng Zhen's heart shook as he felt his brother's eyes, sharp ice blades seemingly penetrating the deepest parts of his heart. Under such a gaze, he felt like he was naked in the snow, unable to hold any secrets. Then I'll see you tomorrow, big brother. Not daring to say any more, Feng Zhen slowly closed the door and left. Reverend Insanity, Chapter 3. Please go outside and scram. The patrolling night watchman banged his wooden clappers in a rhythm. The sound spread into the high pillar houses, Feng Yuan opening his dry eyelids and his heart silently thinking, it's already the hour before dawn. He'd been lying in bed for a long time last night. He thought up a lot of plans, probably only sleeping for a little over 2 hours. This body hadn't started cultivating yet, his energy not so vigorous, and thus his body and mind were still shrouded in exhaustion. However, with 500 years of experience, Feng Yuan had long built up deep steel-like determination. This sort of sleep-deprived exhaustion was nothing to him. Immediately shoving away the thin silk blanket, he got up neatly, opened the window, and found that the spring rain had stopped. The mix of fragrance of the earth, trees, and wildflowers greeted him. Feng Yuan felt his head clear, the sleepiness washing away cleanly. Right now, the sun had yet risen, the sky still a deep dark blue. Looking around the tall houses made of green bamboo and wood contrasting with the mountain, it was like a sea of pale green. The tall houses had at least 2 floors. It was the mountain folk's unique structure for a house, due to the mountain's uneven terrain. The first floor, massive wooden stakes. The second floor, where the people resided. Feng Yuan and his brother Feng Zhen stayed on the second floor. Young Master Feng Yuan, you're awake. I will go upstairs and wait for you to wash up. At this moment, a maiden's voice floated up from downstairs. Looking down, Feng Yuan saw his own personal servant, Shang Kui. Her looks were only slightly above average, however. She dressed up well. Shang Kui wore a green robe with long sleeves and trousers, her embroidered shoes on her feet, and her black hair had a pearl hairpin. Her body from head to toe radiated youthful vitality. She looked happily at Feng Yuan while carrying a basin of water and walked upstairs. The water was at the right warm temperature and was used to wash the face. After rinsing his mouth, he used a willow twig and snow salt to clean his teeth. Shang Kui waited gently, her face wearing a smile, her eyes lively as spring. When he was done, she helped Feng Yuan dress, her plump breasts rubbing against his elbow or his back a few times during the process. Feng Yuan's face showed no expression, his heart calm as water. This servant girl was nothing but his aunt and uncle's watch eye, and was a vain, heartless girl. In his previous life, she'd enraptured him, but after the awakening ceremony, when his status plummeted, she quickly turned away her head and gave him countless disdainful looks. When Feng Zhen came over, he was just in time to see Sheng Kui smoothing the creases on the clothing of Feng Yuan's chest. His eyes had a flicker of jealousy. These years, living together with his older brother, under the care of Feng Yuan, he'd also had a servant waiting on him. However, this servant was not a youthful girl like Sheng Kui, but a fat and wide old woman. I wonder which day can Sheng Kui wait on me like this? I wonder what it feels like. Feng Zhen thought inside his heart, yet he did not dare to. His aunt and uncle's biased love towards Feng Yuan was no secret to everyone. Originally, Feng Zhen didn't even have a servant to wait on him. It was Feng Yuan who decided to take the initiative and ask one for his own younger brother. Although there was the status difference of master and servant, usually Feng Zhen didn't dare underestimate Shang Kui. That was because her mother was the Mother Shen, who stood beside his aunt and uncle. Mother Shen was the caretaker of the entire household, having full trust of his aunt and uncle, her authority not small. All right, no need to tidy up. Feng Yuan impatiently brushed away Sheng Kui's soft, small hands. His clothing had long been tidy, she was just trying to seduce him. To Sheng Kui and the brightness of her future, Feng Yuan's possibility of having an A-grade talent was huge. If she could be his concubine, she would be able to elevate from servant status into master. It was quite a big step. In his previous life, Feng Yuan was deceived by her and had feelings for Sheng Kui. After his rebirth, it was all clear as a blazing fire, his heart cold as ice. You can leave. Feng Yuan didn't even look at Sheng Kui as he tidied up his own sleeve cuffs. Sheng Kui pouted slightly, feeling that today Feng Yuan's puzzling behavior was rather odd and upsetting. She wanted to reply in a spoiled manner, but being scared by his cold and confusing nature, her mouth opened and closed a few times before she just ended up saying, "Yes," and retreated obediently. Are you ready? Feng Yuan asked Feng Zhen. His younger brother stood at the doorway, his head bowed down, looking at his toes. He muttered a light, "Yes." Feng Zhen had actually been awake since the fourth watch. Too nervous to fall back asleep, he quickly got out of bed and got ready a long time ago, his eyes having visible black circles. Feng Yuan nodded. In his previous life, he wasn't clear about his younger brother's thoughts, but in this life, how could he not understand? Right now, it was meaningless to him, however, and he lightly said, "Then let's go." So the two brothers left the house. On the way, they bumped into many youths of similar age, all in groups of twos and threes, quietly, clearly heading to the same destination. "Look, guys, it's the Fang brothers." Their ears could pick up the small, cautious talk. "The one in the front is Feng Yuan. He's the Feng Yuan who created the poems," some of them emphasized. "So that's him?" His face is expressionless, as if he had no regard for others. "It's just like the rumors say," someone said in a sour tone filled with jealousy and envy. "If you were like him, you can also act like that," someone coldly replied against the person, hiding a sort of dissatisfaction. Feng Zhen listened expressionlessly. He'd long been accustomed to this kind of discussion. His head low, he followed quietly behind his older brother. By now, the light of dawn had peeked over the horizon, casting Feng Yuan's shadow over his face. The sun rose gradually, but Feng Zhen suddenly felt like he was walking into darkness. The darkness was coming from his older brother. Maybe in this life he'd never be able to escape from the imprisoning shadow of Feng Yuan. He felt a burst of pressure in his chest, making his breathing difficult. This damned feeling was even making him think of the word suffocate. Ugh, this talk's all good example of the saying, "Those of outstanding talent easily bring the jealousy from others," Feng Yuan thought with a sneer as he listened to the gossip all around. No wonder, when it was announced that he had C-grade talent, he'd be surrounded by enemies and suffer harsh, disdainful coldness for a long time. Behind him, Feng Zhen's breathing got dreary as he tried to stop listening. What Feng Yuan didn't realize, in his previous life, he could perceive with the finest detail in this life. This was the ability of keen insight that he had gained from the 500 years worth of life experiences. He suddenly thought of his aunt and uncle and how scheming they were, giving him Sheng Kui to monitor him and passing his younger brother an old wet nurse, not including other things in that life that were different among them. All these actions had intentions. They wanted to cause unhappiness in his younger brother's heart and instigate a rift between the brothers. People are not worried about whether they receive less. People worry about whether whatever they've received is undistributed well. In his previous life, his experiences were too little, while his younger brother was too foolish and naive. Thus, his aunt and uncle successfully instigated a rift among them. After being reborn, with the awakening ceremony before him, it seemed like the situation was difficult to change. But with Feng Yuan's evil way of means and wisdom, it's not like the situation cannot be changed. His younger brother can be suppressed entirely. That young Sheng Kui, he could turn into a concubine early on, not forgetting his aunt and uncle and clan elders. He had at least several hundred ways of beating them. But I don't feel like doing that. Feng Yuan sighed carefreely. So what, if it was his own younger brother? Without the blood relation, his younger brother was just an outsider. He could easily give him up any time. So what if Sheng Kui grew any prettier? Without love and loyalty, her body was just a heap of flesh. Keep her as a concubine? She's not worthy. So what if it was his aunt and uncle, or the clan elders? They're just passers-by in life. Why waste the effort and energy to beat these people? Heh, as long as you don't get in my way, then you can go aside and scram. I don't need to care about you. Reverend Insanity Chapter 4. Gu Yue Feng Yuan. The sun rises in the sky. The sun ray brilliant, the mountain fog not very thick. Sharp rays easily pass through. Over 100 15-year-old youths gathered in front of the clan pavilion. The pavilion was in the middle of the village, reaching 5 stories and having sharp tiled roofs. It was heavily guarded. Before the pavilion was the square, and in the pavilion was the shrine of the Gu Yue ancestor memorial tablets. Every generation of clan head had lived in the pavilion. With every major ceremony or big incident, the clan elders would gather and discuss meetings here as well. This was the center of the entire village's authority. Good of you all to be punctual. Today is the awakening ceremony. It's your life's great turning point. I won't say much, just come with me. The one responsible at the moment was the elder of the academy. His beard and hair were white, and he was in high spirits as he led the young teenagers into the pavilion. However, instead of going up, they were led downstairs after going through the entrance to the great hall. Following down a constructed stone ladder, they went into an underground cave. The group of youths made surprised and amazed noises. The underground cave was beautiful. Stalactites sparkling with the colors of the rainbow, the light shining on the youths' faces. The neon hues were gorgeous. Feng Yuan was mixed into the crowd, quietly observing everything that was happening. In his heart, he thought, hundreds of years ago, the Gu Yue clan came to King Mao Mountain and settled down after migrating from the central lands to the southern border. It was when they found a spirit spring in the underground cave, this spirit spring producing a large number of primeval stones. It could be said that this was the foundation of the Gu Yue village. After walking several hundred steps, it got darker and the sounds of water were faintly heard. After turning around a corner, a 3-zhang-wide underground river greeted them. By now, the colorful lights of the stalactites had disappeared completely, and yet in the darkness the river still emitted a faint blue light. It was like a star river of the night sky. The river flowed from the dark depths of the caves. Inside the crystal waters, one could see fish, aquatic plants, and even sand beneath the river. Opposite the river was a sea of flowers. This was the Gu Yue clan's closely cultivated moon orchids. The beautiful blue and pink colored petals were shaped like crescent moons. The flower stems were like jade, the center of the flower shining like a sort of warm brilliance that would radiate from pearls under light. At first glance in the dark background, the flower sea looked like a huge piece of land, covered in a bluish-green carpet and dotted with countless pearls. The moon orchid is food for a lot of Gu. This flower sea could be said as the clan's biggest cultivation medium, Feng Yuan thought knowingly to himself. Wow, so pretty! It really is beautiful. The new sight opened the young teenager's eyes. Each one of them had a light radiating from their gaze, with excited and anxious feelings. All right, listen as I call your names. Those who are called must walk across the river to the opposite bank. Walk as far as you can. Of course, the further you go, the better it is. Are you clear? The elder said. All clear, the youths replied. Actually, before they came here, they'd all heard their family members or seniors talk about it. It's known that the further you can walk, the better your talent is, your future also becoming brighter. Gu Chen Bo. The elder held the name list and called out the first person. The river, while wide, was not deep. It covered up to the youth's kneecaps. Chen Bo's face was full of seriousness as he stepped into the flower sea. As he did so, he could feel an invisible pressure, as if there was a wall in front of him he couldn't see, blocking him from walking forward. During this moment, the flowers at his feet suddenly gave off a weak white light. The light gathered around Chen Bo and entered his body. For a moment, Chen Bo felt the pressure drop. The invisible wall blocking him suddenly felt softer. With this, Chen Bo gritted his teeth and mustered his strength. Walking forward, he tried to force his way in stiffly, yet after 3 steps, the wall in front of him hardened again, back to the state before. Thus, he could not walk any further. As he watched, the elder sighed. While recording what happened, he said, Gu Chen Bo. 3 steps, no talent to become a Gu master. Next, Gu Zhao She. Chen Bo was deathly pale as he walked past the river back to the youths, clenching his teeth. Without the endowed talent, he could only live as a normal human, holding the lowest position in the clan. His stature was shaky. It was a huge blow to him, as if reality had killed all his hopes. Many people throwing pitiful gazes, while even more had fixated stares on the second person crossing the river. Pity this youth, too, could only walk forward 4 steps. He did not have talent either. Generally speaking, not everyone has the talent to be a Gu master. It's not bad if 5 of 10 people have talent. In the Gu clan, this ratio is higher, reaching around 6 people. This is because the Gu clan's ancestor, the first generation clan leader, was a famous, legendary, and powerful man. Due to cultivation reasons, his bloodline carried powerful genes. Thus, the average quality of talent in the Gu clan was genuinely higher, as they carried his blood in their veins. With 2 consecutive failures, the other elders observing the scene in the dark started making ugly expressions. Even the clan head was frowning slightly. The next moment, the academy elder called out the 3rd name. Gu Mo Bei. Here. A horse-faced youth dressed in linen robes lightly called as he came forth. Tall in build, looking much sturdier than his other peers, there was a brave aura around him. Crossing the river in a few steps, he reached the opposite bank. 10 steps, 20 steps, 30 steps, one after another small lights entering his body. He walked until he reached 36 steps before he finally could go no further. The youths at the riverbank watched with wide-opened eyes, shocked. The academy elder happily exclaimed, Good! Gu Mo Bei, B-grade talents, come here, let me see your primeval sea. Gu Mo Bei walked back to the academy elder's side. The latter stretched out his hand and put it on the juvenile's shoulder. Closing his eyes, he checked with focus, then, retracting his hand, he nodded, recording down on the paper, Gu Mo Bei. Primeval Sea, measuring 6 by 6, can be vigorously trained. This special talent can be measured by 4 grades, A grade to D grade. A D grade youth who's raised for 3 years would be able to become a rank 1 senior Gu master and become the foundation of a family. A C grade talent youth after 2 years of cultivation will usually be able to become a rank 2 senior Gu master, becoming the clan's backbone. A B grade talent must be cared for, often becoming a future clan elder. With 6 to 7 years of training, they'd be able to become a rank 3 Gu master. And when it came to A grade talent, even if it was just 1, it would bring great luck to the entire clan. Great care must be given with this talent. In about 10 years, they can become a rank 4 Gu master, at that moment being able to compete for the position of head of the clan. So as long as this Gu Mo Bei grows up, eventually he'd be able to become one of the elders of the Gu clan. This is why the academy elder laughed happily. The elders watching in the darkness also sighed in relief. Then, they all turned to look at one of the elders amongst them with jealousy. The elder was also horse-faced, known as Gu Mo Bei's grandfather, Gu Mo Chen. His face smiling, he provokingly looked at his old nemesis and said, What do you think? My grandson isn't bad, huh? Gu Lian. Gu Lian had a head full of red hair. He made an annoyed, ugh, not replying to the other. It was apparent that his facial expression was really dark. 1 hour later, half of the youths had already walked through the Flower Sea. There were quite a number of C and D grade talents among them, while half of those youths had no talent at all. Oh, the bloodline is getting thinner. These few years, the clan hasn't had any rank 4 Gu masters to strengthen the bloodline. The fourth generation clan head was the only rank 5 master, but in the end he perished together with the Flower Wine Monk and did not leave behind any descendants. The Guyue clan's later generation talents are getting weaker and weaker. The clan head said with a deep sigh. At that moment, the academy elder shouted, Guyue Chi Cheng! On hearing this name, all the elders looked at Guyue Chi Lian. This was Guyue Chi Lian's grandson. Guyue Chi Cheng had a small and short build, his face full of pockmarks. He was clenching his fists, his face entirely sweating. It was evident that he was incredibly nervous. Walking onto the opposite bank, the little lights entered his body. After walking straight for 36 steps, he stopped. Another B grade! The academy elder yelled. The youth stared, sending Guyue Chi Cheng envious stares. Ha ha ha! 36 steps! 36 steps! Guyue Chi Lian shouted, proudly staring at his grandson. This time, it was Guyue Mo Chen's turn to have a sour face. Guyue Chi Cheng, huh? In the midst of the crowd, Feng Yuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. In his memories, the clan heavily punished Guyue Chi Cheng because he cheated during the awakening ceremony. In reality, Chi Cheng only had C-grade talent, but because his grandfather, Guyue Chi Lian, helped him fake the results, that's why he appeared to have B-grade talent. To be honest, if he wanted to cheat, Feng Yuan had a countless number of ways to do so, some even more perfect than Guyue Chi Cheng's method, but if a B grade or A grade talent appeared, they'd receive the clan's huge care. Firstly, however, Feng Yuan had only just been reborn, and it was hard to prepare the cheating method by this condition. Secondly, even if he managed to cheat, he wouldn't be able to fake his cultivation speed. He would be exposed by then. However, Guyue Chi Cheng was different. His grandfather was Guyue Chi Lian, one of the two elders with the most authority within the clan. With this, Chi Lian would be able to cover up for his grandson. Guyue Chi Lian and Guyue Mo Chen were always hostile towards each other, these two elders having the two biggest influential authorities in the clan. To suppress his opponent, Guyue Chi Lian would need his own grandson to have outstanding talent. It's also because he was helping him from behind that Guyue Chi Cheng was able to conceal the truth for a time. In my memories, if it were not for that incident, the truth would have never been exposed. Feng Yuan's eyes shone with light, his mind thinking up ways to use this knowledge to his advantage. If he exposed the matter on the spot, he'd receive a bit of reward from the clan, but then he would offend the highly powerful Guyue Chi Lian. This was not advisable. And within such a short time, he also couldn't blackmail them due to having low status. It would just backfire on him. As he pondered, he suddenly heard the Academy Elder call out his own name. Guyue Feng Yuan. Reverend Insanity, Chapter 5. The First Human and the Three Gu. Hope's Awakening. In that moment, his surroundings went quiet. Countless numbers of eyes were on him. It's getting more and more exciting, Feng Yuan thought to himself with a laugh. Under the gazes of the masses, he walked across the river, reaching the opposite bank. He could feel a layer of pressure on him. This pressure came from the spirit spring deep in the Flower Sea. But very quickly, from the flowers below Feng Yuan's feet, little lights began to make their way up. These dots of light enveloped his entire body before finally entering him. These are Hope Gu, mused Feng Yuan. The person in charge did not tell them, but he knew it very clearly. Every spot of light is a Gu known as the Hope Gu. One of the oldest legends talked of the Hope Gu. In the legend, when the world was formed, it was a land of savage wilderness. Among the wild beasts that walked the earth, the first man appeared. He was known as Renzu. Eating raw meat and drinking blood, he lived a difficult life. In particular, there was a group of wild beasts called Predicament. These wild beasts loved the taste of Renzu and longed to eat him. Renzu did not have a body as strong as a mountain rock, nor did he have the sharp teeth and claws of a wild beast. How could he fight with the predicaments? His source of food was unstable, he had to hide all day, he was at the bottom of nature's food chain and could barely survive. At this moment, there were 3 Gu that came up to him and said, "As long as you use your life to provide us, we will help you through this difficulty." Renzu had nowhere to go, so he could only agree to these 3 Gu. He first gave his youth away to the biggest Gu among the 3. That Gu granted him strength. With strength, Renzu's life began to change. He started to have a stable source of food and was able to protect himself. He fought bravely and ruthlessly, defeating many predicaments, but soon he suffered and finally realized that strength wasn't everything. It needed to heal and be cultivated, not spent freely at his will. Not to mention, when facing the entire group of predicaments, his strength alone was too small. After bitterly reflecting on this lesson, Renzu decided to give his prime middle years to the most beautiful Gu among the 3, and thus, the second Gu granted him wisdom. With wisdom, Renzu was able to learn to think and reflect. He began to accumulate experience and found out that many times, when he used wisdom, it was more effective than using strength. By relying on wisdom and strength, he was able to conquer all the goals that he formerly could not, and killed many predicaments. He ate the meat of the predicaments and drank the blood of the predicaments, surviving with tenacity. But good things don't last, and Renzu was old, and he would only grow older and older. This was because he gave away his youth and middle years to keep the strength and wisdom Gu. And when a man is old, his muscles deteriorate and his brain slows down. "Human, what else can you give us? You don't have anything left to provide," the strength and Gu wisdom said. As they realized this, they left him. Without wisdom and strength, Renzu was once again surrounded by predicaments. He was old and could not run, his teeth had fallen out, and so he could not even chew wild fruits and plants. As he fell weakly onto the ground, surrounded by predicaments, his heart was filled with desperation. It was at this time the 3rd Gu said to him, "Human, take me up and I will help you escape predicament." Renzu tearfully replied, saying, "Gu, I don't have anything else left. See, the strength and wisdom Gu have abandoned me. I only have my old age left. Well, it's not as worth as my young and middle age. If I give it to you, my old age, my life would immediately end. Even though I'm surrounded by predicaments right now, I will not die immediately. I just wish to live a little longer, even if it's just a second more, so you should leave. I've nothing else to provide to you." But the Gu said, "Among the 3, I have the smallest needs, human. If you only give me your heart, it will be enough." "Then I'll give you my heart," Renzu said, "but, Gu, what can you give me in return? In this situation, even if the strength and wisdom Gu returned to my side, it would change nothing." When compared to the strength Gu, this Gu looked frail, just a tiny ball of light. When compared to the wisdom Gu, this one was only able to give out a dim white radiance, not beautiful in any way. But when Renzu gave it its heart, the Gu suddenly gave out endless light, and in this light the predicament screamed in horror. "This is the Hope Gu! Withdraw, we predicaments are most afraid of hope." The predicaments retreating, Renzu was speechless, and from that day onwards, whenever he faced predicament, he would give his heart to hope. At this moment, the Hope Gu converged into a stream of light, entering Feng Yuan's body. Due to the outside pressure, they quickly gathered into his abdomen, collecting into a group spontaneously, 3 inches under his navel. Feng Yuan suddenly felt the pressure lessen. He began to walk forward. Every step he took, one after another, the Hope Gu would fly out from the sea of flowers and enter his body, joining the ball of light. The ball of light grew brighter and brighter, but the person in charge, opposite the bank, frowned. "This number of Hope Gu is lesser than expected," many of the elders watching Feng Yuan in the dark thought, as they saw the sight. The clan elder frowned as well. This was definitely not the sign of an A-grade talent. Feng Yuan withstood the pressure, continuing to walk forward. Below 10 steps means there's no cultivation talent. 10 to 20 steps means D-grade talent. 20 to 30 would be C-grade talent. 30 to 40 steps is B-grade talent. And 40 to 50 would mean A-grade talent. Up until now, I've walked 23 steps. 24, 25, 26, 27. Feng Yuan counted in his heart, but when he walked the 27th step, he heard a large bang in between his two kidneys. The ball of light had reached its limit and suddenly exploded. The burst of energy only happened inside his body. Outsiders couldn't see it. Only Feng Yuan alone could feel at that moment an earth-shaking reaction. Instantly, the fine hairs on his body stood up, his pores shut tight, his mind stretched to a tense limit. Soon after, his mind went blank, his entire body becoming soft as if he fell into some clouds. His heart relaxed. His fine hairs flattened, and his pores reopened again. In a short while, his entire body was perspirating. This entire process felt long, but it actually happened in such a short time. The feeling went away as fast as it came. Feng Yuan was blanked out for a short moment before he returned to his senses. Secretly focusing his attention into his body, he found that below his navel, in between his two kidneys, an aperture had formed out of thin air. The awakening ceremony was a success. This was the hope to immortality. Reverend Insanity Chapter 6. The Road to the Future will be interesting. The aperture was mysterious and unusual. Although located inside of Feng Yuan's body, it was at the same time not sharing the same space with his internal organs. You could say that it was endlessly huge, yet at the same time infinitely small. Some call it the Purple Prefecture, some call it the Chinese Pool. However, many know it as the Primeval Sea Aperture. The entire body is spherical, and the surface of it is covered in a flowing white light. Like a thin layer of light coating it was the layer of light from the Hope Goo that previously exploded. This thin membrane of light supported the aperture so it would not collapse, and inside the aperture was naturally the primeval sea. The seawater was smooth like a mirror, showing a greenish blue color, yet the water was dense and brought about a copper luster. Only rank 1 Gu Masters can form this green coppery primeval essence, known as the Green Copper Sea. The height of the sea surface was not even up to half of his aperture. It was only up to 44%. This was the limitation of a sea-grade talent. Every drop of seawater was pure primeval essence, representing the condensation of Feng Yuan's essence, vitality, and soul. It was also the accumulation of his life potential over the past 15 years. This primeval essence is used by Gu Masters to raise Gu. This also means that from now onwards, Feng Yuan has formally entered the root of a rank 1 Gu Master. Since the aperture had opened, no more Hope Gu entered Feng Yuan's body. Feng Yuan gathered himself and felt the pressure before him was thick as a wall. He could no longer walk another step forward. Just like my previous life, he smiled indifferently at the result. You can't go any further? The Academy Elder shouted across the river, holding on to a small thread of hope. Feng Yuan turned around and walked back, answering with his actions. At this moment, even the young teenagers started reacting. The crowd suddenly buzzed with chatter. What? Feng Yuan walked 27 steps, so he's just C grade? Unbelievable. Only a C grade for such a genius like him? Great disturbance erupted from the crowd. Big brother! Among them, Guyue Feng Zhen looked at him, watching in shock as Feng Yuan returned across the river. He could not dare to believe it. His own brother was only C grade? He'd always thought that his older brother would be an A-grade talent. No, not just him. Even his aunt and uncle and so many people among the clan thought the same too. But now the result was unexpectedly the opposite. Damn, only C grade. The Guyue clan head clenched both his fists, drawing a deep breath, disappointment in his voice. The elders watching from the darkness had mixed reactions. Some were frowning, some lowering their head in discussion, some looking up with a sigh. Could the results be wrong? How could that be? This method is accurate beyond reasoning. Not to add that we were watching the entire time. Even cheating is hard, but all his actions and intelligence previously, how do you explain that? Youths with higher quality primeval essence would indeed display characteristics that surpass the ordinary man, such as intelligence, perception, memory, strength, agility, and so on. On the other hand, these characteristics do not mean the primeval talent is definitely high. Everything will still be determined by the results. Bigger your hopes, the bigger the disappointment. The Gu clan's generation now is no longer like the first generation. His socks were soaked with the icy cold water from the river, the coldness piercing into his bones. Feng Yuan walked with the same motionless face, his distance getting closer and closer towards the crowd. He could clearly see the Academy Elder's heavy expression and was aware of the stares thrown at him from over 100 youths. These glares were mixed with amazement, shock, sneering, and some taking pleasure of this unfortunate event, some indifferent. It was the same situation, making Feng Yuan unwillingly remember his previous life. During that time, he felt as if the sky had fallen. When he crossed the cold river, he lost his footing and fell, soaking his entire body in the water. Feeling so lost, no one came forward to help him. Those disappointed, cold expressions, the gazes were like sharp knives piercing into his own very heart. His mind was in chaos, his chest searing with pain. It was as if he had fallen from the clouds down to the ground. The higher you stand, the higher you fall. But in this life, as the same scene replayed itself, Feng Yuan's heart was calm. He thought of the legend, when predicaments come, give your heart to hope. And today, that hope was inside him. Even though it was not big, it was better than those people who had totally no primeval talent. If others feel disappointed, then let them be disappointed. What else can they do? What does other people's disappointment have to do with me? The most important thing to carry is hope inside my heart. 500 years of living had led him to understand that the interesting things that happen in a person's life happen during the process when one chases after his own dreams. There is no need to ask others around you to not be disappointed or make them like it. Walk your own path. Let others be disappointed, unhappy, however they please. The Academy Elder let out a deep breath and shouted, "Next, Gu Yue Feng Zhen." But no answer came. "Gu Yue Feng Zhen!" the Elder yelled again, the sound of his voice reverberating inside the cave. I'm here. Feng Zhen snapped out of his shock and ran out hurriedly. Unfortunately, he tripped over his own foot and fell, hitting his head with a groan and tumble into the river. "The Fang brothers, nothing special," the Guyue clan head scoffed, feeling a sort of annoyed boredom towards Feng Zhen. "This is such a huge embarrassment." Feng Zhen struggled and splashed in the water. The bottom of the river was just too slippery. He couldn't get up and properly. Trying his best only made him look more stupid and clumsy. His heart increasingly fluttered as the sounds of laughter filled his ears. But right at this moment he suddenly felt a strong pull lifting him up. His head left the water's surface and his body found balance again. He wiped his face in a panic and focused his sight. It was actually his older brother. Feng Yuan had grasped his collar and pulled him up. "Big brother?" He opened his mouth to say, but instead he started choking on the water, ended up triggering a violent cough. The difficult older and younger brother of the Fang family suddenly laughed at the riverbank. The laughter grew louder. Yet the Academy Elder did not come out and stop it. He was deeply frowning, disappointment filling his heart. Feng Zhen was completely at a loss for what to do, and then he heard his brother say to him, "Go on. The road to the future will be interesting." Feng Zhen could not help but open his mouth in surprise. Feng Wan's back was facing the crowd, so they could not see properly, but Feng Zhen could clearly feel the calmness radiating from Feng Wan. As his older brother spoke, the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, revealing a deep and thoughtful smile. It was obviously only a secret talent, but how can Big Brother be so calm? Feng Zhen could not help but wonder, his heart full of doubt, yet Feng Wan did not say any more. He patted Feng Zhen on the back and turned and walked away. Feng Zhen wore a stupefied expression as he walked towards the flower sea. I never thought Big Brother would actually be so calm. If I was me, I'd... He lowered his head and walked forward, absent-mindedly. Yet he did not know that he was playing out a miraculous scene. When he finally snapped out of his reverie, he was already deep in the sea of flowers, standing at a distance no one else had reached before him. 43 steps. Oh my god, A-grade talent! The Academy Elder screamed, seeming to have lost his mind. A-grade? Really, an A-grade? It's been 3 years, an A-grade talented genius has finally appeared in the Gu Yue clan? The clan elders that were watching in the darkness were also screaming at the same time, losing their composures. Well, the Fang bloodline originated from us, Qi bloodline. So we, the Qi family, will adopt this Gu Yue Feng Zhen. Gu Yu Qi Lan immediately announced. How is this possible, you old bag Qi Lan? Your morals and abilities are out of order, but you're definitely good at misleading young boys. It's better to pass this kid to Gu Yu Mo Chen to raise. Gu Yu Mo Chen roared back instantly. Stop arguing. No one is more qualified to raise this child than the current clan leader. Whoever has any objections is to go against me, Gu Yue Bo. The Gu Yue clan head had gone crazy, sweeping his fiery red gaze over the disappointed and discouraged looks. Reverend Insanity, Chapter 7. A Gu Master has 9 ranks. Flower wine leaves behind treasure. Soon, a week passed. Humans are above all creatures, and Gu are the essence of heaven and earth. In this world, there are thousands of species and countless numbers of Gu. They live everywhere around us, in the soil, in the bushes, even on the bodies of wild beasts. As humans continue to propagate and grow, the scholars of the past gradually uncover the mysteries of the Gu. Those who have opened their aperture, using their own primeval essence to feed, refine, and manipulate these Gu, people who have achieved these various purposes are what we call Gu Masters. And all of you have successfully opened your aperture. In the awakening ceremony 7 days ago, with the coagulation of your primeval sea, right now you are all rank 1 Gu Masters. In the village academy, the academy elder talked with confidence and composure. In front of him, the 57 students seated and listened intently. The mystery and strength of a Gu Master had been deeply rooted in the hearts of the youths a long time ago. Thus, everything the elder taught and said, the students were very interested in. At this moment, a young teen raised his hand. With the elder's permission, he stood and asked, Elder, sir, I have known this since I was small, but there are rank 1 Gu Masters, rank 2, and so on. Can you explain in more detail to us? The Gu Yue teacher nodded, waving his hand, and asked the young man to sit down. Gu Masters have 9 ranks, the bottom to the top. Rank 1, rank 2, rank 3, all the way up to rank 9. Every rank is considered a massive realm and divided into 4 smaller realms. Initial stage, middle stage, upper stage, and peak stage. You all have just become Gu Masters, so you are all rank 1 initial stage. If you all work hard in your cultivation base will naturally advance to rank 2, even rank 3. Of course, the higher your talent, the bigger the chance of promoting. For a D-grade talent, the primeval sea takes up around 2 to 3 layers of the aperture. The highest promotion reachable is rank 1 to rank 2. For C-grade talent, the primeval sea is 4 to 5 layers of the aperture. Usually the process stops at rank 2, but with luck a small percentage of people can reach rank 3. B-grade talent have a primeval sea that takes up 6 to 7 layers of the aperture. They are usually able to cultivate to rank 3, even as far as rank 4. As for an A-grade talent, the primeval sea is plenty. It takes up 8 to 9 layers of the aperture. This kind of talent in the person is naturally the most gifted and most suitable for a Gu Master's cultivation, being able to reach rank 5. As for Gu Masters who are rank 6 and above, they are all legends. I am not clear about the specifics either. In the Gu Yue clan, there's never been the appearance of a rank 6 Gu Master. The rank 4 and rank 5 Gu Masters we have had before. The teenagers' ears all perked up, their eyes shining brightly as they listened. Many of them couldn't help but look at Guyue Fengzhen, who was sitting rigidly at the first row. He was an A-grade talent. Their eyes were filled with feelings of envy and jealousy. At the same time, there was some who stared at the corner of the last row of the classroom. Leaning against the window at the corner was Guyue Fengwan, who was bent over the desk, sleeping soundly. "He's still sleeping?" someone whispered. "He's been sleeping continuously for a week, and he's still not awake," someone cut in. "There's more. I heard that he was up all night wandering around the edge of the village. There's been people who've seen him more than once, apparently. He holds a wine jar at night, dead drunk outside. Luckily, these last few years, the village surroundings have been cleared clean, so it's safer." The fellow schoolmates whispered here and there, letting all kinds of small gossip spreading around quickly. "Ah, well, the blow was just too big. Someone hailed as a genius for so many years, unexpectedly ending up as a C-grade talent in the end." If only it was the case. Of all people, his own little brother was pronounced an A-grade. Right now, being the center of attention, enjoying the best treatment, younger brother soars up to the sky, while the other brother falls to the ground. As the discussion amongst the students got louder and louder, the academy elder's brow deepened into a frown. In the whole classroom, all the teenagers were sitting respectfully, showing liveliness. This made Feng Wan, who was sleeping on his table, stand out so much that it hurt the eyes. It's already been a week, yet he's still so dispirited. Initially, I must have been mistaken by him now, but could someone like this truly be a genius? The elder thought. Disgruntled, he'd spoken many times to Feng Wan regarding this matter, but to no effect. Feng Wan still did whatever he liked. He would sleep through every class, making the elder in charge of teaching have a very frustrated headache. Forget it, he's just a C grade. If he can't even withstand this sort of blow, fostering him with that kind of temperament will just end up wasting the clan's resources. Nothing good can come out of it. The elder's heart was filled with disappointment towards Feng Wan. Feng Wan was just a C grade compared to his younger brother Feng Zhen, who was an A grade talent now. This was someone of worth, the clan spending an amount of effort on raising. While the academy elder thought about this, he was also replying to the latest question. In the clan history, there has been many strong masters. For rank 5 masters, there have been only 2. One of them is the first generation clan head, our ancestor. He was the one who established the Guyue village. Another was the 4th clan head. Having remarkable talent, he managed to cultivate all the way to the realm of a rank 5 Gu master. If it wasn't for the despicable, shameless demon flower wine monk's sneak attack, he might have been able to achieve rank 6, but who knows? As he said this, he heaved a deep sigh. Below the platform, the youth started shouting in a rage. "It's all because of that flower wine monk. He was too sinister and cunning. What a pity that our 4th clan leader was so soft-hearted and benevolent and died at a young age. If only I was born a couple hundred years earlier. If I saw that demon, I would have torn his ugly face off." The 4th clan leader in the Flower Mine Monk is a story that the entire Guyue clan knows. The Flower Wine Monk was a rank 5 Gu master, famous among the demon faction in his time for his many years as a big flower thief. A few hundred years ago, he traveled to King Mao Mountain. He attempted to commit crimes in Guyue village, but was found out by the 4th generation clan leader. In the end, after an irk-shakingly huge battle, the Flower Wine Monk was beaten to the point he had to beg for mercy on his knees. The 4th clan leader was merciful and kind, intending to spare his life, yet the Flower Wine Monk suddenly launched a sneak attack, successfully inflicting heavy wounds on the 4th clan head. The clan head flew into a rage, killing the Flower Wine Monk. On the spot, however, his heavy injuries were not curable, and thus he died. Therefore, in the hearts of the Guyue clansmen, the 4th generation clan head was a great hero who sacrificed his life for the village. Flower Wine Monk, huh? Awoke by the classroom's noisy chatter, Feng Wan opened his eyes. Stretching his body, he thought with resentment in his heart, "This Flower Wine Monk, where did he die? Why is it that I still can't find his legacy after searching around his entire village?" In his memories, there was a Gu master from the clan who was broken-hearted and started drinking a lot. About 2 months later from now, the man was heavily drunk as he lay down outside the village, his heavy wine aroma unknowingly attracting a liquor worm. The Gu master was ecstatic. Fully intent on catching it, the liquor worm hurriedly fled. and as the Gu Master was in hot pursuit, he'd followed the liquor worm's trail and discovered an underground hole entrance and went in. The liquor worm was a very precious and expensive type of goo. The half-drunk Gu Master decided to risk it and enter the hole, finding himself in a secret underground cave. After that, he discovered the bones of the flower wine monk and the inheritance he left behind. When the Gu Master returned to the village, he reported his discoveries and immediately caused a big stir among the entire clan. Later on, that Gu Master benefited much from it, his cultivation base suddenly becoming outstanding. His lover, who had once abandoned him before, was attracted to him again, and he became the talk of the clan for a while. Sadly, I only heard bits and pieces about this piece of news, so I don't know where the location is. It wasn't like I knew I would be reborn again to this day. Flower Mind Monk, where in the world did you die off to? These few days, he had been buying a lot of wine, wandering around the village as soon as night arrived. He wanted to use the aroma of the liquor to attract the liquor worm. Unfortunately, he never saw the liquor worm appear, making him feel very disappointed. If I could find that liquor worm and refine it into my vital goo, it'd be so much better than the clan's moonlight goo. In the blink of an eye, it's already April. There's not much time left. Fang Wan heaved a sigh and gazed out the window. Under the blue sky and white clouds, verdant mountains stretched into the distance. In the vicinity was a bamboo grove. This was King Mao Mountain's unique spear bamboo. Each bamboo stick, as straight as a line, the ends of the bamboo exceptionally sharp, like the tip of a spear. Not too far away, the woods were already turning green, the tender shoots sprouting in a sea of yellow-green. Every now and again, the beautiful and colorful sparrows would perch on the branches. The wind of the spring wrapping around the freshness of the mountains and rivers and dispersing it into the world. Without knowing it, the class was almost over. The academy elder finally informed, "This week, I have taught you all how to contemplate and check your own aperture's primeval sea, and how to meditate and shift around your primeval essence inside your body. Now, it is time for you all to refine your vital goo. After this class ends, you'll go to the academy's goo room and pick a goo worm. After choosing your goo, please go home and focus on refining it. Only when you have finally refined your goo, you can come back to the academy and continue attending class. At the same time, this is your first assignment. Whoever can finish this assignment first will be rewarded a generous sum of 20 primeval stones." Reverend Insanity Chapter 8. Things will always be things, but humans will change. Beside the academy was the Goo Room. The Goo Room wasn't big, it was only 60 square meters in size. In a Goo Master's road to cultivation, a Goo is the key to their strength. At the end of the class, the excited teenagers rushed towards the Goo Room. "Form a line, enter one by one," some voices suddenly yelled. It was natural that there would be guards outside the Goo Room. The youths went in one at a time and came out. Finally, it was Feng Wan's turn to enter the Goo Room. The room was mysterious. The four walls all had holes. In each of these embedded square holes were another square hole, each of these holes differing in size, some big and some small. The bigger ones no bigger than an earthenware cooking pot, and the smaller ones no smaller than a fist. In the many square holes were all kinds of containers: gray stone basins, verdant jade dishes, exquisite grass cages, earthen stoves, etc. These containers kept all kinds of variety of goo. Some goo silent, where others made noise, creating, chirping, clucking, rustling, and so on. All these noises combined together to create a sort of symphony. Goo are divided into the 9 big levels, following the same concept as the 9 rank realms of the Goo Masters. All the goo in this room are rank 1 goo. Feng Wan glanced around and immediately was aware of this. Genuinely speaking, rank 1 goo masters can only use rank 1 goo. If they used a higher level goo, these masters would need to pay an extremely high price. In addition, goo need to be fed. The high cost of feeding high-level goo was often not something lower-ranked goo masters could afford. Thus, to goo masters who were newcomers, they would always pick a rank 1 goo as their first refined goo, unless under a special situation. There's a great significance to the first goo that a goo master refines. It will become their vital goo, and interconnect their lives together. If it dies, the goo master will suffer a huge blow. Alas, my original wish was to get my hands on the Flower Wine Monk's liquor worm and refine it as my vital goo, but right now there are still no leads on the search for the Flower Wine Monk's skeleton. I don't even know when I'll be able to find it or when someone else does. Just to be safe, I'll pick a Moonlight Goo first. Feng Wan sighed inwardly as he walked straight along the wall to his left. One of the top layers of the holes in the wall had a row of silver plates, and every plate was a goo. These goo were crystalline and shaped like a crescent. It was like a piece of blue quartz against the backdrop of the silver dish. The goo gave off a quiet and beautiful feeling, known as the Moonlight Goo. This variety of goo was the local goo of the Gu Yue clan, and many of the clansmen would choose the Moonlight Goo as their vital goo. The Moonlight Goo was not a goo of nature, it was a breed that was cultivated with a secret method by the Gu Yue clan. The Moonlight Goo could not be found anywhere else. It could be said that the goo was a symbol of the Gu Yue clan. Since it was all rank 1 Moonlight Goo, there was very little difference among one another. Feng Wan casually chose one and took it. Moonlight Goo was very light compared to the weight of the piece of paper. The insect occupied a small area of his palm. It was roughly the size of a common jade pendant. As Feng Yuan put it on his hand, he could see through it and gaze at the lines on his palm. With one last look, and finding nothing wrong with it, Feng Yuan put the Moonlight Goo in his pocket and walked out of the Goo room. Outside the room, the queue was still quite long. As soon as the next person in line saw Feng Yuan leave, he went into the room hurriedly with excitement. If it were others, when they got their goo, the first thing they would do would take it home, quickly refine it, but Feng Yuan was not in a hurry to do so, for his mind was still thinking about the liquor worm. Liquor worm was more precious compared to the Moonlight Goo. Although the Moonlight Goo was a specialty of the Gu Yue clan, it did not help a Goo master as much as a liquor worm. After leaving the Goo room, Feng Wan headed straight for the tavern. Shopkeeper, 2 jars of aged wine. Feng Wan fished around in his pockets, drawing out the remaining primeval stones, putting them onto the counter. These few days he would come here, buy wine, and then go to the village border and scout, intending to attract the liquor worm so it would appear. The shopkeeper was a short, fat, middle-aged man, his face oily. After these last few days, he had already remembered Feng Wan. "Sir, you've come." While he greeted Feng Wan, he stretched out a thick and short, chubby hand, and skillfully swiped away the primeval stone pieces. As he put them into his palm, he shifted his hand up and down and felt the weight. It was correct. With this, the shopkeeper's smile deepened. Primeval stones were the currency used in this world. They were used to measure the value of all commodities. At the same time, it was also a condensed matter of the world's essence, usable on oneself, and it was important in helping a Goo Master's cultivation. As it had monetary attributes as well as usable properties, it was similar to gold on Earth. Earth having a gold currency standard system, and in this world it was just replaced with primeval stones. Compared to gold, the purchasing power of primeval stones is even more astonishing. However, with Feng Wan's continued spending like this, no matter how many primeval stones he had, it wouldn't be enough. 2 jars of wine every day, already been 7 full days already. The initial savings I had are almost all spent. Feng Wan frowned slightly as he walked out of the tavern with his 2 jars of wine. Once someone becomes a Goo Master, he would be able to extract primeval essence straight from a primeval stone to replenish the primeval sea in his aperture. Thus, to Goo Masters, primeval stones weren't just a form of currency, but also a supplement to their cultivation. With sufficient primeval stones, one's rate of cultivation could increase greatly. This could make up for disadvantages of lower grade talent. I wouldn't have primeval stones to buy wine anymore tomorrow, yet the liquor worm just doesn't want to appear. Do I really have to take the Moonlight Goo and refine it as my vital goo? Feng Wan felt rather unsatisfied. As he walked with the 2 jars of wine in his hand, he started to wonder. The Academy Elder said the first person who manages to refine his vital goo will get a reward of 20 primeval stones. Right now, I guess a lot of them are at home trying the best to refine their goo and compete for the first position. Pity. Refining the vital goo is more of a test of one's talent. Those with better primeval talent will have better advantage, and with my C-grade talent without any special means, I have totally no chance of winning. At this moment, the voice of Gu Yue Feng Zhen called out to him from behind. "Big brother, did you go to the tavern and buy alcohol? Follow me. Aunt and uncle want to see you." Feng Wan stopped in his tracks and turned around. He found his younger brother was no longer like before, always lowering his head when he spoke. Right now, the two brothers gazed at each other, face to face. A gust of wind blew, lifting up the older brother's messy short hair, the lower hem of the younger brother's robe swishing around. Just a short period of 1 month has gone by, yet humans change. A week after the awakening ceremony, a huge change had come over the two brothers. The older brother, Feng Wan, fell from the clouds, the title of genius mercilessly destroyed, and the younger brother began to bloom with radiance, slowly rising like a new star. To the younger brother, Feng Zhen, this sort of change was earth shaking to his world, finally tasting the feelings that his older brother used to have. The feelings of people pinning their hopes on him, as well as the feelings of people's envious and jealous gazes. He felt that he was suddenly dragged out from a dark corner and placed into a heavenly field filled with light. Every day when he woke up, he felt like he was just having a very sweet dream. The difference in his treatment from before and now was like night and day, making him somewhat unable to believe his reality. But at the same time, he also was strongly unaccustomed to it. It was hard to adapt. In a short while, from being unknown to someone who was closely watched, people pointing at him all the time. Sometimes when Feng Zhen walked on the road, he would hear people all around him talking about himself, voices praising him. His face would heat up, and he would feel completely at a loss of what to do. His eyes trying to avoid gazes, almost completely forgetting how to walk properly. The first 10 days or so of Gu Feng Zhen became thinner, his eyes became more vigorous. From the inner depths of his heart, something called self-confidence began to manifest. This is what Big Brother has always been telling me before. How beautiful and painful at the same time. He could not stop thinking about his older brother Gu Feng Wan. Facing such attention and discussion, how did his older brother deal with it? He subconsciously started to imitate his older brother Feng Wan, pretending to look emotionless all the time, but quickly found that he was not fit for this kind of style. Sometimes during class, a girl's shout could easily send him red-faced. On the roads, all the flirting from the older women even caused him to flee in a hurry many times. He was like a toddler, learning how to walk, stumbling and falling as he tried to get used to this new life. During this entire process, he was unable to avoid hearing about his older brother, falling into depression, becoming a drunkard, not going home at night, sleeping soundly in class. He felt very shocked at this. His own older brother, once a strong entity and hailed as a being of great genius, suddenly becoming like this. But slowly, he started to sort of understand. His big brother was also a normal man after all. Encountering this kind of setback and huge blow would send anyone into depression. Along with this understanding, Feng Zhen secretly felt an indescribable happiness inside. This feeling was something he was terribly unwilling to admit, and yet it definitely existed. His older brother, who had been hailed as a genius, and always covering him in his shadow, acted so depressed and dispirited right now. From a reverse angle, it was a testimony to his own growth, wasn't it? He was the outstanding one. This was the real truth. Hence, when he saw Fang Wan holding the wine jars, his hair messy, clothes untidy, Gu Feng Zhen felt relieved, his breathing becoming a lot easier, and he said, Big brother, you have to stop drinking. You can't go on like this. You have no idea how worried the people who care about you are. You need to wake up. Feng Wan was emotionless. He did not say anything. Two brothers gazing at each other. The younger brother, Gu Feng Zhen's eyes, were shining, giving off a sharp and keen feel. And the older brother, Gu Feng Wan's two orbs were a deep black, faintly resembling a deep ancient pool. These eyes could not help but make Feng Zhen feel a slight oppression. Not long after, he subconsciously turned away his gaze, looking elsewhere. But when he realized it, he felt a sudden rise of anger. It was an anger that was directed at himself. What's wrong with you? Can't even muster the courage to look directly at your big brother? I've changed. I've completely changed. With all these thoughts, his eyes shifted back, their sharpness, and he shot his gaze at his brother again. But Feng Wan was already not looking at him. Holding a jar of wine in each hand, he walked past Feng Zhen, said in a dull voice, What else are you gawking at? Let's go. Feng Zhen's breathing became disoriented, the strength that had accumulated inside his heart no longer able to be released. This made him experience a depression that was hard to describe. Seeing that his older brother had walked far ahead, he could only quicken his pace to catch up, but this time his head was no longer lowered. It rose to meet the sun. His gaze was fixed on his own feet that were stepping on his older brother Feng Wan's shadow. Reverend Insanity Chapter 9. Two people who start on the same road gradually becoming distant. The sun was a red hue setting over the east. The sky still bright, but everything seemed to be covered in a shade of gray. Overlooking the window, the mountains in the distance were gradually drawing towards a heavy black color. The light in the living room was dim. Aunt and uncle sat high in their chairs, their faces enveloped in shadow, their expressions hard to discern. As he saw Feng Wan carrying the two jars of wine, his uncle, Gu Dong Tu's eyebrows twisted into a knot. He opened his mouth and spoke. In the blink of an eye, you are both 15 years old now. Since you both have the talents of Gu Master, especially Feng Zhen, your aunt and I are proud of both of you. I will give you both 6 pieces of primeval stones. Take it. Refining your goo consumes a lot of primeval essence, so you'll need these primeval stones. As he said this, some servants came over and passed Feng Wan and Feng Zhen each a small bag. Feng Wan took his bag silently. Feng Zhen immediately opened his bag and looked inside, seeing 6 pieces of oval-shaped grayish-white primeval stones. His face lit up with gratitude at once. He stood up from his seat, facing his aunt and uncle. Thank you, Aunt and Uncle. Your nephew does need these primeval stones to replenish his primeval essence. You have both raised me until today. This gratitude is engraved into my heart. I shall never forget it, forever. His uncle smiled and nodded, his aunt hurriedly waving her hands and said warmly, Sit down, sit down. Although you both are not our children directly, we have always raised you as our own. You both are able to gain a future. We will be proud of that. Alas, we do not have children of our own, and sometimes we thought that if you both could really become our children, that would be for the best. Her words brought deep meaning. Feng Jin did not understand it, but Feng Wan frowned a little. His uncle cut in. I have discussed this with your aunt. We thought of adopting you both and becoming a genuine real family. Feng Zhen, I wonder if you are willing. Feng Zhen was stunned for a second, but the look on his face quickly emerged a joyful smile, and he said, To be honest, ever since both my parents died, I've longed very much for a family of my own. To be able to become a family with aunt and uncle, this is too good to be true. Aunt's expression loosened, and she laughed. Then you are our good son. Shouldn't you just stop calling us aunt and uncle? Father and mother. Feng Zhen, in a state of realization, changed his statement. His aunt and uncle laughed heartedly. What a good son. Not a waste of us, husband and wife, to raise you since you were just 5 years old, and we've raised you for 10 whole years. And Aunt wiped her tears. Uncle looked at the silent Feng Wan and said gently, Feng Wan, how about you? Feng Wan shook his head without saying a word. Big brother! Guyue Feng Zhen was about to advise him, but Uncle, whose tone was unchanged, stopped him. If that's the case, Feng Wan, my nephew, we won't force you. Since you are 15 years old, you need to start being independent. This way you will also easily carry on your Fang bloodline. Uncle here has prepared 200 primeval stones for you as financial support. 200 primeval stones? Feng Zhen's eyes opened wide. He'd never seen so many primeval stones in his life. He couldn't help but reveal a jealous expression, but Feng Wan shook his head. Feng Zhen was puzzled, while Uncle's expression changed slightly. Aunt's face had also turned cloudy. Aunt and Uncle, if there's nothing else, then your nephew will take his leave. Feng Wan did not give them any chance to speak again. After he finished his sentence, he took his wine jars and left the hall immediately. Feng Zhen rose from his seat and said, Father, Mother, Big Brother's not thinking straight. How about you let me advise him? His uncle waved his hand and deliberately sighed. Alas, this matter can't be forced. Since you have the heart, as your father, I am already very content. Servants, take care of the young Master Feng Zhen. Treat him well. Then your son will take his leave. Feng Zhen retreated to the living room and fell into silence. The sun set below the mountain, and the living room became darker. In a while, from the darkness, Uncle's cold voice emerged. Looks like this brat Feng Wan has seen into our plot. Among the regulations of the Guyue clan, it was clearly stipulated that the eldest son, at 16 years of age, would have the qualifications to inherit the family property. Feng Wan's parents had passed away, leaving behind a fortune. This was being taken care of by the aunt and uncle. This inheritance was not something a measly sum of 200 essence stones could compare to. If Feng Wan had actually agreed to be adopted by the aunt and uncle, then he would lose the right to inherit his fortune. If Feng Wan, at year's age of 15, decided to be independent, he would also not conform to the clan's regulations. Luckily, we managed to win over Feng Zhan, and Feng Wan only has C-grade talent. Uncle heaved a sigh, feeling joyful. Then, husband, if Feng Wan decides to go independent at 16 years of age, what are we to do? Aunt's tone was hysterical as she thought about the inheritance. Since he is acting undisciplined, then he can't blame us as long as we catch him committing a huge mistake before he leaves us and expel him from our family. It would be counted as snatching away his right to inherit the legacy, Uncle explained coldly. But that brat is very clever. How would he make such a mistake? Aunt asked, puzzled. The uncle rolled his eyes immediately and whispered angrily, You really are stupid. If he won't make a mistake, can't we frame him instead? Just let Cheng seduce Feng Wan and scream assault. Catch him on the spot, fabricate a story about him acting wild where he was drunk. Surely we can expel Feng Wan. Husband, you really have a way. What an ingenious plan. Aunt was overjoyed at that moment. The thick colors of the night covered the sky, and the stars that blanketed the sky were mostly covered away by the floating dark clouds. Each of the households in the village gradually lit up with lights. Gu Feng Zhen was ushered into a room. Young Master Feng Zhen, the old master personally had been tidying up this room specially for you, Mother Shen said with a hospitable tone. She bowed her waist, her face having a flattering smile. Feng Zhen looked around with a glance, his eyes shining. This room was at least bigger by 2 times compared to his previous room. The middle of the room was a spacious bed, beside the window a rosewood desk, with a delicate set of ink and paper. The walls were decorated with exquisite ornaments, and beneath his feet was not an ordinary floor, but was covered in a layer of soft handmade carpet. From his childhood until now, Feng Zhen had never stayed in such a room. He immediately nodded his head continuously and said, This is good. It really isn't bad. Thank you, Mother Shen. Mother Shen was Aunt and Uncle's most highly valued person. She was in charge of all the slaves in the house and was a housekeeper who lived up to her reputation. The girl Sheng Hui, who served Feng Wan, was her daughter. Mother Shen laughed. I am not deserving of young master's gratitude. It's my duty, my duty. Young master, do not hesitate to eat and sleep well. Whenever you want, just shake the bell outside your bed, and someone will attend to you immediately. Old master has already instructed us, so in these few days, please do put all your attention into cultivating, young master. Just leave all the other chores to us. Feng Zhen felt a gush of gratitude in his heart. He did not say anything, but deep down inside he decided, this time I must get number 1 and not let Aunt and Uncle down. My aunt and uncle must be plotting on how to expel me from the house right now. In my previous life, they'd secretly instigated the servants to provoke me, and then framed me, and then expelled me from the family entirely. I wonder if there'll be any changes in this life, Feng Wan sneered in his heart as he walked along the street. He'd long since seen clearly the true colors of his aunt and uncle, but he could also understand it. Men would throw away their lives in pursuit of wealth. No matter whether on Earth or in this world, there'd always be many people who'd be willing to trample over kinship and friends and love for their own selfish interests and benefits. In fact, kinship didn't exist. In the beginning, when Aunt and Uncle took in the brothers Feng Wan and Feng Zhen, their only purpose was to seek the heritage. It was just so that the 2 brothers were repeatedly unexpected. All things are difficult before they're easy. To me, this is more so the case. Firstly, I don't have an outstanding talent, and second, I don't have the care of a teacher. It's the equivalent of raising a family from nothing, but with my parents' legacy, it could be said to be a huge advantage for me. In my previous life, aunt and uncle stole away the heritage, and because of that, I had to waste 2 full years to be able to cultivate to rank 1 peak stage. In this life, I can't afford to make the same mistakes. Feng Wan pondered in his mind as he walked. Instead of staying home, he held the 2 jars of wine and walked towards the outskirts of the village. The night deepened, and the dark clouds obscured the starlight. The mountain breeze blew, growing stronger gradually. The mountain rain was coming, but he still had to search. To get a hold of his parents' inheritance, he would need to wait until he was 16. But the flower wine monk's treasure was something he could get his hands on in the short term. There were not many people on the streets. The houses along the road showed a dim light. Some small rubbish and leaves were blown away by the wind, drifting about. Feng Wan's thin clothing could not stop the mountain wind, and he couldn't help but feel a cold chill. He opened the wine jar, drinking a small mouthful of wine. Although turpid, after some time he felt a warmth rising up inside him. This was the first time that he had actually drank wine in these few days. The further he walked out of the village, the lesser the houses beside the road, and the dimmer the lights became. In front of him it was even darker, the wind blowing heavily against the mountain forest, the branches swaying in the night, making a whistling noise like the sound of a herd of beasts roaring. Feng Wan did not slow his pace. He walked out of the huge entrance to the village and into the darkness, going further as he walked, and behind him were the bright and brilliant lights of tens of thousands of houses. In these lights, there was a warm corner. The younger brother, Feng Zhen, was seated at his desk, reviewing the notes he had taken during class. The light in the house was shining brightly, and the solid wall blocked away the cold winds. Beside him, a cup of warm ginseng tea, the steam rising from the cup. Young Master Feng Zhen, the hot bathing water has been prepared for you. Outside the door, Shen Kui's voice softly floated through. Feng Zhen's heart jolted. Then bring it in, please. Shen Kui walked into the room with her waist bowed, her expression pleased. Your servant greets, young master. Her eyes set amorous glances at Feng Zhen. Feng Wan was only C-grade talent, but Feng Zhen was an A-grade. To be able to get a hold of him would be the biggest fortune. Reverend Insanity, Chapter 10. A storm may arise from a clear sky. Refining Gu is full of hardships. Pitter, pitter, patter, patter. Big, heavy raindrops fell to the earth, battering the roof of the verdant bamboo houses, making brittle sounds. The surface of the pond in front of the building was full of ripples as the rain fell and the fish in the water swam lively, the aquatic plants swaying about in the bottom of the pond. The sky was overcast, a thick rain curtain obstructing the field of vision as far as the eye could see. In the somewhat dim room, the window was open, and Feng Wan quietly watched the heavy rainfall, sighing. It's already been 3 days and 3 nights. On the night 3 days ago, he had walked out of the village with 2 jars of wine, searching around the surroundings. But when it was late into the night, it started pouring rain. And put aside him being drenched to the bones, the main point was that in that situation, he could not go about searching anymore. The rainwater quickly washing away the wine fragrance and at the same time forcing him to search under conditions that might arouse suspicion. Although previously pretending to become a depressed drunken person to cover up his motives, he knew to never underestimate the intelligence of the others around him. Only a fool would think others were stupid. Thus, under this helplessness, Feng Wad could only stop his search. Not to mention the moment it started raining, the rain had went on continuously. Sometimes it became heavier, sometimes lighter, but it never stopped. I guess in this way I won't be able to find the liquor worm for a short period of time. To be safe, I can only choose to start refining the moonlight goo. While I refine it if I can find the liquor worm during that process, it would be the best, but if I can't, then this would just have to do. This matter is very common. A storm may arise from a clear sky, something unexpected might happen. In this world, who can do everything without obstacles in his way? Having a perfect journey. Feng Wan's thoughts were very calm. His 500 years of experience had long washed away the impulsiveness that he really had in the first place. He closed the door and window and sat cross-legged on his bed. Closing his eyes and breathing a few times, he calmed his state of mind. In the next moment, the vision of his primeval aperture appeared in his mind. The aperture may be positioned inside the body, but it was mysteriously unusual, limitlessly big and yet infinitely small. The outer layer of the aperture was a small layer of light. The white light gave a thin impression but still surrounded the aperture wall. In the aperture was a sea of primeval essence. The seawater was a green copper color, the surface of the seawater as calm as a mirror. The water level was about half the height of the aperture. The entire volume of the sea occupied 44% of the aperture. This was the green copper primeval sea of a rank 1 goo master, and every drop of seawater was primeval essence. It was Feng Wan's life elementary force, and the condensation of his essence, vitality, and soul. Every drop of primeval essence was precious because it was the root of a goo master and was the source of their power. Goo masters needed to rely on their primeval essence to refine and use their goo. As he retreated his mind from the primeval sea, Feng Wan opened his eyes. He retrieved the moonlight goo. The moonlight goo sat quietly in the middle of his palm, resembling a curved blue moon, small and crystalline. With a simple thought, the primeval sea in his aperture tumbled, and a jet of primeval essence broke from the sea surface and transferred out of the body. Finally, it rushed into the moonlight goo, the goo suddenly radiating fiercely in a blue light, slightly trembling in Feng Wan's palm and resisting the influx of the primeval essence. Gu are the essence of heaven and earth, carrying the secrets of the world, the bearers of the laws of nature. They are living creatures that live freely under the sky, each born with a will of its own. Right now, with Feng Wan trying to refine it, it would mean wiping out its will. Feeling the danger looming, the moonlight goo naturally resisted. The process of refining is a very difficult one. The moonlight goo was like a curved crescent moon. As the green copper primeval essence poured into it, the two pointed ends of the crescent turned green. Slowly, this green copper primeval essence began to spread into the middle of the crescent moon. In less than 3 minutes, Feng Wan's face had become pale. A huge volume of primeval essence continuously pouring into the moonlight goo made him feel a weakness that rapidly attacked his heart. 1%, 2%, 3%, 8%, 9%, 10%. 10 minutes later, Feng Wan's primeval sea had been used away. 10% of primeval essence, yet on the blue crystalline moon goo's surface, the points of the green copper essence on the two tips of the crescent only expanded a tiny area towards the center. The resistance of the moonlight goo was immensely strong. Fortunately, Feng Wan had anticipated this earlier and did not feel surprised. He persisted and poured even more essence into the moonlight goo. 1%, 2%, 3%. After another 20 minutes, the primeval sea in Feng Wan's body was only left with 14%. The green copper essence on the moonlight goo had expanded slightly, the two tips of green essence adding up together, covering the surface of the moonlight goo by about a twelfth. The rest of the moonlight goo's surface was still the original color of light blue. Refining a goo is so hard, Feng Wan sighed as he looked at it. He broke the influx of primeval essence, stopping the refining process. Up until now, he had been refining for half an hour. The primeval sea in his aperture consumed over more than half, with only 14% of primeval essence left, and the moonlight goo was only refined by a twelfth. To make matters worse, the moonlight goo was still emitting its faint blue halo. Even though Feng Wan had stopped refining, the goo did not simply stop resisting. It was still driving out Feng Wan's green coppery primeval essence. Feng Wan could clearly feel that the primeval essence that he had poured into the moonlight goo was being pushed out bit by bit out of its body. On the surface, the green copper essence at the two tips of the moon crescent was slowly shrinking. Based on this speed of reduction, in about 6 hours later, the moonlight goo would be able to completely expel all of Feng Wan's primeval essence. At that time, when you need to refine this goo, it would make no difference from starting over again. Every time when refining a goo, it's just like a fight between two armies, a battle of positional warfare, or a war of attrition. Even though I refined a twelfth of the goo, I wasted 3/4 of my primeval essence when refining. A goo master has to replenish his primeval sea while continuously engaging the refinement process, consolidating his victory. The refinement of goo is a test of one's skill in shifting his primeval essence and the patience of an enduring battle. Feng Wan took out a piece of primeval stone from his money bag as he pondered. A goo master had two ways to replenish the consumed primeval essence. The first way was natural recovery. After a period of time, the primeval sea would naturally replenish the primeval essence. In the case of a C-grade talent like Feng Wan, it would take about 1 hour to replenish 4%, and 6 hours to recover 24% of the total primeval essence. The second way was to absorb the natural essence directly from a primeval stone. The primeval stone is a treasure from nature itself. As condensed natural primeval essence, while absorbing it, the water level of the primeval sea rose slowly with continuous speed and could be seen with the naked eye. After about half an hour, the primeval sea had been replenished back to its original volume of 44%. At this level, the rising water level of the sea stopped abruptly, even though there was still space inside the aperture. Feng Wan could not store any more primeval essence. This was the limit of his C-grade talent. Thus, from here, one can see the significance of the grade of one's cultivation talent. The higher the talent, the more primeval essence the aperture can hold, and the faster the natural recovery of the primeval essence will be. In Feng Wan's case, to refine a Gu and solidify his results, he'd need to absorb primeval stones, because his primeval essence natural recovery rate could not defeat the rate of the Moonlight Gu expelling it out. However, in the case of an A-grade talent such as Feng Zhen, he could replenish 8% of his primeval essence every hour. In 6 hours, he would recover 48% of primeval essence, and in the same time frame, the Moonlight Gu could only expel away 3% of the primeval essence. Feng Zhen did not require the external help of primeval stones. He could go on refining with a few rests in the process and successfully refine the Moonlight Gu in a few days. That's why Feng Wan knew from the beginning that in this test to refine the Moonlight Gu, he never had the chance to obtain the first position. It had nothing to do with a person's actual strength, as the first factor was the grade of talent. The second factor would be primeval stones. If there was an abundance of primeval stones without hesitation to consume, a B grade talent could also surpass an A grade talent and obtain the first position. In my hands are 6 pieces of primeval stones. I can't compare to Gu Yue Mo Bei or Gu Yue Chi Chen. These kinds of people who have their elder family members supporting them from behind. My talent's only C grade and can't compare to Feng Zhen, who has A grade talent. I never had a chance of winning in this test. Why not divert my energy and go look for the liquor worm? If I can make the liquor worm into my vital goo, it'd be so much better than the moonlight goo. Eh. The sound of rain outside the window had gotten lighter. There seems to be a sign of ceasing. Raid's been ongoing for 3 days and 3 nights. Should be time it stopped. Feng Wan kept the moonlight goo, got down from his bed as he was about to open the window. There was a knock at the door. Outside the door came his servant Shen Kui's voice. Young Master Feng Wan, it's me. It's been raining for 3 days, so I brought you some food and wine. Young Master can eat and drink and ease some depressed feelings. Reverend Insanity, Chapter 11. It's just power play. Feng Yuan frowned slightly. Based on intuition and 500 years' worth of life experience, he could smell a conspiracy. His eyes flashed, and he relaxed his brows. I'm a little hungry right now. You came at the right time. Come in, he said. Outside the door, while carrying the food box, Shen Kui smiled coldly as she heard his reply. But when she pushed open the door, her face was left with a gentle and meek expression. Young Master Feng Wan, the food and wine smells really good. I can smell it. As if I hold the box. Her voice was sweet with a hint of longing and flattery. She put the food box on a small table and took out the dishes, arranging them nicely. The food was indeed fragrant and tasty. After that, she took out 2 wine cups and poured the wine. Come, young master, sit down. Your servant mustered her courage today and wants to accompany young master for a drink. Smelling like a flower, she walked to Feng Wan's side, boldly taking him by the hand and pulling him over to a chair by the table. Then she sat on his thigh and leaned her gentle body against Feng Wan's chest, acting like a timid and lovable woman, whispering in his ear. Young Master Feng Wan, your servants always liked you. It doesn't matter what grade you are. I'll always wish to be beside you and rely on you and comfort you. Tonight, your servant would like to give her body to you. She really dressed up today. She put on blusher, her lips like cherry powder. When she whispered in his ear, a delicate and youthful breath teased at Feng Wan's earlobe. Because she was sitting on his lap, Feng Wan could feel her well-shaped figure easily. Her elastic thighs, her slender little waist, and her soft chest. Young master, let me feed you wine myself. Shen Kui picked up the wine cup, raising her head and taking a sip. Then her eyes fixated on Feng Wan, her small cherry lips a little opened, slowly leaning over to his mouth. Feng Wan's expression was indifferent, as if it was on his lap was not a young maiden, but a block of sculpture. When she saw Feng Wan's expression, Shen Kui felt a little uneasy at first, but when her lips were just an inch away from his, she was assured, sneering in her heart. You're still pretending, she mused. Just at this moment, Feng Wan scoffed, his tone disdainful. So it's just a power play. Shen Kui's face became stiff. She swallowed the wine in her mouth, trying to pull false flattery. Young Master Feng Wan, what are you saying? Feng Wan's eyes were emitting a cold light. He stared into Shenkui's pupils, and placing his right hand on her snowy white neck, at the same time slowly pressing with force. Shenkui's pupils shrank, and her voice was full of panic. Young master, you're hurting me! Feng Wan did not answer, but his hold on her neck grew stronger. Young Master Feng Wan, your servant is a little scared. Shen already had difficulty breathing. She was looking flustered, a soft pair of hands subconsciously grasping at Feng Wan's hand, trying to pry his hand away, but Feng Wan's hand was strong like iron, unable to be pulled away. Looks like Aunt and Uncle let you come over to seduce and frame me. This must mean that there are already people arranged downstairs, huh? Feng Wan laughed, adding, but, who do you think you are, coming to use these tactics on me with those 2 piles of garbage rotten flesh on your chest? As he said this, his left hand climbed up her chest and ruthlessly grabbed hold of her soft breast, making it incredibly deformed all of a sudden. Intense pain flared from her chest. Shenkui's eyes were round and wide open. The pain was so great that her eyes were full of tears. She wanted to scream, but Feng Wan gripped her throat so strongly that in the end she could only sob for a few times. Then she started resisting strongly, for she was really going to suffocate. But at this moment, Feng Wan slowly released his grip. Shen Kui immediately opened her mouth and gulped in air greedily. Her breathing was too eager, resulting in a series of violent coughs. Feng Wan laughed lightly. Stretching out his palm, he gently stroked her cheek, his tone carefree as he spoke. Chen Kui, do you think I can kill you? Or not? If Feng Wan roared at her with an evil and loud voice, Shen Kui might actually fiercely retaliate, but when Feng Wan smiled and spoke in a shallow manner, his soft voice asking if he could kill her or not, Shen Kui felt a deep fear from the bottom of her heart. She was scared. She looked at Feng Wan with terror in her eyes, seeing this young man smiling all over his face as he gazed at her. At this instant, Shen Kui vowed to herself she'd never forget his eyes. For the rest of her life, this pair of eyes would not be mixed with the slightest emotion, dark and profound, resembling a deep ancient pool that was hiding a horrific beast. Under the gaze of these eyes, Shen Kui felt like she was naked in the midst of the ice and snow. The person before me definitely dares to kill me. He's able to kill me. Oh, heavens, why did I come here and provoke this kind of devil? Shenkui's heart was full of remorse. At this moment she longed to turn and flee, but right now she was still in his lap. She dared not run away, not even to pluck the courage to do any action. The muscles on her entire body were tense, her gentle stature trembling. Her face was as pale as white paper, and she could not utter a single word. Since you are, as a personal servant girl, have been serving me for so many years, I won't kill you this time, since you want to escape from slavery. Go and find my little brother. He's stupid and naive. Feng Wan retracted his smile and patted her cheek, his tone plain like water. With a sigh, he finally said, You can leave. Shen Kui was as dumb as a piece of wood as she walked out obediently. She was afraid of her wits and did not know how she managed to leave the side of the devil called Feng Wan. The men hidden in the shadows looked confused when they saw Shen Kui come out looking so shaken. They actually arranged such a beautiful trap. It's even more innovative than in my previous life. Aunt and Uncle, this kindness of yours, I'll remember it deeply. Not long after Shen Kui left, Feng Wan stood up and left as well. No matter what, he could not stay at this residence anymore. A wise man sees and mitigates foreseen risks. What's more to say for a devil? When there is insufficient strength, only a fool would put himself in danger. Innkeeper, you got any rooms available? Fang Wan came in to the only inn in the village and asked for a price. Yes, there's a room on the second floor and the third floor. Not only is it cheap, the rooms are tidy and clean. First floor is the cafeteria. Guests of the inn can come here and eat. There's also a service for asking inn workers to bring up food to your room. The innkeeper was full of hospitality as he entertained Feng Wan. This inn was the only one in the village, but the business wasn't very good. In fact, it was somewhat deserted. Only when the annual merchant caravan came by to trade on King Mao Mountain, the inn would be full of people. Feng Wan was a little hungry, so he passed 2 full round pieces of primeval stones to the innkeeper. Give me a good room for me to stay in, and prepare 2 jars of wine, 34 different dishes. Return me any excess balance. Done. The innkeeper took the 2 pieces of primeval stones and asked, "Would you like to eat in your room or dine in the hall?" Feng Wan looked at the sky. The rain stopped, and it was nearing evening. He could simply eat in the lobby and set out straight for the outskirts of the village when he was done, continuing his search for the treasure of the flower wine monk. Thus he replied, "I'll eat in the hall." The inn had a dining hall. There were a dozen square tables, and 4 long benches surrounded each table. In between the tables were huge and thick pillars that were supporting the inn, and the floor was covered with big tiles of marble, but it was wet. It was hard to conceal the moisture of the mountain. There were 3 tables seated with people. Seated by the window, an old man was drinking wine, gazing outside at the sunset. Being all alone in the middle of the cafeteria was a table seated with 5 to 6 hunters. They were all discussing about their hunting experiences in loud voices, and at their feet was a pile of different kinds of mountain prey, the pheasants and hares. In another corner was a table with 2 young people, seemingly discussing in secret. Their figures were hidden in the darkness. It was hard to see them and harder to know their gender. Feng Wan decided to sit at the table nearest to the door. Soon after the dishes were served on the table. With my C-grade talent to refine the moonlight goo, I would need to borrow primeval stones. If my luck is good and this moonlight goo does not have a strong will, it would only need 5 pieces, but if it's stubborn, then I would be in trouble, probably need around 8 pieces. Goo are living creatures, so it's natural for them to have the will to survive. Some have a strong will and would always resist the refinement process, but some Gu have weak will, and all throughout the refining, they helplessly surrender. Once there was no resisting, the refining process would become relaxing. Right now, I only have 6 primeval stones on me, but I gave 2 to the innkeeper, so I'm left with 4 pieces. That's not enough. In this world, primeval stones are the local currency, and the buying power is very strong. A normal family of 3 would spend at most 1 piece of essence stone per month, but it came to a Gu master, the consumption of primeval stones was greater. Taking Feng Huan, for example, just by refining Gu alone, he would need an average of 7 primeval stones or so, and that's just on the Moonlight Gu. If he really did find the liquor worm, just to refine it with Feng Huan's C-grade talent, he would need at least a dozen more. In other words, right now my situation is, even if I find the liquor worm, I don't necessarily have the primeval stones to refine it. However, I still need to look around because there's a huge possibility that the Flower Wine Monk's treasure has a huge abundance of primeval stones. This was not a difficult deduction. The Flower Wine Monk was a rank 5 Gu Master, after all. For such a famously strong warrior of the demonic faction, how couldn't he have primeval stones? They're the must-have item of a Gu Master's cultivation. Reverend Insanity, Chapter 12. Green bamboo wine is fragrant. Gu Master flaunts power. Right now, everything comes down to the Flower Wine Monk's treasure. If I can find it, all my problems will be solved. If I don't find it, all these issues will greatly slow down my speed of cultivation. And if that happens, I'll lose out to people in my age in cultivating. I don't understand. I've spent more than a week trying to attract the liquorworm to appear. Why do I not still see it? Feng Wan frowned and racked his brain. It was like putting food into his mouth but still not knowing how it tasted. Suddenly, there was a loud noise interrupting his thoughts. Feng Wan looked at the direction of the sound, realizing that the 6 hunters seated around the table at the middle of the hall were all heavily drunk. The atmosphere around them was fiery, and their faces were all red. "Brother Zhang, come drink another cup." "Oh, Brother Feng, we brothers admire your abilities. You took down a black-skinned wild boar alone. What a man! This cup of wine, you must drink, or else you'll be disrespecting us." "Thank you, brothers, for your sincerity, but I really can't drink anymore." "Brother Fang can't drink anymore. Perhaps you dislike this wine because it's not good enough. Waiter, come over here, give me some good wine." The noise was becoming louder, and it was obvious that the group had drunk a lot. The waiter hurriedly went over and said, "Well, good sirs, we do have good wine, but it's quite expensive." "What, are you afraid we won't pay up?" When the hunters heard the waiter, quite a few of them stood up and stared at him. They were either big and tall or thick and burly in stature, capable and vigorous in a threatening manner, each having the courage that the mountain men possessed. The waiter quickly said, I wouldn't dare to look on you, you brave men. It's just that these wine, it's really expensive. One jar costs 2 pieces of primeval stones. The hunters were stunned. 2 primeval stones was definitely not cheap, and it was the sum of 2 months of a normal average household's monthly expenses. Even though the hunters earned more from hunting when compared to ordinary mortals, like how sometimes a black skinned wild pig could be worth half a primeval stone. However, hunting was risky, and a mistake could turn the hunter into prey. To the hunters, using 2 primeval stones just to drink a jar of wine was just not worth it. Is there really such an expensive wine? Boy, you aren't trying to lie to us, right? The hunters were shouting about, but their voices felt a little timid, unable to back out of the situation with grace. The waiter kept telling them that he wouldn't dare. The hunter called Brother Fang saw that the scene was not right, and he hurriedly said, My brothers, let's not spend any more. I can't drink any more. Let's drink this wine another day. What? You can't say that, brother. This is. The rest of the hunters were still shouting, but their voices started to fade away. One by one, they sat back in their seats. The waiter was also a shrewd person. When he saw this, he knew that he was not able to sell the wine anymore. However, this situation hardly surprised him. As he was about to retreat, a young man's voice came from the table at the dark corner. Hilarious! Each one of them blindly shouting for nothing. If you can't afford to buy wine, you should just obediently keep your mouth shut and go to the side. When the hunters heard this, one of them immediately retorted in anger. Who said we can't afford it? Waiter, bring over that jar of wine. I'll give you the stones. 2 pieces of it. Oh, just give me a moment, sir. I'll get it. The waiter did not expect such a turn of events. He hurriedly replied and turned to grab the wine jar and brought it over. The wine jar was as big as a common jar of wine. However, the moment it was unlocked, in that very instant, a refreshing and mellow fragrance filled the entire cafeteria. Even the old man, sitting alone at the window, couldn't help but turn his head over when he smelled the wine aroma, and he gazed at the jar of wine. It was definitely good wine. Dear guests, it's not bragging that this is green bamboo wine. The entire village only has one inn, which is us. Smell the fragrance. The waiter inhaled deeply as he said this, his facial expression full of satisfaction and enjoyment. Feng Wan was moved. This inn waiter was really not boasting. In the Guyue village there were 3 taverns. The wines sold there were the common rice wine, muddy wine, and other similar common wines. In order for Feng Yuan to attract the liquor worm, he continuously bought wine for 7 days. It was natural that he was aware of the prices. Several of the hunters looked at the wine jar before them. They were all consumed by alcohol addiction, each one of them twitching their noses and swallowing. As for the hunter who bought the wine, in that moment of anger his expression was even more interesting. A layer of remorse and anger appeared in his face. After all, this jar of wine was the value of 2 primeval stones. I was too rash and bought the wine by impulse. This waiter is not typical. He immediately brought the wine now. The cork is unsealed. Even if I want to return the goods, it's too late. The more the hunter pondered, the more distressed he felt. He wanted to turn it back, yet he was unable to do so in fear of being humiliated. At last, he could only bang on the table and said with a strong smile, Damn, this wine is good! Brothers, please drink all you want. Today, this wine is on me. At this moment, the young man on the table in the corner hissed, Huh, is this small jar of wine enough for 6? If you have the guts, then go buy a few more jars. The hunter was furious when he heard this, and stood up in rage, his eyes fixed on the young man who spoke. Brat, you sure have a lot of words. Come on, stand up and fight me. Oh? Then I will stand up. The young man got up from his seat as he heard the hunter's remark, grinning as he walked out from the shadows. His body figure was tall and thin, his skin pale. He was dressed in navy blue robes, looking clean and neat. His head wore a blue headband, his upper body had a jacket that showed his thin and weak shoulders. The lower body had long pants, and his feet were covered in bamboo sandals, and the calves were tied. The most important thing about him was the green belt on his waist. The middle of the belt was a shiny piece of copper, and on that copper plate was the black word 1. It's a rank 1 Gu Master. The hunter clearly understood what this manner of clothing represented. He drew in a deep breath, the anger on his face dissipating, replaced by alarm. He had never imagined that he'd actually provoked a Gu Master. Did you want to fight me? Come on, hit me. The young Gu Master walked slowly towards the man, a playful smile on his face, but the hunter, who had challenged him earlier, had become frozen like a sculpture, unable to move from his spot. Maybe you guys can all come at me together. That works too. The young Gu Master slowly walked towards the hunter's table, casually speaking. The expressions on their faces had changed. Some of the hunters who had drunken red faces had gone pale. Suddenly, each of their foreheads was drenched in a cold sweat, and they felt restless, too afraid to even breathe heavily. The young Gu Master stretched out a hand, picking up the green bamboo wine jar. He put it under his nose and sniffed, smelling. He said, "Sure smells good. If my lord likes it, then please feel free and take and drink it. It's an apology from me for offending my lord," the hunter provoked him earlier, hurriedly replied, cupping his fists together before his chest, pushing a smile to his face. Unexpectedly, the young man's facial expression changed fiercely. With a loud crack, the jar fell into pieces on the ground. The Gu Master looked cold as ice, his gaze sharp like a sword. He hissed angrily, "You think you have the right to apologize to me? You bunch of hunters must be really rich, even richer than me, since you guys spent 2 primeval stones to drink wine. Do you want to have any idea how upset I am over primeval stones right now? You actually dare to show off your wealth in front of me at this time? You mortals can't even compare to me. We wouldn't dare to offend my lord as a heinous crime. We mortals did not mean to offend you. These are our primeval stones. Please accept, Lord Gu Master." The hunters quickly got on their feet and took out all the primeval stones they had. But how could these mortals have money? All they pulled out was just bits and fragments of primeval stones. The biggest fragment piece was no bigger than a quarter of a primeval stone. The Gu Master did not accept these primeval stones, but he did not stop sneering. He used his hawk-like gaze and swept past the entire cafeteria. The hunters that he scanned over lowered their heads. The old man who sat at the window watching the scene also quickly turned his head to avoid the Gu Master's gaze. Only Feng Yuan watched quietly, void of hesitation. The clothing that this young Gu Master was wearing was the uniform that only formal Gu Masters could wear, so Feng Yuan was not qualified to wear it. He would only receive it from the clan after he graduated from the academy. The word 1 on the copper piece of the belt was to indicate the position as a rank 1 Gu Master. However, he was already around 20 or so, and the aura of primeval essence that his body emitted seemed to indicate he was a rank 1 upper stage. Starting cultivation at 15 years of age and only reaching rank 1 upper stage at around 20 years of age, this showed that the young Gu Master was only of D grade talent, which was a grade worse than Feng Yuan. There was a high probability that this man was only a logistics Gu Master, not even counted as a battle Gu Master. However, even if that was the case, when facing these 6 brawny hunters, it was more than sufficient. This was the gap of power between a Gu Master and a mortal human. With power, one can be at the top. This is the nature of this world. Now, actually, any world, it's also the same. The big fish eat the small fish, and the small fish eat the shrimp. It's just that this world shows it even more openly. Feng Yuan mused secretly. "Alright, Zhang Ya, you taught them a lesson. Let's not further embarrass these mortals. If it gets out, even if you are not embarrassed, I would be," the other young person sitting in the corner voiced out. When everyone heard the voice speak, they realized that this young person was a woman. The young Gu Master, called Jing Ya, stopped sneering as his female companion chided him. He didn't even bother looking at the fragments of the primeval stones the hunter had taken out. These stones were not even the sum of 2 primeval stones. He was definitely not interested in it. He flicked his sleeve and walked back to the original table. As he strode back, he said meticulously, "If you think you have the guts to come drinking, then go on and drink green bamboo wine. I want to see who still dares to drink this wine." The hunters all lowered their heads, acting like 6 obedient sons after being scolded. The strong aroma of wine filled the entire cafeteria. The hunter who brought the wine felt his heart aching as he smelled the fragrance. After all, he'd spent 2 primeval stones on this wine, yet he'd never got to drink even one mouthful. Feng Yuan put down his chopsticks. He had eaten enough. He sniffed in the wine aroma. His eyes flashed a moment, and he took out 2 primeval stones and put them on the table. "Waiter, give me a jar of green bamboo wine," he said indifferently. The whole scene froze. The young Gu Master called Jing Ya instantly stopped in his footsteps. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he exhaled. He had just finished his warning, yet right after he was done, Feng Yuan wanted the wine. This was like specially stepping on him and slapping him in the face. He turned around and narrowed his eyes, shooting a cold glare at Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan calmly stared back, his face indifferent and void of fear. Jingya's eyes flashed, and the coldness in his gaze slowly dissipated. He felt the aura of primeval essence on Feng Yuan's body, and after realizing Feng Yuan's identity, he lit up with a smile and said warmly, "Ah, it's Junior Brother." Everyone else came to this realization, and the looks they shot at Feng Yuan changed. No wonder this young teenager wasn't afraid one bit of the Gu Master. It was because he was also one. Even though he was still attending the academy, his position was already different. Young Gu Master, your wine. The waiter scurried over, smiling all over his face. Feng Yuan nodded at the young Gu Master and took the jar of wine and walked out of the inn. Reverend Insanity Chapter 13. The Bamboo Forest Under the Moon, a Bead of Snow. Around 300 years ago, an incredible genius appeared in the Gu clan. He was very talented, already cultivating to the point of rank 5 Gu Master at a young age. He even had the possibility of going further. He was famous throughout the Qingmao Mountains and had a bright future. He was the pinnacle of hope and responsibility in the clan's eyes. In the history of the Gu clan, everyone spoke of him the most, the fourth clan head. Unfortunately, he had sacrificed himself to protect his people, and fought the equally powerful rank 5 Gu Master, demonic Flower Wine Monk. Even though he had defeated the Flower Wine Monk after a fierce battle, he let the devil get on his knees and beg for mercy. In the end, he was careless, getting caught by the Flower Wine Monk's sneak attack. The fourth head angrily executed the Flower Wine Monk, but due to his own heavy injuries, he died an untimely death. The tragic incident had long since circulated until today, becoming a popular story among the Gu clan. However, Feng Yuan knew that the story was not to be believed, because it had a very large loophole. In his previous life, a month later from now, a drunken Gu master who had been rejected by his lover lay outside the village. So drunk he was like a fish in the end because of the overwhelming smell of wine. It ended up attracting a liquor worm. The Gu Master chased after the liquor worm and found the remains of the Flower Wine Monk in a secret underground cave, also finding the Flower Wine Monk's inheritance. The Gu Master quickly hurried back to the clan and told them of the matter, causing a huge stir as the storm gradually subsided. He also gained benefit from it. He obtained the liquor worm, his cultivation increased, his girlfriend who had once abandoned him went back to his side, and he became the talk of the village for a while. When stories are passed down generation by generation, it is normal to change along the way, but in Feng Yuan's memories, the story of the Gu Master discovering the treasure seemed quite authentic. Yet, he had a feeling that the story was hiding other truths. I wasn't aware of it at first, but in these few days while I searched and analyzed on the side, I feel that something feels out of place. The night grew dark, and as Feng Yuan walked the bamboo forest that grew around the village, he reviewed some of the clues he had so far in his head. If I put myself in his shoes and think about it, when I discover the Flower Wine Monk's treasure, why would I not take it all for myself, but go and notify the clan instead? Don't even mention a sense of clan honor. Everyone has greed inside their hearts. What is it that would make the Gu Master betray the greediness in his heart, even going as so far as willingly abandoning all interest in profit and reporting his findings to the clan's top brass? The truth's always hidden inside the fog of history. Feng Yuan racked his brain, but he couldn't get the results. After all, the clues he had were too few. The only two clues he had could easily be true or false, so it couldn't be fully relied upon. Feng Yuan could not help but think of himself. No matter what, I'm buying this jar of green bamboo wine. I only have 2 primeval stones left on me. If I can't find the treasure, then I'll be in grave trouble. Today shall be a considerable final gamble. It's all or nothing. However, he didn't have enough primeval stones to refine the goo in the first place, so why wouldn't he invest in this wine, increasing his chances of success? If it were in the case of other people, most of them would probably play it safe and save up their primeval stones. But in the case of Feng Mon, the efficiency of doing so was too low. He would rather take the risk and gamble. You see, the people of the demonic faction loved to take risks. Right now, the night grew thicker, the spring moon shaped like a bow, clouds obscuring the moonlight, as if coating the crescent moon with a thin sheet of gossamer. Because it had just finished raining continuously for 3 days and 3 nights, the turbid energy between the mountain had been washed away clean, leaving behind the purest of freshness. The fresh air was pure, like a piece of white paper, and was more effective in the spreading of the wine aroma. This was the first reason why Feng Yuan was full of confidence tonight. The previous 7 days of searching was not without gain. At least it proved that the Flower Wine Monk did not die in those places. This was the second reason for Fang Yuan's confidence. In the bamboo forest, the grass was luxuriant, the white flowers endless, and the green spear bamboo straight like a pencil. The forest resembled a clump of jade rods. Fang Yuan opened the jar seal, releasing a thick wine aroma instantly. green bamboo wine could be said as the Guyue village #1 wine. This was the third reason for Feng Yuan's confidence tonight. With these three big reasons gathering together, if I want to succeed, it has to be tonight. Feng Yuan cheered in his heart. As he slowly tilted the wine jar, pouring a small stream of wine dripping onto a stone. If the bunch of hunters saw this sight, they would have probably become instantly depressed. This wine is worth 2 primeval stones, after all. Feng Yuan was indifferent. The fragrant aroma quickly spread into the night. The breeze was gentle, the faint aroma floating around and contaminating the bamboo forest. Feng Yuan stood in his spot, smelling the aroma. He waited for a while, yet he didn't see any movement. All he heard was a nightingale crying in the near distance. Sound like a string of bells. His gaze was silent. He didn't feel surprised. He moved away, walking to a spot a few hundred meters away. In this place, he did the same, pouring out a few drips of the wine and waiting in the spot. He did the same thing over and over again, moving away to a few other different locations, dripping the wine a few times. After all that, the green bamboo wine in the jar was only left with a bit. This is the last time, Feng Yuan sighed. He tipped the wine jar over, the bottom facing the sky. All the remaining wine in the jar flowed out, the wine sprinkling over the grass, letting the green grass sway about. The flowers were stained with wine, slightly lowering their heads. Feng Yuan stood, the last shred of hope in his bosom, and gazed around. Right now, the night was already very deep, a thick cloud obscuring the moonlight. The dark shadows were like a curtain covering the bamboo grove. It was deadly silent all around, each strand of green spear bamboo standing alone, leaving a trail of lines that were straight up and down in Feng Yuan's pupils. He quietly stood at the spot, listening to his own clear breathing. Then he felt the small hope that he carried in his chest slowly dissipate away, becoming nothing. Failed after all, his heart muttered. Today I have 3 great advantages gathered together, yet I still failed. Not even seeing the shadow of the liquor worm. This means that in the future the rate of success will be lower. Right now I only have 2 primeval stones left, and I still need to refine the moonlight goo. I can't risk it anymore. The end result of taking a risk was often unsatisfactory, but when the result was ideal, the profit would be impressive. Feng Yuan liked taking risks, but he was not a gambling addict, and he was not someone who was bent on gambling back what he lost. He had his own limit. He was clear about his own capabilities. Right now, the 500 years of life experience was telling him it's time to stop. Sometimes life was like this. Often it was that one goal that seemed so perfect, filled with temptation, yet it seemed so near, yet so many twists and turns. The goal was constantly unfulfilled. It made people restless, thinking about it night and day. This is the helplessness of life, but it's also the charm of living. Feng Yuan laughed bitterly, turning to walk away. It was at this moment a gust of wind blew, like a gentle arm lightly brushing away the clouds in the night sky. Clouds floated away to reveal the hidden moon. The crescent-shaped moon hung in the sky, like a jade-white lamp, pouring moonlight that was clear as water down onto the earth. Moonlight spilled into the bamboo forest, into the mountain rock, bathed the rivers and streams in the mountain, and shed onto Feng Yuan's body. Feng Yuan was dressed in pale clothing. Under the gentle touch of the moonlight, his young face became fairer. The darkness seemed to fade away in a flash, and taking its place was a field of snowy frost flowers, as if infected by the moonlight. The nightingale began to sing once more, but this time it was not just one, but many. Scattered among the bamboo grove, they all tweeted in response. And at the same time, a type of insect had inhabited the huge mountains. The dragon-pale crickets, that were also active under the moonlight, started singing a rustling song of life. They were critters that only came out in the night, their bodies emitting a faint red light. At this moment, they jumped out in droves, each of their bodies flashing with the brilliance of red agate. At first glance, Feng Yuan thought that these dragonpale crickets were like jets of crimson water bouncing around the landscape of the green grass and wild flowers, prancing under the moonlight in the bamboo grove. The bamboo forest was like a conscious pond. Under the moonlight, the green jade colors of the spear bamboo flashed in the brilliance of light and smooth jade. The enchanting sight of the dense trees and bright flowers in spring. Mother Nature was showing Feng Yuan her immense beauty at this moment. Feng Yuan unconsciously stopped in his footsteps, feeling as if he was in a heavenly land he was already about to depart. But at this moment, he subconsciously looked around. The clump of wildflowers and grass that he had poured the last dredges of wine over trembled gently in the wind, remaining empty. Feng Yuan laughed at himself and took back his line of sight. However, unexpectedly, in the process of turning away, he saw a dot of white snow. This bead of snow was glued to a spear bamboo pole, not far away. Under the moonlight, it was like a suspended round pearl. Feng Yuan's two pupils expanded fiercely, his body trembling. Slightly, his heart dropped and started pumping faster each second. It was the liquor worm. Reverend Insanity, Chapter 14. In the mountain crevice hides a profound theory. The liquor worm was shaped like a silkworm, its entire body giving out a pearl white light. It was a little chubby and had a cute appearance. The liquor worm fed on wine and could fly. When it flew around, it would curl up in a ball, and its speed was very fast. Even though it was only a rank 1 Gu, it was worth even more than a few rank 2 Gu. To make it into one's vital Gu was way more beneficial than the moonlight Gu. Right now, the liquor worm was glued to a bamboo pole nearly 50 to 60 steps away from Feng Yuan. He held his breath, not closing in rashly, but slowly walking backwards. He knew his distance was very near, but to really catch a liquor worm directly, it was an incredibly difficult task for a Gu master who had just opened to the primeval aperture. You could say there was totally no hope of success. Feng Yuan was unable to see the liquor worm clearly, but in the darkness he could feel the liquor worm directing its vigilance at him. He slowly backed away gently, trying his best not to disturb the liquor worm. He knew that if the liquor worm was to fly away, he would never catch up to it with his own speed. He needed to wait until the liquor worm drank until it was drunk, and then, when its flying speed slowed down, he would have a chance to catch it. Seeing Feng Yuan retreat further away, the liquor worm crawling on the bamboo pole stirred. The strong aroma of wine before it was so tempting and attractive, it made the worm lose its reverie. If it had saliva, it would have long been drooling a pool of saliva all around it. But the liquor worm was incredibly wary and vigilant. Only after Feng Yuan retreated 200 steps back did it shrink a little and bounced into the air. When it fluttered high up in the air, its body curled up into a ball, looking like a small and white rice dumpling. The little dumpling swept across the air in a round arc, floating down onto the grass that was sprinkled with green bamboo wine earlier. With delicious food right before its eyes, the liquor worm dropped its guard. It impatiently climbed onto a flower bud, filled with some wine, and popped its little head in, only leaving a chubby tail on the outside. The liquor worm was ravenous, and the green bamboo wine was so delicious it opened its mouth wide and inhaled, very quickly lost in the deliciousness of its food, totally forgetting about Feng Yuan. At this moment, Feng Yuan started to approach cautiously. He could see the tail of the liquor worm outside the flower bud. The tail was like a silkworm's tail, chubby and rounded. The light it emitted made people think of a pearl. At first, the liquor worm's tail was hanging outside, unmoving. Then, after a while, its tail started to curl upwards, showing that it was in fact drinking really happily. At the end, when Feng Yuan was only 10 steps away, its curls started wagging and swinging with a cheerful rhythm. It was totally drunk. Seeing this made Feng Yuan nearly laugh. He did not continue walking forward, but patiently waited. If he rushed over right now, he would definitely have a huge chance of catching the liquor worm, but Feng Yuan's intentions was to have the liquor worm guide him to the flower wine monk's remains. In a moment, the liquor worm withdrew from the flower bud. Its body was fatter, and its head swayed about resembling a drunken man. Unexpectedly, it didn't realize Feng Yuan's presence. It climbed up onto another bright yellow flower, perching on top, feeding heartily on the wine droplets there. This time, after it had finished drinking, it finally felt full. Its body slowly sank into a round ball, slowly flying up. When it was about 1.5 meters off the ground, it leisurely flew in the direction of the deeper part of the bamboo forest. Feng Yuan quickly followed after its trail. The liquor worm was already heavily drunk, making it fly slower by half of its usual speed. Even though this was the case, Feng Yuan still had to run with all his might to catch after its shadow. The night was washing past his vision as the young teenager ran into the bamboo forest, chasing after a small bead of snow not so far ahead. The moonlight was gentle, the breeze slow and steady in the bamboo forest that was like a clear pond. The stalks of the green spear bamboo flashed past before his eyes, quickly falling behind him. The ground was a green carpet of grass, riddled with blossoming flowers. There were small stones with moss growing and yellow shoots of bamboo. Feng Yuan's faint shadow was also speeding ahead on the ground, passing through the shadows that each stalk of bamboo cast on the earth like a black line. Gulping in huge amounts of fresh mountain air, ordering his legs to catch up in the midst of a faint wine aroma in the air. Because of his speed, the moonlight looked like water to his eyes. Light and shadow moved frequently, like he was galloping in water filled with seaweed. The liquorworm flew out of the bamboo forest, and so did Feng Yuan. A sea of white flowers with yellow spots in the middle borrowed the wind from his feet, scattering their petals. A group of dragontail crickets, resembling a flowing poem, just so happened to move to the front. As Feng Yuan dashed through, there was a swoosh, and a red cloud bloomed before him, dispersing about a sea of red star fireflies that emerged from the cloud. A quiet mountain stream paved with pebbles, the gurgling water surface reflecting the spring moon in the night sky. With a few splashes, Feng Yuan waded across, creating thousands of silver-colored ripples. It was a pity that this stream, after so many ages, had had its beauty, the precious stones trampled upon and broken. Feng Yuan was in hot pursuit, firmly following behind the liquor worm. Going upward the mountain stream, he could hear the sound of a waterfall. After he turned around a sparse forest, he saw the liquor worm fly into a crevice in the middle of a boulder. Feng Yuan's eyes lit up, and he stopped in his tracks. So it's here, he panted heavily, his heart beating against his chest like madness. With this one stop, he could feel his entire body covered in sweat, hot air surging throughout his body, accompanying his accelerating blood flow. Looking around, he found that this place was a shallow benchland. Pebbles of various sizes covered the ground, the river surface barely covering the small stones. There was also blocks of gray boulders scattered freely in the area. Behind King Mao Mountain was a huge waterfall. The flow of the waterfall varied with the weather. It plummeted down to the earth, pounding out a deep pool. And beside that deep pool was the Bai clan village, a clan with powerful influence that was comparable to the Guyue village. This waterfall branched out to many smaller branches, and it was apparent that Feng Yuan was facing one of the many branches of a branch. On normal occasions, this benchland was dry, but due to the recent heavy rainfall that went on here for 3 days and 3 nights, a shallow stream formed here. The source of the flowing stream was from the huge boulder that the liquor worm had entered into earlier. The boulder leaned against a vertical mountain wall. Small waterfalls that branched away from the main waterfall were like silver pythons that followed down the mountain wall, hitting onto the boulder. After a considerably long time, the middle of this huge boulder had eroded away and formed a crevice. At this time, as the waterfall washed down, the water current gently roared. It was like a white curtain, completely obstructing the gap in the boulder. While observing his surroundings, Feng Yuan's breathing was no longer anxious. His eyes flashed with a hint of resolve. He walked to the boulder and took in a deep breath, and then he rushed in head first. The boulder gap was rather large, and two adult humans could walk side by side in with no problem. Moreover, Feng Yuan was merely a 15-year-old teenage boy. Once he rushed in, the rapid currents pressured down on Feng Yuan's body. At the same time, the cold water quickly drenched him from head to toe. Feng Yuan battled against the water pressure, moving in quick steps forward. As he walked a few dozen steps, the water pressure started to lessen. But the space in the fissure also began to shrink, and Feng Yuan could only walk sideways, his ears filled with the roaring of the water. The top of his head was a sheet of white, and deeper into the boulder was a black darkness. What was hiding in the darkness? It could be a poisonous serpent, also could be a poisonous gecko. Perhaps it was a trap set by the flower wine monk, or perhaps it was just empty. Feng Yuan could only continue forward by walking sideways, slowly edging into the darkness. The water no longer washed over his head, and the stone walls were covered in moss, grazing against his skin. Feeling slippery, soon he was swallowed by the darkness, and the stone crevice became narrower, squeezing around him. Gradually, even his skull could not rotate freely. Still, Feng Yuan gritted his teeth and continued forward. After walking another 20 more steps, he realized that there was a red shade of light in the darkness. At first, he thought it was an illusion, but when he blinked and focused, he began to confirm that this was indeed light. With this realization, he renewed his spirit. He continued walking for another 50 to 60 steps, the red light growing brighter in his eyes, the light slowly expanding into a long, vertical, and fine seam. He stretched out his left arm, suddenly feeling the wall in front of him bend away. Instantly he rejoiced, knowing there was an enclosed space inside the huge boulder. With another few steps, he finally rushed into the light seam. His eyes were greeted with the sight of an approximately 80 square meter wide enclosure. I've been walking for so long. With this distance, I've long passed the boulder, so I should be in the heart of the mountain cliff right now. As he sized up this hidden space, he moved his hands and legs about, stretching his limbs. The entire room was filled with a dim red light, but he could not tell where the light was coming from. The stone walls were damp, covered in moss, and the air here was very dry. On the walls there were also a few withering vines. The vines twisted with each other, weaving across half of the wall's surface. There were even a few withering flowers growing on the vines. Feng Yuan looked at the remnants of these flowers and leaves, feeling somewhat familiar. These are wine sack flower goo and rice pouch grass goo. Suddenly a thought had crossed his mind. He was able to recognize these withering stems and vines. Goo came in many shapes and forms. Some were like mineral rocks, such as the blue crystal form of the moonlight goo. Some came in the form of worms, such as the silkworm like liquor worm. There were also flowery, grassy types, just like the wine sack flower goo and the rice pouch grass goo before Feng Yuan. These two types of goo were rank 1 natural goo. Just with pouring in primeval essence would they be able to grow. After growing up, the middle of the flower would secrete flower nectar wine, and the grass pouch would grow out fragrant wine. Feng Yuan moved his line of sight along the vines, and sure enough, he discovered a heap of withered roots gathered into a ball-shaped clump at the corner. The liquor worm was resting on the clump of dead roots, sleeping soundly. It was already within easy reach. Feng Yuan walked over and took the liquor worm into his arms. Then, getting down on his knees, he pulled the dead vines apart, discovering a pile of skeleton bones bundled inside. I finally found you, flower wine monk. There was a smile on his lips as he said this. Just as he was about to reach his hand out and strip away the remaining vines, suddenly, try touching it. A voice full of murderous intent sounded behind Feng Yuan. Reverend Insanity, Chapter 15. History is written by the victorious. In this secret cave, someone's voice loomed behind all of a sudden. When it came to Feng Yuan, he could feel the hairs on the back of his neck standing, his scalp numb. He'd been followed? Could it be that him repeatedly going out these few days had aroused the suspicion and attention of people? Or was it someone sent by his uncle? In his mind, he even thought of the rank 1 Gu master he'd encountered in the inn, the young man called Jiang Ya. In that short moment, his mind flashed countless ideas and guesses, in addition to thinking of a solution. Feng Yuan could feel that that short sentence was full of deep murderous intent. This made him secretly groan. He was only a rank 1 initial stage right now, and he didn't even have a vital goo. To a goo master, this was the equivalent of having 0 fighting ability. How was he supposed to fight? Too weak, too weak, he roared in his head. You've already been poisoned by my single gate poison goo. Without my other goo that acts as the counterpart to it, after 7 days you will turn into pus and blood and die, the voice said behind him. Feng Yuan gritted his teeth, his expression cold. He said in a low tone, You want the liquor worm? I can give it to you. He slowly stood up, his actions careful. But at this moment another voice appeared. This voice was full of fear and said in a tremble, I'll give it. I can give you anything. Please just spare my life, O flower wine monk. Wait a minute, this is... Feng Yuan frowned, and suddenly turned around in realization. He was met with a sight of light and shadow, changing and fluctuating on the wall in front of him. Picture emerging. A lean and threatening Gu master was standing on top of a mountain. There was another Gu master prostrating before him. Around the 2 Gu masters, a collapsed pit, fragments and chunks of stone littering the area, showing the obvious scene of a fierce battle that had just ended. Not far away from them was a group of old onlookers, their faces filled with anger and fear. In the middle of the scene, the victorious Gu master lifted his head upwards and laughed loudly. Gu Yue's hero, cultivating to rank 5 at such a young age. I thought you were quite something at first, but I didn't expect you to be so unbearable. The laughing Gu Master had long and thin eyes. He was dressed in long pink robes, his huge and wide sleeves swaying with the wind. The area where his robes intersected around his neck was loose and wide open, revealing his strong and pale chest muscles. The most eye-catching part of him was his bald head, shining without a single strand of hair. The flower wine monk. Feng Yuan immediately recognized the identity of this Gu Master. To compare myself to flower wine, I'm just a fart. I must have been unwell in the head to actually not recognize such a great person. And offended Sir Flower Wine. Sir Flower Wine, please remember my clan's generous hospitality earlier and spare my life. The Gu Master, prostrating on the ground, was shaking, cold sweat all over, tears and mucus mixing as he begged for mercy. Feng Yuan narrowed his eyes and carefully distinguished the two, realizing that the other Gu Master was wearing the Gu Yue clan head uniform. Looking at the appearance, it was clear from this person this was the 4th generation clan leader. As for those aged onlookers, they were probably the clan elders of that generation. Generous hospitality. You sure have the guts to say that. I was actually sincere in coming to trade with you, using primeval stones to buy your clan's moon orchids with a fair price. It was you who was harboring evil intentions, pretending to greet me and take me in, telling me to take a seat at your banquet, intending to lace my liquor with a poisonous goo. Y'all been looking down on me way too much. I made a living under the sky with my name of flower wine. How could I possibly be poisoned this way? The flower wine monk pointed at the kneeling 4th generation clan leader, sneering. If you cooperated fairly, none of this would have happened. In the end, you just wanted to use my head to raise your reputation and fame. You only have yourself to blame for dying. Sir, please, spare my worthless life. The 4th generation clan head spouted in dismay, his knees scraping against the ground. He quickly crawled over to the flower wine monk's feet and hugged against his thigh. Sir, my clan has a spirit spring which produces primeval stones. We have also planted huge numbers of moon orchids in an underground cave. I'm willing to take you in your enslavement goo to become your servant. My life or death at your whim. I'm willing to devote my lifelong servitude to you, sir. Feng Yuan watched speechlessly, while the few elders in the picture looked even more uncertain. The flower wine monk narrowed his eyes. His anger had already calmed down. His eyes flashed, and he said, "Huh, the enslavement goo? It's precious beyond reasoning. It's a rank 5 goo. Do you really think I'd have one? You've already been infected by my single gate poison goo. Only I can cure the poison, so I'm not afraid of you disobeying. And since this is the case, your clan has to give me 3,000 stalks of moon orchids every week. Also, 3,000 primeval stones. I will come around every now and then and pick up the goods and temporarily cure your poison, sparing your useless life. Thank you so much for your mercy, sir. Thank you so much for your mercy, sir. The 4th generation clan head cried repeatedly, kowtowing non-stop. His head bled continuously as it bumped against the mountain rock. Ugh, stop kowtowing. I despise groveling people like you the most. What so-called Gu Yue genius, strong rank 5 fighter? How unworthy of your name. You better serve me properly. This is also regarding your life and— The flower wine monk suddenly cried out, his face making a horrified expression. He kicked away the 4th generation's hand with his leg, his body swaying. He frantically backtracked a few big steps, yelling at the 4th generation clan head. How do you still have goo? The 4th generation clan head was kicked at the pit of his stomach, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He got up with a painstaking effort, his face revealing a scheming smile. Anybody has the right to punish people of the demonic faction. This goo is called Moonshadow. It's the best at hiding. Even though it's only rank 4, but it has the ability to restrict the usage of your primeval sea in essence. Demon, you and I have been fighting fiercely. You don't have that many goo on you anymore. How could you possibly restrain the Moonshadow goo? You obediently surrender and become my servant. As long as you serve me, I am happy. You will still have a chance to live. The flower mind monk flew into a rage and roared, "To hell with you!" His voice barely faltered away when his body surged forward like a bolt of electricity. A punch landed onto the fourth generation clan head's heart. The fourth generation clan leader didn't expect the flower wine monk to be so radical. Even if his primeval sea was threatened, the flower wine monk was unwilling to compromise. A huge force came, and he flew into the air, his body falling onto the ground like a broken sack. Dunk! He spouted out a huge mouthful of fresh blood, the red liquid mingling with countless bits of internal organs. "Have you gone mad? We could have totally settled this over a discussion." Staring daggers at the flower wine monk, his lips moving with great effort, his sentence went unfinished, for his legs gave way, and his head crooked to the side. He died. "Clan head! Men of the demonic path are all insane! Kill him! Kill this demon! Avenge the clan leader!" He's been infected by the Moonshadow Goo. He can't just simply use his primeval essence anymore. Over time, his primeval essence will be threatened. The elders who were watching at the sidelines all roared in fury and swarmed the area. "Ah ha ha! All those are looking for death, come!" The flower wine monk cried into the air. Facing the elders charging at him, he rushed at them head first. A fierce battle ensued. The flower wine monk quickly had the upper hand. Very soon all the elders collapsed to the ground, some of them injured and the rest dead. Just as the flower wine monk was about to finish off the surviving elders, his facial expression suddenly changed, and he covered his hand over his abdomen. "Damn! I'll come back in the future and deal with you lot," said the flower wine monk. He stared daggers at the few of the elders, and his body moved like electricity as he fled into the mountain woods, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Reverend Insanity, Chapter 16. Taking as much as possible that one can take. Try touching it. You've already been poisoned by my single gate poison goo. Without my other goo that acts as the counterpart to it, after 7 days you will turn into blood and die. To compare myself to Sir Flower Wine, I'm just a fart. I must have been unwell in the head to actually not recognize such a great person, and offended Sir Flower Wine. Sir Flower Wine, please remember my clan's generous hospitality earlier and spare my life." The scene replayed itself over for the second time on the wall. Feng Yuan remained silent. When the motion picture started to repeat itself for the third time, he sighed and faintly said, "I see." The method of leaving a motion picture with sound on the wall was probably the flower wine monk's doing, with the help of a photo-audio goo. This goo was able to record down imagery and project it out later. The photo-audio goo fed on light and sound to survive. For some unknown reason, the secret cave emitted a red light, while at the same time the stone crevice was connected to the outside world, so it would not completely isolate the sounds outside. Right now, Feng Yuan could still hear the roaring of the smaller waterfalls. Thus, the photo-audio goo was able to live on in this secret cave. A moment ago, when Feng Yuan ripped away the weathered vines, he'd probably alarmed the photo-audio goo hiding in the stone wall. As long as one is not stupid, with mere guesswork one could tell that this moving image was authentic. Back then, the fourth generation clan head had tried to plot against the flower wine monk, but he failed. After he lost in the battle, he tried a sneak attack. Even though it repelled away the latter, he eventually died because of it. This part of history was considered disgraceful, and the remaining surviving clan elders decided to tamper with the truth. They reversed the roles of the fourth generation clan head and the flower wine monk. The flower wine monk became the one who was defeated in battle and tried a sneak attack, later dying on the spot. On the other hand, the fourth generation clan leader was turned into the justified and perfect hero. But the story itself had a big loophole. The flower wine monk had clearly died on the spot, so his corpse would be in the hands of the Guyue clan. But why was another pile of remains found? In his previous life, the Gu Master who'd found it probably had been terrified after seeing the moving image. Those surviving elders had long been dead, but to prevent the truth of the flower wine monk from spreading, this truth was probably kept secret by the top brass of the clan. That Gu Master, realizing that if he single-handedly took the treasure, it would be a huge risk. If people investigated and found out he was involved with the flower wine monk in the future, the top brass would naturally execute him. Thus, after making his choice, he did not dare to hide away his treasure, but instead made the decision to notify the top brass. By doing so, it would prove his loyalty to the clan. His subsequent circumstance would also show that he made a wise choice. However, even if he did that, it didn't mean that Feng Yuan would do the same. I went through a damn rough time searching for this treasure, so I should take everything for myself. Why should I share it with others? So what if I've been found out? Without braving risks, where would you get the profit? That Gu Master is really cowardly. Feng Yuan smiled coldly, no longer caring about the moving image that kept repeating on the stone wall. He turned around, stretching his hand, and used his strength to rip apart the dead vines and roots. The Flower Wine Monk's remains were also affected. It was originally intact, but right now it was being broken into several pieces. Feng Yuan could hardly care. He kicked away a piece of leg bone that was in the way and squatted again, searching through the remains. Firstly, he found a bag of primeval stones. He opened it, only to find around 15 pieces. Old miser, Feng Yuan spat. The Flower Wine Monk's outer appearance looked flashy, but unexpectedly, he had only so little money put aside. However, he quickly thought of the reason. The Flower Wine Monk went through a fierce battle. Add on to the fact that he got tainted by the moon shadow goo, so he would definitely have to use primeval stones to heal his injuries. To be able to leave behind 15 pieces was actually not bad already. After that, he found a few dead goo remains. Most of them were flower and grass variety, all completely withered away. Goo, being living creatures, also needed food to survive, and most of them are picky. Though the grass and flower goo needed less food, but in this secret cave, there was not even a single ray of sunshine. And after that, there was nothing. The Flower Wine Monk was on the same level as the fourth generation clan leader, and after fighting a fierce battle, he also had to fight around 10 elders right after. His own goo were mostly consumed, and up to this stage, as he wanted to heal his own injuries, he grew the wine sack flower goo and the rice pouch grass goo here. Yet, in the end, because of the moon shadow goo, he was dragged to death. After 300 years, the goo in his possession had also died away. The only ones left were the photo audio goo on the wall and the liquor worm. The liquor worm was probably relying on the wine sack flower goo and barely lived through until today. But as the wine sack flower goo withered away, one by one, it lost its food supply. This prompted the liquor worm to go outside and look for wild wine sack flowers. Then, in this night, it was attracted by the aroma of the green bamboo wine and came before Feng Yuan. The photo audio goo can only record once. Since it's a one-time use goo, looks like the liquor worm is my greatest gain here. No wonder the Goo Master decided to report to the clan. Looks like it was because the profit was way too small and not worth such a huge risk. A sort of understanding rose in Feng Yuan's heart. In his memories, that Goo Master was also rank 3, while the Liquor Worm was just a rank 1 Goo. To Feng Yuan it was more precious, but to that Goo Master it was pretty much nothing. However, it was clear that due to his report, the clan gave him a big reward. Should I tell the clan? Feng Yuan thought for a moment, then he pushed away the idea. The Flower Wine Monk's treasure seemed to be just the liquor worm and the primeval stones, but that was not the case. The most valuable thing was actually the wall that hid the photo audio goo. In other words, it was the moving image that didn't stop repeating on the wall. This image could entirely be sold to other villages, trusting in the fact that the top brass of the other two villages on King Mao Mountain would be very interested in this sort of evidence that could strike hard into the conviction of the clan. What? You said something about sense of loyalty and honor to the clan? I'm sorry, Feng Yuan doesn't have one bit of that. Moreover, this moving image isn't some kind of strong force that can destroy the entire clan. It won't do much sustainable damage. The indifferent nature of the clan would also not look at Feng Yuan with importance. He needed to rely on his own hard work and find cultivation resources in his early stages of cultivation. He needed to borrow the powers around him once more. Count on the clan? Feng Yuan sneered in his heart. How could I be so naive like my past life? Do not depend on anyone. You must rely on yourself for everything in this world. After making sure that he'd ransacked every corner of the cave, Feng Yuan began his way back, following the original route home. Holding against the water pressure and squeezing past the boulder, he returned outside the mountain. Looking back at this huge boulder, Feng Yuan suddenly thought of his past life. It was said that the remains were found at an underground secret cave. But how was this place underground? It was clearly in the inside of a mountain wall. No wonder he couldn't find it for 7 days straight, even though he wasted so much effort. Looks like in this past life, the clan found out about this place. The first thing they did was to destroy the wall with the image, and then go about spreading a truth riddled with lies to mislead the clan's people. To be able to find this place tonight was partially due to luck, and partially due to hard work, and the biggest reason would be the green bamboo wine. This green bamboo wine was really rich. It could be said to be the best in the King Mao Mountain. Perhaps, in his past life, after that Gu master lost his lover, the wine that he'd been drinking was this wine. But all this was no longer important. The flower wine monk's treasure had been unearthed and ransacked by Feng Yuan. Although in the end it was rather disappointing, it was also reasonable. The most important thing was that Feng Yuan's original goal, the liquor worm, was in his hands, and the item he needed most, primeval stones, was also gotten. Next up, I'll need to set my heart on holding myself in the inn and refine this goo. As long as I have a vital goo, I can return to the academy and be qualified to stay in the academy dorms. I'll be able to borrow the clan's resources to cultivate. I can only stay in this inn for 1 or 2 times. If I stayed too long, the cost would be too much. Feng Yuan pondered, his footsteps never ceasing as he hurried back to the village. He was originally left with 2 primeval stones, but now he'd gained 15. So the total is 17 pieces, but to a Gu master, this small amount of primeval stones meant nothing. Reverend Insanity, Chapter 17. Starting to refine the liquor worm. With my C grade talent, the amount of my primeval C in my aperture is only 44%. The speed of goo using up primeval essence is way faster than my own recovery rate. If I want to refine a goo, I would need to borrow external help, which means I need to waste primeval stones. The weaker the goo's will, the smaller the resistance, and the easier it becomes for me to refine it. However, any living creature will always have the will to live. To refine the moonlight goo, I would at least require 5 primeval stones. At most, I'd need 8 pieces. Right now, to refine the liquor worm, I would need at least 11. At most, I would need 16. Although the liquor worm was also a rank 1 goo, like the moonlight goo, it was definitely rarer. Thus, the difficulty of the refinement process also increased. In other words, even though right now Feng Yuan had 17 primeval stones, just to refine the liquor worm, at best he'd be left with 6 pieces, and at worst he'd be left with 1. In the night, the bright crescent gave off a clear and pure moonlight. The moonlight was like the Lady Saint's gentle hand, lightly stroking over the Guyue village. Along the way, the bamboo houses were like jade, standing in great numbers. The night breeze blew slowly. Under this moonlight, Feng Yuan found his way back to the inn. The inn door had already closed, and Feng Yuan banged on the door. I hear you, I hear you. Who is it knocking on the door this late at time? The inn worker grumbled as he opened the door, his eyes puffy from sleep. But when he saw Feng Yuan standing at the door, all the displeasure and sleepiness from his expression changed, and he bent his waist and said, with a flattering smile, Ah, it's his young lordship. The little one is very lucky to be able to open the door for his lordship. Feng Yuan nodded his head, his expression cold with indifference. He walked into the inn. His expression made the worker laugh in more humble manner, and he took the initiative to ask, My lord, are you hungry? Would you like me to notify the kitchens and make some small dishes for you as supper? No need. Feng Yuan shook his head, and only ordered, Go ahead and prepare me some hot water. I would like to wash myself. Yes. The worker immediately nodded. My lord, go to your room first. I guarantee you the hot water will be sent over immediately. Feng Yuan let out a noise of approval and went up the stairs, heading towards the second floor. The worker watched Feng Yuan's back, his 2 eyes glittering in the light, revealing an expression of jealousy. This is a Gu master. Oh, if only I had the talent to cultivate. How good that would be. He shook his fists, sighing deeply. These words floated into Feng Yuan's ears, and he smiled bitterly in his heart. A Gu master had the power to transcend mortals, becoming a man above men, but in this process, the price that was to be paid was also very high. The first difficult problem was financial resources. A Gu master needed primeval stones to cultivate. Battles also required primeval stones. Refining Gu also needed primeval stones. Trading was also not an exception. Without primeval stones, how could cultivation be possible? This point was a difficult position, that being an ordinary mortal who watched from the sidelines, the inn-worker wouldn't understand. Just like earlier in the evening, the young Gu master Jing Ya vented his anger and displeasure on the hunters when he dropped their wine jars. His meaning was, he himself could not bear to spend primeval stones to drink this green bamboo wine, yet these hunters, who were just ordinary men, actually had so much money to spare. To take a glimpse at the whole picture, just the meaning alone could tell a lot about the cultivation situation of the Gu master. The strength of a Gu master was great. They achieved more than any common mortal, but the price was also great. Many a time, using every single piece of primeval stone needed great consideration, especially when it came to lower ranked Gu masters. Do not be fooled by the glorious surface. In real life, a Gu master is constantly strained for money. Not to mention, as the realm of a Gu master increased, the resources they required also increased, and without proper backing, it was very difficult for a Gu master's road to cultivation. Feng Yuan thought of his previous life, and had deep understanding of this reality. He returned to his room. Just after he hit the lamp, the inn-worker came up with a basin of hot water. Of course, there were cloth towels and other toiletries. Feng Yuan let the worker leave and closed the room door. He put down the door latch, washed himself, and got up to his bed. Although his body was feeling a little tired, his heart still flared with a surge of excitement. Finally got my hands on the liquor worm. The liquor worm is rarer than the moonlight goo because, in a sense, it's a goo that increases a Gu master's latent talent. Feng Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed, took out the liquor worm. The liquor worm was still sleeping soundly. Its body size was slightly bigger than the moonlight goo, soft and white like a silkworm. Under the light, its body was shrouded in a layer of faint wavering light, just like a pearl's mellow luster. Two little eyes resembling two black sesame seeds were mounted on its chubby white head, making it appear charmingly naive. He placed it in his hand. It wasn't heavy. Its weight was about half a chicken's egg. When smelling it carefully, its body exuded a whiff of wine aroma. This fragrance was not the aroma of green bamboo wine, but the liquor worm's own fragrance. The smell was faint and misty, as if it was not there. Feng Yuan's nose twitched as he inhaled the fragrance of the liquor worm. The wine fragrance moved straight downwards into the aperture, entering into the green copper primeval sea. The primeval sea surged and rippled for a moment, quickly absorbing in the wine. A gleam of pure and refined primeval essence was produced. The other primeval essence had an emerald green color, shining with a metallic copper luster. However, this primeval essence was a pale green. It was more condensed than the original primeval essence. This was the essence that a rank 1 middle stage Gu master could produce. Aware of this gleam of pale green primeval essence in his green copper sea, Feng Yuan revealed a satisfied smile. Right now, my cultivation base is just that of a rank 1 initial stage, but with the liquor worm's condensation, after the primeval essence is refined, I will be able to have rank 1 middle stage primeval essence. The beauty of this benefit isn't something that could be said in one or two sentences, but very soon he took back his smile. However, right now, I've yet to fully master the liquor worm. It's only when I refine the worm and turn it into my vital goo that I'll be able to use it freely, and later on, with maximum efficiency, refine my primeval essence. Thinking up to this point, he no longer hesitated, beginning to draw out a jet of green copper primeval essence from his primeval sea. The essence tightly wrapped around the liquor worm, bringing it into the air before Feng Yuan, and started to invade its body. The liquorworm felt its life in danger and woke up immediately. It began to struggle violently, using its own power to drive out Feng Yuan's primeval essence. This liquorworm has a really strong resistance. Feng Yuan's complexion turned grave, as he felt the consumption rate of his primeval essence go beyond more than double of what the moonlight goo had consumed. No matter what, I have to refine this liquorworm. His two eyes flashed with a firm light as he continued pouring primeval essence into the liquorworm. In the room, the candles on the table quietly burned, shining a bright light in the middle of the room, while the far corners of the walls were dark. The candlelight radiated on Feng Yuan's face, but he'd already closed his eyes, gathering all his focus onto the liquor worm. A continuous jet of green copper-colored primeval essence that resembled a spout of mist emanated out of Feng Yuan's whole body. It gathered together, firmly wrapping around the liquor worm. The liquor worm hovered in the air, its distance less than a foot away from Feng Yuan's face. It struggled with all its might in the midst of the green copper primeval essence. Time slipped away, quietly. As the candles burned, they became smaller, and the light grew dimmer. The crescent outside the window had slowly gone down, and then a new day arrived. The morning light squeezed through the narrow crack in the window and shone into the room. It was like the window had a light edge. Feng Yuan opened his eyes and looked at the liquor worm in front of him. The worm's white body had a shade of green color. This was the result of Feng Yuan's effort all night. However, it was clear that the volume of green color was not even 1% of the liquor worm's body. Feng Yuan's face looked grave. This liquor worm was way too tenacious, and its resistance was incredibly strong. Simply put, it was beyond a rank 1 Gu's boundary. This Gu was probably the Flower Wine Monk's vital Gu. The Flower Wine Monk being a rank 5 Gu master, this liquor worm was originally rank 5, but because it went through all those years without enough food, its grade also fell to the level of a rank 1 Gu. Yet its will was still tough as a rock. Feng Yuan had guessed the truth. This liquor worm was originally the Flower Wine Monk's vital Gu. Its original body had been wiped clean and refined to the end. It had accompanied the Flower Wine Monk throughout all his battles, passing through the underground world. After the Flower Wine Monk died, his strong will continued existing in the liquor worm. Right now, with Feng Yuan trying to refine the liquor worm, it actually meant fighting against the Flower Wine Monk's will. This was way more difficult than trying to refine a natural Gu. Human's will is greatly stronger than a natural Gu. When facing death, humans are able to produce strength that even they themselves could not imagine. Not to mention that this Flower Wine Monk was a master of the demonic faction. He came and went by himself, going up and down the underground world. His will was more tenacious than the masters of his level from the righteous faction. To refine this liquor worm in a month is impossible. Unless there's a strong master who can use a rank 2 or rank 3 Gu breath to pressure the liquor worm and suppress the will inside its body to the lowest limit. With that kind of help, I'd be able to do twice as much with half the effort. As he pondered, Feng Yuan could not help but sigh. His parents had died while his aunt and uncle were plotting against him. He himself didn't have any backing, so where could he possibly find external aid? If he had A-grade talent, there might be a chance, but he was only C-grade. Everyone in the clan were not optimistic about him, so who would be willing to help expend such energy to come and help him? More crucially, he could not expose the existence of the liquor worm. There was no liquor worm in the Guyue village, and Feng Yuan would not be able to explain the origins of this liquor worm. If it were exposed, that would be a huge possibility that the top brass would find out and link it to the case of the Flower Wine Monk. It was too easy to think of a relationship between the two. Based on this fact, 17 primeval stones will not be enough. I need at least 30. How troublesome. But no matter how hard it is, I still want to refine this liquor worm. Feng Yuan's own will was like metal, and he was already determined to refine the liquor worm. The importance of the vital Gu was huge. It would greatly influence the future of a Gu master's cultivation directly. Although the liquor worm was not the world's best choice for the vital Gu, it would be much better than the Moonlight Gu. It was also the best option in Feng Yuan's present situation. At this moment, Feng Yuan's stomach came up with a cry of protest. After a whole night without sleep and putting full effort into refining the liquor worm, Feng Yuan was naturally hungry. I guess I'll go and fill my stomach first and think of a way to accumulate primeval stones. Feng Yuan rubbed his belly and went downstairs. He went to the cafeteria and picked a seat at the corner, ordering a few kinds of breakfast dishes. As he began eating, his younger brother, Guyue Fengzhen, appeared. Big brother, why are you staying at the inn? Why didn't you go back home and sleep last night? His brother was very straightforward, his tone carrying the impression that it was demanding an explanation. Reverend Insanity, Chapter 18. Let the past disperse away like smoke. Faced with his brother's question, Feng Yuan did not speak. Continuing to eat his breakfast, he knew his younger brother's character. Feng Zhen was not someone who could keep in his composure. Sure enough, Feng Zhen saw that his older brother did not even bat an eye at him, as if Feng Yuan pretended he was air. In the next moment he called out in a tone full of unhappiness, Big brother, what did you do to Sheng Hui? Ever since she came out of your room yesterday, she cried all over the place, and when I comforted her, she cried even more. Feng Yuan looked up at his younger brother, his face expressionless. Feng Zhen frowned, staring firmly at his older brother, waiting for his reply. The atmosphere was growing tense, but Feng Yuan just looked at him for a second before lowering his head and continuing eating. The younger brother, Feng Zhen, was immediately flustered. Feng Yuan's attitude was clearly an undisguised contempt towards him. Under shame and frustration, he banged his hand on the table, roaring loudly. Guyue Feng Yuan, how can you act like this? Shenkui, as a servant girl, has served you for so many years. I've seen her gentleness and care towards you. Yes, I know you feel lost, and I can understand your dejected feelings. You're just a C-grade talent, but it doesn't mean you can vent your anger on others just because of your own misfortune. That isn't fair to her. He'd just finished when Feng Yuan stood up, raising his hand in a flash. With a loud snap, he gave Feng Zhen a solid smack. Feng Zhen covered his right cheek, stumbling 2 steps backwards, his face full of shock. Useless bastard. What kind of tone are you using to talk to your own older brother? That Sheng Kui is just a servant girl. Just because of a lowly girl like her, you'd forget that I am your older brother? Feng Yuan reprimanded in a low voice. Feng Zhen finally reacted, his stinging pain on his face surging through his nervous system in waves. He stared wide-eyed, his breathing rough, as he said in disbelief, Big brother, you hit me! From the time I was still young until I grew up, you've never hit me before! Yes, I found out to be an A-grade talent. You were just a C-grade, but you also can't blame me for that. This is all the arrangement of heaven! Feng Zhen hadn't finished speaking yet. Feng Yuan used the back of his hand and smacked him again. Feng Zhen covered both of his cheeks with his 2 hands. He was stunned. Now, you fool. Do you still remember from young till now how I took care of you? When our parents died and our life was hard, during the new year, Aunt and Uncle only gave us both 1 new robe. Did I wear it? Who did I give it to wear? When you were small, you loved to eat sweet porridge. I'd tell the kitchens to make another bowl for you every day. When you were bullied by others, who brought you back, not to mention a ton of other things I don't feel like mentioning right now. Well, right now, because of a maid, you would talk to me like this? Coming to question me? Feng Zhen's face was red, his lips trembling, ashamed and annoyed, and surprised and angry. He was unable to say a single word of rebuttal, because everything Feng Yuan said was the truth. Whatever, Feng Yuan sneered. Since you even gave up your own biological parents and admitted someone else, what am I worth to you as your merely big brother? Big brother, how could you say that? You also know that I have always longed for the warmth of a family since I was young, Feng Zhen immediately explained. Feng Yuan waved his hand, stopping his brother from continuing. From today onwards, you are not my little brother, and I am no longer your older brother. Big brother! Feng Zhen was surprised, opening his mouth to say more. At this moment, Feng Yuan spoke. Don't you like Sheng Kui? Don't worry, I didn't do anything to her. She's still a virgin, untouched and pure. Pass me 6 primeval stones and I'll pass her to you. From today onwards, she can be your personal maid. Big brother, why are you... To have his inner thoughts revealed out loud so suddenly, Feng Zhen felt a surge of panic, feeling rather unprepared. But at the same time, his heart was assured. The one thing he was worried about the most did not come true. Not long ago in the night, Sheng Kui personally served and washed him. Even though nothing important happened, Feng Zhen could not ever forget the gentleness of that night. Every time when he thought of Shang Kui, he would remember her skillful hands and soft red lips, and his heart would throb. The sincere feelings of youthfulness had long planted itself in the young man's chest and begun to grow. Thus, when he learned about Shang Kui's unusual state last evening, a bout of anger immediately burst from his heart. He instantly gave up refining his moonlight goo and turned the village inside out trying to find Feng Yuan, wanting to make a statement. Seeing Feng Zhen not replying, Feng Yuan frowned and said, Love's very normal. Be more honest. There's no use hiding it away, of course. If you don't want to exchange, that's fine. Feng Zhen was anxious on the spot. I'll exchange. Why would I not exchange? But the primeval stones on me are not enough for 6 anymore. As he said this, he took out his money pouch, his face red all over. Feng Yuan took the pouch, finding 6 pieces in it, but one of the stones among them was smaller than a normal primeval stone by about half. He immediately knew that Feng Zhen had absorbed the primeval essence from this stone to speed up the process of refining his moonlight goo. After all, the more natural essence gets absorbed from a primeval stone, the smaller the stone becomes, and its weight will also become lighter. Even though it was just 5.5 pieces, Feng Yuan knew these were all the primeval stones that Feng Zhen had in his possession right now. Feng Zhen had no savings on his own, and these 6 primeval stones were what aunt and uncle had given to him not long ago. I'll keep these. You can go now. Feng Yuan's expression was cold as he tucked the bag away. Big brother, Feng Zhen wanted to say more. Feng Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly, speaking in a slow and leisurely manner. Before I changed my mind, you better disappear from my eyes. Feng Zhen felt his heart tighten. He gritted his teeth, and finally turned and left. When he stepped through the doorway of the inn, he subconsciously covered his chest with his hand, feeling a wave of unease. It was just a feeling that was telling him that he had just lost something very important. But very quickly, he felt hot as he thought of Shang Kui and that dreamy night. I can finally have you rightfully as mine, Kui. He didn't look back and walked out of Feng Yuan's sight. Feng Yuan stood expressionless, standing for a long time, and finally slowly sat down. The bright sunlight passed through the window, shining onto his indifferent face, making those who saw this feel somewhat cold inside. The business in the cafeteria was rather poor, and the streets grew busier with people, the noise and excitement from the bustling crowd traveling over, making the place feel quieter. The dishes grew cold. A worker came up attentively, asking if Feng Yuan would like to reheat his breakfast. Feng Yuan did not hear it. His gaze kept shifting like a cloud, as if he was reminiscing about some old memories. The worker waited for a while, but as he saw Feng Yuan in a trance, never saying a single word, he could only rub his nose and walk away bitterly. After a long time, Feng Yuan's eyes became focused again. The past memories in his heart were like smoke. They had already dispersed away. Returning to reality once more, the sunlight that flowed in shone over half the table. The hot air that wafted out of the dishes had already disappeared, and the bustling noise of the crowd on the streets traveled into his ears. He reached into his robes and patted the 5.5 primeval stones in his bosom, his mouth curling into a bitter and mocking smile, but the smile was quickly cast away. Waiter, go and reheat these dishes for me. Feng Yuan took a look at his dishes and faintly opened his mouth, shouting away. At this moment, his eyes looked so chilly. What? Your older brother really said that? In the hall, Uncle frowned, his voice cold. Aunt sat aside, looking speechlessly at the fresh handprint on Feng Zhen's cheeks. Yes, when I met Big Brother, he was at the inn eating breakfast. The entire thing went like this, Feng Zhen replied politely. Uncle's frown deepened. It all condensed into 3 black lines. After a few breaths, he sighed and said in a solemn tone, Feng Zhen, my child, you must remember this. The maidservant Shang Kui is not Feng Yuan's personal property. We assigned her to him. How can you use her as a trading item? If you wished for it, you should have told us earlier on, and we would have assigned her to you. Ah! Feng Zhen was stunned as he listened to this. Uncle waved his hand. You can take your leave. You gave all your primeval stones to Feng Yuan, so I'll give you another 6. Remember, use them properly on refining your goo, and seize number 1. We will be very proud of you when you do. Father, your child's ashamed. Feng Zhen was suddenly moved to tears. Uncle sighed and replied, Just go hurry back to your room and refine your goo. You don't have much time left. When Feng Zhen took his leave, Uncle's face revealed a ferocious and angry expression. He hit the table with his palm, using great force, hissing, Oh, that damn bastard! He actually took our workers to do an exchange. He's really cunning. Aunt advised, Husband, calm your anger. It's just 6 primeval stones. What do you understand, woman? This Feng Yuan is only C-grade talent. If he wants to refine the moonlight goo, he would need primeval stones, and with his weak experience of a first-timer, 6 primeval stones won't be enough to refine it. But now he has 12. It will be more than sufficient. Uncle was so furious he gritted his teeth. He added, A Gu Master's cultivation will be very swift as long as there are enough resources and no obstacles. In 2 or 3 years, the clan will be able to produce a rank 2 Gu Master. The lower Feng Yuan's cultivation rank, the smaller his hopes of trying to seize the family inheritance. Right now, he's still young. He's just starting to cultivate. We should hinder him and let his starting process fall behind those of his age. The Academy resources are always awarded to excellent students. With his latent talent, once he falls back, he won't be able to get any resources. Without the help of resources, his cultivation will fall even further. With this vicious cycle, I would like to see if he has the ability to inherit the family inheritance a year later. Aunt didn't understand. Even if we don't stop him, he at most will be rank 1 middle stage a year later. Husband, your cultivation is rank 2. Why are you still afraid of him? Uncle was so angry he stomped and said, Woman, you really are a case of long hair but short insight. With my identity as a senior, should I really beat down the younger generation? If he wants to get back the inheritance, it's reasonable and can't be stopped directly. I can only fight back using the clan rules. It's stated in the clan rules, to be head of the house at 16 years old, the person must have at least rank 1 middle stage cultivation. Otherwise, it means that Feng Yuan will have no right to waste the clan resources. After I have said this, do you understand now? Aunt was enlightened. Uncle narrowed his eyes, a glint in his gaze. He shook his head a little, sighing as he said, Feng Yuan's just too smart, too cunning. He could even see through a power play. What kind of intellect is this? Scheming and calculating at such a young age. How terrorizing. Initially, I was going to continue plotting against him, yet he moved out straight away. I wanted to further rely on Sheng Hui to monitor and trouble him, but in the end he went away and earned 6 primeval stones. Alas, if he could be as stupid as Feng Zhen, that would be great. Oh right, from today onwards you must treat Feng Zhen better. He's an A-grade talent after all, and I can see that he has feelings of dissatisfaction and unhappiness towards Feng Yuan. These emotions are a good thing. They must be guided properly. I have a sort of feeling that he will become the best tool to deal with Feng Yuan in the future. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. In the room at the inn, there were no lights. The moonlight poured in, casting a color of frost on the bed. Feng Yuan sat cross-legged, his eyes closed. He moved his green copper primeval essence, concentrating his mind on refining the liquor worm. On its body, a small cut had already been dyed the deep green of the copper primeval essence, but the liquor worm was still as tenacious as ever. It constantly struggled in the midst of the ethereal primeval essence. Feng Yuan's refining process was not going smoothly, and it was very difficult. I spent 2 days and 2 nights, and only rested 2 hours each. I spent 12 pieces of primeval stone, but only managed to refine around a 15th of progress. Calculating according to the time, I guess someone will succeed in refining their goo in these few days. Feng Yuan could see the situation clearly. However, his talent was a poor grade anyway. Add on the liquor worm he was trying to refine, having an incredibly tenacious will to live. It was even stronger than a normal moonlight goo. The resulting situation of falling behind was normal. A moment of falling behind is nothing, as long as I have the liquor worm. Feng Yuan's heart was clear like a mirror. Not a single trace of anxiety and discouragement in him. Suddenly, the liquor worm curled up into a ball. Oh no, the liquor worm's counterattacking. Feng Yuan instantly opened his eyes, a hint of astonishment in his gaze. Before him, the liquor worm had curled into a little round dumpling, fiercely giving out a blinding white light. He was risking everything in this one last stand. At once, Feng Yuan felt a strong will come out from the liquor worm's body, flowing directly through the primeval essence and descending into the primeval sea in his aperture. A situation where a goo counterattacked was incredibly rare. Only goo with extremely strong wills would give their all. It was either success or death in the face of such a scenario. The usual teenager would be panicking right now. Though he was somewhat surprised, Feng Yuan didn't panic. In fact, he was somewhat delighted, staking everything in one last attempt. This is also a good thing. As long as I can handle this counterattack, the liquor worm's will shall greatly weaken. However, I need to put my full focus into fighting back against this will. I can't receive even the slightest outside interference, or else that'd be a bad sign. But I hope no one will come in and disturb me during this period. His thoughts finalized, he was ready to gather the primeval essence in his aperture and ready to accept the liquorworm's will. He would be entangled with it and fight in 300 rounds. But, at this moment, a miraculous event happened. In the middle of his aperture, just above the sea, high in the air, a Gu appeared. A mighty strong breath erupted from this Gu. This breath was like the Milky Way pouring out and floodwater rushing down from the mountains. Yet, it was also like a dreadful beast whose dignity was offended, that opened its scarlet red eyes, looking around to see who would dare violate its territory. This is the spring-autumn cicada. Seeing this Gu, Feng Yuan was completely shocked. Reverend Insanity, Chapter 19. Rank 6 Vital Gu, the Spring-Autumn Cicada. During the process of refining, the Gu counterattacked. At this time, the liquorworm that had inherited the Flower Wine Monk's extremely strong will invaded his aperture, brazenly counterattacking at Feng Yuan. This strong willpower descended from above, surging down towards the bottom of the aperture where the green copper primeval sea was. The waves in the sea tumbled, setting off bursts of high tide. Under Feng Yuan's will, large amounts of primeval essence rose upwards towards the sky and gathered together. It formed a towering, monstrous wave, brazenly accepting the incoming liquorworm's will. Just as both sides were about to collide viciously in the middle of the aperture, a faint image of a Gu worm emerged in the blank area between the two energies. This was a cicada. The cicada's body was not large. If the moonlight Gu was described as a blue crystal shaped like a curved moon, then this cicada would be a delicate craftwork that was made from palm wood and tree leaves by a master craftsman. The Gu sprouted a brownish-yellow head and abdomen, its surface having the texture of trees' growth rings, as if it had witnessed countless years. On its back were two very wide and translucent wings. Like two tree leaves overlapping, the wings had similar structure. The structure was like a typical net vine leaf. The center, a coarse stem, and from the stem sprouted out a network vein of leaf vines on both sides. The spring-autumn cicada. It had been startled. Just like a giant beast, usually hiding in its cave in a deep sleep, suddenly it was awakened. Furthermore, learning that its territory had been violated. Who dares to come into my turf and act wildly? As if its dignity was offended, the spring-autumn cicada was angry. It let out a whiff of aura. The aura was weak, yet powerful. It was like the surging Milky Way, rolling forth with vast and mighty waves. It would sweep across mountains for tens of miles or submerge a broad desert. To be compared with this aura, the liquor worm's will was like the case of an ant meeting an elephant. The aura swept around and expanded, just like a raised invisible tsunami. The invading will of the liquor worm didn't even have the ability to withstand it. It was immediately swallowed whole by the aura. Feng Yuan felt depressed. The green copper primeval essence that he had thrust forward with all his might collided with the aura like it was a wave crashing into a great mountain. In a moment, the condensed primeval essence disintegrated and dispersed into rain, scattering down to the primeval sea. The waves on the primeval sea rose, one after another. It was like a rainstorm that just swept across, increasing its turbulence. But after a few seconds, the spring-autumn cicada's aura spread down, pressing on to the primeval sea. Feng Yuan felt like he heard a buzz. In an instant, the rolling waves on the sea calmed down. The spring-autumn cicada's aura firmly repressed the entire primeval sea, just like an invisible mountain pressing down. The surface of the sea was calm like a mirror, not a single wave rolling about. It was like an originally crumpled piece of paper. A boundless giant hand covered over it, suddenly flattening it. This was easily an uncomparable power. Feng Yuan felt a pressure, weighing like an enormous invisible mountain pressing on his heart. He compared it to Sun Wukong being pressed down by the five elements mountains. Feng Yuan could not even mobilize a single pint of primeval essence. However, although he was shocked, he was not afraid. In fact, his heart felt great joy. I didn't think the spring autumn cicada would actually follow me and be reborn together. So it's actually not a one-time use goo worm, but one that can be used again repeatedly? The spring autumn cicada was a rank 6th grade, and was the first rank 6th grade goo in Feng Yuan's previous life, as well as his last. Just to make it, Feng Yuan had used all means and resources, wasting an incredible amount of strength, using 30 years of fermenting to finally succeed. But not long after he succeeded, when the spring autumn cicada was still fresh from the oven, warriors of the righteous faction felt Feng Yuan's threat and gathered together to attack and kill him. After being reborn, Feng Yuan did not find the spring autumn cicada, so he thought it had died, but in reality, it had fallen into a deep sleep, resting inside of Feng Yuan's body. To travel back 500 years in an instant was a huge blow to his vitality. It was too weak. So weak that even Feng Yuan, as its master, couldn't feel it. Right now, even though the spring autumn cicada had appeared, its situation was still bad. After being reborn, it had been resting in a deep sleep. To appear right now was because it had felt the danger that the aperture was facing. It could be said that the liquor worm's will had awakened it. It was weak, very weak, extremely weak. In Feng Yuan's memories, the original spring autumn cicada was full of vitality. Its body like a precious floorboard, giving out warm and glossy varnish. Its two wings verdant green, like two soft tree leaves that had just been freshly sprouted. But right now, there was a strong and deathly chill emanating from the body of the cicada. There was no shine or gloss from its body, making it feel rough and dim like dead wood. Its wings were not the color of soft and green leaves, but they were full yellow, just like the withering leaves of autumn. The tips of its wings were slightly rolled up, a little incomplete, just like the corner of fallen leaves. Seeing this, Feng Yuan felt both distressed and lucky. He was distressed because the spring autumn cicada suffered such a heavy blow. It was barely a step away from death, just a foot away from the edge of a cliff. The fortunate thing was, thank heavens the spring autumn cicada was weak to the point, or else he would be in great trouble. One must know, between a Gu master and a Gu, both must complement each other. The best would be both having the same rank. A rank 1 Gu master should use a rank 1 Gu. This was most appropriate. If the Gu's grade was lower than the Gu master when the Gu master used it, it would be the equivalent of a strong man carrying a small stick. The strength output would be small. If the Gu's grade was higher than the Gu master, then the Gu master using it would be an example of a small child carrying a heavy axe, unable to wield it properly. The spring autumn cicada was a rank 6 Gu, and Feng Yuan was just a rank 1 initial stage Gu master. To use an image as an example, the spring autumn cicada would be a mountain, and Feng Yuan would be a squirrel. If the squirrel wanted to use the mountain to beat its enemy, the squirrel would just be squashed flat by the mountain in a second. If the spring autumn cicada was at peak state, Feng Yuan's weak rank 1 aperture couldn't even tolerate it. The majestic aura of the cicada would just make the aperture burst to death. Fortunately, it was at its weakest state, so Feng Yuan's aperture could accommodate it right now. I gave up the moonlight goo, going through all the lengths to find the liquor worm, just to refine it into my vital goo, but in reality, I already had a vital goo from the start. The spring autumn cicada is my vital goo. Feng Yuan's heart was filled with emotion as he felt the close connection between him and the spring autumn cicada. The vital goo is the first goo that a goo master refines. It's terribly important and would affect the future development of a goo master by a large extent. If a vital goo is picked well, the goo master's development will become smoother. When a vital goo is of poor grade to a goo master, it would just drag down his cultivation and let peers surpass him. The more important thing is that it would affect the matter of life and death in battle. Feng Yuan was clear on this point, so he was not satisfied after choosing the Gu Yue village's signature moonlight goo. He just had to go all the way to find the liquor worm. In his memory, to a rank 1 Gu master, the liquor worm was already considered a high quality pick. The moonlight goo was just a choice that was slightly above average. But life is fascinating, because no one will ever know what is waiting for him or her in the next moment. Feng Yuan had refined the spring autumn cicada in his previous life. After his rebirth, the spring autumn cicada fell into a deep sleep, but the connection between them still existed. In fact, Feng Yuan found that going through the refinement of the river of time, his connection with the spring autumn cicada had grown even closer and mysterious in his previous life. It was just because the spring autumn cicada was too weak, so Feng Yuan was unaware of it. Therefore, in the real sense, the spring autumn cicada is the first Gu that he'd refined. The only thing was, the spring autumn cicada was not refined in his current life, but the result of hard work in his previous life of 500 years. The spring autumn cicada was Feng Yuan's vital Gu. A rank 1 Gu master having a rank 6 vital Gu. If this sort of thing was said out loud, it's expected that no one would believe such a thing. This has already broken the limits of human cognition. But yet, that is exactly what happened. The truth, beyond doubt. The liquor worm as a vital Gu is already one of the best choices, but when you compare it to the spring autumn cicada, it's just the scum on the ground. My vital Gu in this life is the spring autumn cicada. Reverend Insanity, Chapter 20. The Academy Elder is speechless. The immense joy he felt didn't overcome his mind. Quickly he calmed down and started to consider the consequences that the spring autumn cicada would bring to him. The spring autumn cicada's ability is rebirth, but right now it's at its weakest state. At the instant I use it, it will die. However, it's still a rank 6 Gu, so I can totally use its aura, and that won't do any damage to its body. After he finished pondering, he closed his thoughts and opened his eyes. The liquor worm was hovering before him, shivering in the midst of the smoke-like green copper primeval essence that had surrounded it. Earlier, because it wanted a chance to survive, desperation drove the liquor worm to risk everything on a single throw. Yet, in the end, it was easily defeated by the spring autumn cicada's aura. Due to this, it suffered a heavy blow, its current strength not even 1% of the original will that it had. Spring autumn cicada. With a simple thought, Feng Yuan released a small trace of the spring autumn cicada's aura. The aura pressured onto the liquor worm's body. The worm immediately stood motionless, like a dead creature. Its scattered will felt the spring autumn cicada's aura like a mouse that had run into a cat. It was frightened. It shrank into a ball and was too afraid to move even a slight bit. Feng Yuan laughed and took the opportunity to mobilize his primeval essence. In the beginning, when he tried using his green copper primeval essence to refine it, the liquor worm's will resisted fiercely. So it could only expand arduously, bit by bit, but right now, Feng Yuan's green copper primeval essence dove straight in, flowing vigorously without resistance. There was no obstruction at all. The green copper color on the surface of the liquor worm rapidly expanded, and in a few winks, the once pearl white liquor worm was fully dyed green. The general situation had passed. The last remains of the liquor worm's will were finally washed away easily by Feng Yuan's will, dissolving into nothingness. With that, the liquor worm was fully refined. Compared to the beginning, where Feng Yuan had to endure the hardship akin to trampling mountains and crossing ravines, the refining process right now was as easy as swallowing saliva. A kind of mysterious and cordial feeling connected the liquor worm and Feng Yuan together. The refined liquor worm was like a part of Feng Yuan. If he told it to huddle up, it would huddle. If he told it to curl into a ball, it would curl into a round little dumpling. The feeling was like moving his own finger. Feng Yuan took back his primeval essence, and the liquor worm returned to its fat and white state. Then, with a leap, it went through thin air and plunged straight into the middle of Feng Yuan's aperture. When it was inside, the liquor worm flew a distance away around the hovering spring autumn cicada before entering the green copper primeval sea. On the sea's surface, the liquor worm stretched its body arbitrarily. Occasionally, it would twist around its chubby waist, appearing comfortable as if it were bathing in a hot shower. With the spring autumn cicada, my plans will have to change. Feng Yuan gathered his mind away from the aperture and took out the moonlight Gu. He repeated what he did earlier, letting out a hint of the spring autumn cicada's aura, pressing it down on the Gu. As it felt the spring autumn cicada's aura, the moonlight Gu's will immediately surrendered. Its fear so great, its will could only turtle up in the furthest corner of its own body. Feng Yuan's primeval essence poured in, and in the blink of an eye, the moonlight Gu was dyed a jade green color. Finally, with just a simple thought, the moonlight Gu's will was easily strangled. After he was done, he took back his primeval essence. The moonlight goo returned to its original semi-transparent blue crystal form. He put away the moonlight goo. It did not enter his aperture, but instead directly dropped onto his forehead, forming a pale blue crescent mark in the middle of his brow. The entire refining process of the moonlight goo, from beginning to end, didn't even take more than 5 minutes. Comparing the start of his difficult refining process to his situation now, the speed was rapid and created a sharp contrast. Not only was it very fast, the consumption of primeval essence was also very little. For the past few days, Feng Yuan had consumed 6 pieces of primeval stones just to refine the liquor worm, but tonight, while Feng Yuan could see the bottom of the primeval sea in his aperture, he did not use a single stone. With the spring autumn cicada at hand, it's as easy as having a god's help. After today, all I just need to do is use its aura to pressure down any rank 1 goo, and they'll be easily refined. Even though I only have C-grade talent, I don't need to borrow the help of primeval stones. The difference between before and now is like heaven and earth. Feng Yuan's mood was joyous. Right now, his situation was like pushing away the mist and cloud to see the blue sky. Although the spring autumn cicada was at its weakest point, it was still a rank 6 goo, and a fallen tiger still leaves behind a threat. A festered ship still has 3 pounds of nails. Just relying on its aura, Feng Yuan's cultivation from today onwards would receive a huge driving force. At this moment, the moon outside the window was bright, and the stars were few. The moonlight flowed down the window, shining on Feng Yuan's face. Initially, I thought I wouldn't be able to get number 1, but the road twisted and turned unexpectedly. Time waits for no one. I must go to the academy now and receive the top prize. Feng Yuan's eyes glistened. With a thought, the spring autumn cicada faded away from view, disappearing once more, returning to its deep slumber. Then, calling out the liquor worm, he hid it away in the corner of his bed. This was to prevent the academy's unnecessary examination. 15 minutes later, in the clan academy. The academy elder had long gone to bed, but in his dreams he could vaguely hear the sound of someone knocking on the door. He was awoken by the noise, and he opened his eyes, rather displeased. "Who is it outside there in the middle of the night?" Instantly, a voice replied in a respectful tone. "Reporting to Sir Elder. It's a student from this year's batch. He's already finished refining the moonlight goo. You have instructed your subordinates earlier to report to you the very instant the first name appears, no matter what time it is." "Well, it's true that happened." The academy elder frowned, and then he got off his bed. As he put on his robes, he asked, "Which student is it that got number 1 this year? Is it Gu Feng Zhen?" The subordinate outside the door responded, "It seems so. The moment I heard the news, I hurried over here to tell you about it. Sir, it seems to be someone from the Fang family branch." "Yeah, counting the time, it's probably him." The academy elder laughed lightly, confidently saying, "Who else could it be besides the A-grade talent genius? All those B-grade talent students would still be worse even with the help of primeval stones. Or else, why would the grade of cultivation talent be so important?" As he said this, he pushed open the door and came outside. His subordinate respectfully bowed, moving 2 steps backwards. "Sir is right," he echoed. In the hall, 10 candles or so burned brightly together. The man who had received Feng Yuan had already cleared up all doubts by now. Under the bright light of the candle flame, his face showed a stunned expression. Wait. What did you say? You're called Gu Feng Yuan, not Gu Feng Zhen." Feng Yuan nodded. At this moment, the elder walked in from the entrance. Feng Yuan and the man stood up and turned around to greet him. When the academy elder saw Feng Yuan, his face was full of smiles. He strode over and stood in front of Feng Yuan, patting his shoulder in a friendly manner. "You did well, Gu Feng Zhen. You didn't disappoint me. You're indeed an A-grade talent genius. All those B-grade and C-grade peers of yours will never compare to you, no matter how hard they try." Feng Yuan and Feng Zhen were twin brothers, their outer appearance similar to a fault. Even the academy elder was mistaken. Feng Yuan was neither haughty nor humble. He took a little step back, letting his shoulder free from the academy elder's hand. He stared at the academy elder, his hands folded behind his back, and he said, with a faint smile, "Sir Elder, you've been mistaken. I am Gu Feng Yuan. Gu Feng Zhen is my younger brother." "Huh?" The Academy Elder opened his mouth slightly, his expression startled. He glared at Feng Yuan doubtfully, his brow turning into a frown. After a few breaths, he finally spoke. You're Gu Yue Feng Yuan? Correct, sir, Feng Yuan replied. You have refined the moonlight, Gu? The Academy Elder was extremely surprised. His two eyes glared firmly at Feng Yuan's crescent mark on his forehead. His eyes were shining. He was asking the obvious. Indeed, this is the case, Feng Yuan said. Then you're the first of your batch. The Academy Elder was asking stupid questions, but he wasn't entirely at fault. After all, this situation was entirely out of everyone's expectations. One must know that he had been in charge of the Academy for decades and is extremely experienced. He'd seen C-grade talent students contending for number one before this, but it was never this early. Not to mention that in this batch, there were peers with A and B grade talent. If there's no one earlier than me? Feng Yuan pretended to be in deep thought. Then he rubbed his nose and continued. Then it seems like it. The Academy Elder is speechless. Reverend Insanity, Chapter 21. How can it be that Big Brother got number one? The sky was not bright yet. The sun had yet to rise. The east sky just began to turn bright, the dark colors in the sky slowly fading away. The smell of the night still remained in the air. The streets were empty. Then came the sound of quick footsteps. The early dawn mountain air was moist, yet Gu Yue Feng Zhen did not feel the slightest cold rush. His heart was full of surging enthusiasm. His face blushed red. And now he was walking swiftly towards the academy. I've been cultivating hard these few days, spending 2 primeval stones. I didn't sleep at all last night, and I finally successfully refined the moonlight goo. I'm an A-grade talent. I was so hardworking, no one can be faster than me. No one! Father and Mother, I told you, I won't let you feel disappointed. When he thought of the moment where he told his aunt and uncle about the good news earlier, their expressions of happiness and relief made Feng Zhen feel a surge of joy and pride. Just wait. All you clanspeople who look down on me and Big Brother, from today onwards, I shall make you all look up to me, Gu Yue Feng Zhen. The more he thought, the more Feng Zhen felt excited. He could not help but clench his fists, and his pace quickened a little more. He came to the academy entrance. The academy's 2 guards looked at him strangely, and then asked him, Guyue Feng Yuan, why are you back? What? Big Brother was here just now? When Feng Zhen heard them, his face showed a hint of surprise and puzzlement. Whatever. He would never have guessed that Feng Yuan would snatch away the number one. He shook his head and cupped his hands together, his tone carrying a trace of arrogance. 2 elder brothers. I'm not Gu Yue Feng Yuan. I am Gu Yue Feng Zhen. I've already successfully refined my vital goo, and I'm here to claim the top prize. You're Gu Yue Feng Zhen. You brothers are just too alike. No wonder the Academy Elder was mistaken, the guard on the left side shouted, his eyes widening. The guard on the right shook his head and said, You came 1 step too late. Just last night in the late hour, your older brother Gu Yue Feng Yuan came and met with Sir Elder and took the top prize. My older brother? Feng Zhen suddenly opened his eyes wide, crying out, Wait, you said he'd gotten number 1? How could this be? Isn't Big Brother C-grade talent? Getting number 1, this has to be a joke, right? It's true. How could we possibly joke around with this matter? Seeing Feng Zhen in disbelief, the guards seemed somewhat unhappy. The matter has been confirmed by the Academy Elder. In due course, the name list will be released and announced. What's wrong? Your older brother didn't tell you about it? The other guard added. Feng Zhen just stood, silly, at the door. The truth was so much different from his imagination. Right now, he just couldn't understand what had just happened. Feng Zhen's heart had several illusions of his adversaries. Among them, the ones that brought the most threat were 2. Guyue Mo Bei and Guyue Chi Cheng. These 2 were of B-grade talent. Behind them stood the clan's 2 largest families, each of them having a grandfather that carried huge authority as elders, as well as sufficient financial power. If any of these 2 people won first place over him, Feng Zhen's heart and mind was still prepared. Even though he would feel a sense of loss, it was still acceptable. But right now, the one who took away the number 1 was not Guyue Mo Bei or Gu Chi, it was not even any of his opponents in his heart. It was Gu Feng Yuan, his older brother. That person with a C-grade talent. That person who fell downhill and turned dejected after the awakening ceremony. The person who slept soundly in class all day. That person who was always heavily drunk and never turned home at night. That person who bullied Shen Kui, slapped him twice, and took all his primeval stones away. That person who always held him down, just like a shadow entrenched in his heart. How could it be like this? It can't be possible. In a short while, Feng Zhen roared in his heart. I was so hard working, but he just drank every day until he became drunk, and yet in the end, he was the one who got number one? Is this even fair? Why? Why? The sun rose over the east, the birds chirping around. The overflowing air of spring overtook King Mao Mountain. Gu Feng Zhen bathed in the warm sunlight, slowly lowering his head, gritting his teeth, looking at his own lonely shadow. The excitement in his heart had turned into a balloon that leaked air, long dissipating. Instead, what took its place were the emotions of confusion, resentment, unwillingness, puzzlement, fear, and other complicated feelings. As time went by, the sun climbed higher. The Academy bulletin wall had posted a new name list, and on the list were just two names. Firstly, Feng Yuan, and then Feng Zhen, following the appearance of this list. The news gradually spreading out. After hearing the news, all those young students who'd been bent on refining their Gu at home after receiving one were in an uproar. How could it be like this? If it was Feng Zhen who got number one, I would have still believed it. But it's Feng Yuan? Isn't he a C-grade talent? Could there have been a mistake? The A-grade talent Feng Zhen actually lost to the C-grade talent Feng Yuan? Is this the Tales from the 1001 Nights? The Mo Branch family home. The greenery in the courtyard was overflowing, the fragrance of tea dancing about. One of the clan elders of the Gu clan was sitting in front of his desk. Looking at the spring scenery outside his window, he leisurely drank his tea and said, Mo Bei hasn't continued refining his Gu. The housekeeper standing at the side hurriedly replied, After he heard about the news concerning Feng Yuan in the afternoon, young Master Mo Bei seemed to be deeply affected and has no mood to continue refining the Moonlight Gu. It's a pity the young master was so close to succeeding. Actually, if Feng Zhen got number one, it could still be ignored, but it just has to be that C-grade talent Feng Yuan, so young Master Mo Bei lost his interest. It can't be helped. Oh, don't excuse him, Gu Mo Chen snorted coldly, his face stern and his tone hard. The Gu Master's cultivation process is full of hardship each step. What's a small setback like this? That Feng Yuan's just C-grade. To be able to get number one, it's presumably because of luck. The Moonlight Gu that he chose must have had a weak will, so that's how he could snatch the top. If Mo Bei can't see through this and would let such a small setback get to him, then how is he supposed to be in charge of our Mo family branch in the future? How can he compete with the Qi family branch? No one's allowed to advise him. Let him think about it himself. Yes, master. The housekeeper didn't dare refute. Almost at the same time, in the home of the Qi family branch. Oh, Gu Feng Yuan. The clan elder, Gu Qi Lian, gave a long sigh. His brows held down in a frown as he thought, waving his hand around. Someone call young Master Qi Chen over, please. In a moment, Gu Qi Chen walked into the room with a lost expression, kneeling down with respect. Your grandson greets his grandpa. Seems you already know about the news. Gu Qi Lian stared at his only direct grandson. His tone gentle, he slowly said, I called you over to prevent you from getting influenced by this matter. You see, when refining the vital Gu, firstly, one looks at the talent, secondly, at the Gu worm. Feng Yuan's talent is just C-grade, yet he was able to gain number one this time. This means that the Gu he chose, compared to all the other Moonlight Gu your peers have, has a much weaker will. This is entirely due to luck, so, my grandson, don't be discouraged. This is nothing, really. He's just a C-grade talent, though the same as yours. His supply resources are not as well as yours. His road to advancement will be harder. Believe your grandpa, you will soon surpass him. Hence, you should put away this trivial matter. Feng Yuan will not be your opponent, and is not worthy to be your adversary. Your real enemies are the A-grade talent Feng Zhen and the Mo family's Mo Bei. Do you understand? Yes. Thank you for your advice, Grandpa. I understand. I will go now and continue refining my goo. Gu Yue Chi Chen had lost the sad expression on his face, replacing it with a high-spirited will to fight. Elder Gu Yue Chi Lian nodded his head, satisfied. A kindly smile emerged from his face, and he said, Good, grandson. While your talent's only C grade, rest assured your grandpa will fully support you. Later on, I will come out and use the aura of a rank 3 goo worm to suppress your Moonlight Goo's will and help you refine the goo. Reverend Insanity, Chapter 22 Dancing Moonblade. The sky was blue and clear, looking pure as if it had been washed clean. The sun was shining golden. Puffs of white clouds floated away, and a group of colorful peacock parrots chirped as they flew beneath the blue sky, forming an arrow formation under the clouds as they soared. This variant of colorful parrots would only appear in large groups during springtime. Their bodies were littered with feathers the color of the rainbow. They were the size of an eagle and had paired beaks, while their tails were that of a peacock's flowing in the wind. 10 days had passed since Feng Yuan managed to acquire number 1 in the test to refine the vital goo. The spring breeze blew over the whole mountain's green grass, while the wild flowers bloomed eagerly, and the bees and butterflies danced around together. Life was surging all around. It was a wonderful beauty of spring. The breath of spring was so strong, but the tall bamboo walls surrounding the training grounds couldn't hold it back. This training field occupied 3 mu. The ground was flat, paved with a layer of thick and wide gray graphite. Its 4 sides were planted with green spear bamboo. These green poles were placed closely together, side by side, straight and tall, forming a circle of green high walls. Below the wall corners lay stone as well, clumps of green grass emerging from many areas in between. Between the bamboo were also some wild roses, poking in from the outside, a few even clinging to the wall. 57 young teens at the age of 15 were standing in the midst of the training field. Right now, formed in a semicircle around the academy elder who was in the center, putting their focus on him. This was a lesson to teach the students on how to use the Moonlight Goo. The Moonlight Goo is our Gu Yue clan's symbolic goo. Just like the Zhang clan's Bear Strength Goo and the Bai clan's Stream Goo, the majority of you on the field have chosen the Moonlight Goo as your vital goo, so you must all watch properly. Soon, I will demonstrate personally how to use the Moonlight Goo to attack. Students whose vital goo is not the Moonlight Goo must also concentrate on me, as this classical long-distance attacking method can also be used on other goo. The spectrum of methods one can use is very wide. As he spoke, the Academy Elder stretched out his right hand. His 5 fingers opening wide, he lowered his palm so that the young teens could see the center of it. Firstly, you use your mind to mobilize the Moonlight Goo, moving it to the center of your palm. Following his voice, the crescent mark that represented the Moonlight Goo moved down the Elder's arm onto his palm. Then you mobilize the primeval essence in your aperture, pouring it into the Moonlight Goo. A thread of white silver-colored primeval essence gushed out from the Elder's body, so fine it was almost impossible to see, entering the Moonlight Goo in his palm. The Academy Elder was of rank 3, and only rank 3 Goo Masters could produce white silver-colored primeval essence. Rank 1 Goo Master's primeval essence was commonly known as green copper primeval essence, while rank 2 Goo Masters had theirs called red iron primeval essence. When they reached rank 3, it becomes white silver primeval essence. Once it absorbed the thread of white-silver primeval essence, the crescent-shaped mark on the Elder's hand instantly glowed brighter and brighter. Although it was daytime, it still issued a bright pale blue light. That's awesome! How beautiful! The youngsters could not help but let out praises of surprise and amazement when they saw it. The pale blue light was clear like water. It flickered faintly in the elder's palm. At first glance, it would seem as if the elder's hand was scooping a handful of moonlight. The Academy elder smiled a little. Now watch carefully. The last step is just how I will do it, launching it out. As he said this, he widely opened 5 fingers. Slowly closing them together, he lifted his arm up and slowly moved it forward, his arm straight. Finally, he waved his palm lightly in a cutting motion. The entire movement was steady and powerful. The young students could hear a light brushing sound beside their ear. Following the Academy elder's movement, the condensed water-like pale blue light in his palm was thrown out like that. The light transformed into a small moonblade midair, the faint blue blade only the size of a wide open hand. The shape just like the crescent moon in the night sky. It drew a straight line in the air before it hit a grass puppet 10 meters away. A tearing sound was heard, and the grass puppet's neck, that was about 30 centimeters thick, was cut clean by the moonblade. The puppet's body swayed about, the huge head suddenly falling onto the floor. After cutting the grass puppet in half, the moonblade immediately appeared dimmer. However, it continued flying about another 6 meters in the air before the crescent began to gradually fade away, finally dissipating into nothing. Looking at the grass puppet's neck again, one could see that the cut area was extremely flat, as if it was cut away by the sharpest sickle. The youngsters were all shocked as they saw this, their eyes wide open. A few of them even touched their own necks involuntarily, astonished by the attacking power of the moonblade. After a short silence, the sounds of exclamation began. The teenagers had shining eyes as they stared at the grass puppet, some of them staring at the elder's palm. A few of them were looking at their peers, talking and whispering excitedly. Only Feng Yuan stood hidden in the crowd with a cold expression, his stature calm. In his previous life, Feng Yuan had cultivated to rank 6. Creating the Blood-Winged Demon Sect in the Middle Kingdom, he'd taught tens of thousands of people, and was reputed as a giant figurehead of the demonic faction, his fame illustrious. The Academy Elder was just a rank 3 Gu Master. This small trick was just a child's play to him. It wouldn't cause any ripple of emotion in Feng Yuan's heart. All those of you who've refined the Moonlight Gu, step out. Each one of you shall take a grass puppet and follow the way I just did, throwing out the moonblade and practice attacking. Once the Academy Elder was finished, around 30 students stepped out. In this batch, the entire clan had 100 young teens joining the awakening ceremony. Those who had cultivation talent were around 57. Among these students, those who had chosen the moonlight numbered only around 35. After going through these few days of hard work, they had all refined the Moonlight Gu. Those that were left were all D-grade talents. It was not because they did not desire to refine the Moonlight Gu, but it was due to the inability of their talent, so they could only withdraw after learning of the difficulty. To the youngsters of the Gu Yue clan, the Moonlight Gu was not a simple Gu worm. It was the symbol of the clan's glory. Very quickly, 35 of them stood in a row, each of them facing forward, standing 10 meters away from a grass puppet on the opposite side. Feng Yuan stood in the middle of the row, but he didn't garner any attention, and the practice began. The students all stretched out their right hands, letting the Moonlight Gu move to the heart of their palm. One by one, the blue crescent marks started to give out watery blue light, as green copper primeval essence was poured in. But when they drew a vertical cut with their palm, only 7 or 8 crescents flew out. Among these crescents, some of them only appeared for a short moment before dissipating away. Some flew out for 2 to 3 meters before disintegrating into blue light with a bang. Some flew further, but the direction was severely off course, flying straight into the sky. The young teens all frowned. When they saw the elder's demonstration earlier, it seemed quite easy. But when they started practicing themselves, they realized the skill required in this action. To throw out a moonblade and to have it hit on the grass puppet, it really wasn't that simple. The elder had a faint smile as he watched. He saw this scene every year and was not surprised the remaining 22 students could only stand outside the field watching jealously. After practicing for 5 minutes, the youngsters were gradually able to produce moonblades for a time. In the training ground, pale blue-colored moonblades flew everywhere. A few moonblades would fade halfway, a few unluckily crashing into one another. Some flew out of the training yard entirely, twisting around. Those that were able to hit on the grass puppets were just a small few. Of course, they were all due to sheer luck. The Academy Elder started to tutor and guide each one personally. He focused greatly on Feng Zhen, Mo Bei, and Chi Cheng, and those others with good talent. He patiently corrected their postures, teaching them experience. Towards those C-grade students like Feng Yuan, he only mentioned 2 sentences. Feng Yuan kept condensing the blue light in his hand. He waved his palm a few times, cutting at the air, but did not release the light, pretending and acting. With the field a mess at the moment, and no one focusing on himself, he moved his thoughts and released the hold on his moonlight goo in his palm, tilting a little, making a cutting action. In order to not raise attention, he didn't focus on his own grass puppet, but aimed to the one to the left. With a whoosh, a moonblade flew out quickly, passing through the center of chaos, drawing a straight line in the air and cutting accurately into the neck area of a grass puppet. The grass puppet wavered for a moment, the neck area cut deeply by the moonblade, but very quickly. The green grassy area that was cut began to regrow, tangling together and healing away the wound. Of course, this grass puppet was not a normal scarecrow. It was a rank 1 scarecrow Gu, having the nature type ability of self-recovery. Unless the puppet was cut in half at once, it would just recover back to normal in a short while. Whoa, look at that crescent! How cool! Who threw that? Moonblades that were able to hit grass puppets right now were rare. Feng Yuan just casually hit one, yet it caused the most significant result so far. Thus, in an instant, the students outside the field gave up cries of surprise, and even the Academy Elder's attention was caught, and he asked, "That moonblade just now wasn't bad. Was it yours?" He looked at a C-grade talent student with an inquiring eye, since that grass puppet was just opposite him. This male student blinked his eyes, feeling somewhat bewildered as he faced everyone's sudden gaze at him. To be honest, the field was just in chaos earlier, with moonblades flying around, so even he didn't know if it was he himself who threw it. However, looking at it, it's probably me, thought the young boy. Then he nodded his head subconsciously. The youngsters around him immediately looked at him with admiration. Who is he? What's his name? Some of the girl students asked around. Even he can throw out a moonblade. I mustn't lose. So it's not Big Brother who threw it. Guyue Fengzhen inexplicably sighed with relief. After uncle and aunt consoled him, he was able to recover from the previous blow. Big Brother, you won first place last time because your luck was good. Picking a weak-willed moonlight goo. A goo master's cultivation can't always rely on luck. I will win you. Feng Zhen was cheering for himself in his heart. You did well. Continue trying hard and seize that feeling you had earlier. The Academy Elder patted the student's shoulder, smiling as he encouraged him. The young boy quickly showed excitement, and he nodded continuously, his eyes appearing with a different luster. The Academy Elder took the opportunity and announced, "Listen up, everyone. This will be your homework. Practice well after class. In 3 days, I will check the results. Whoever performs the best will receive 10 pieces of primeval stones as the prize. Understand?" Yes, the young students all shouted loudly. They could not help but be more excited when they heard about the primeval stone reward. However, only 3 minutes later, the moonblades that flew about in the air started to thin gradually. Damn, every single moonblade takes up 10% of primeval essence. The consumption of the moonblade is just too much. I'm just a C-grade talent. My aperture can only hold 38% of green copper primeval essence. I can only throw out 3 moonblades. Those that stopped all sighed. The Academy Elder was calm as he witnessed everything, but his heart sighed. This is the benefit with those with high cultivation talent. To use the moonblade, it was simply just 3 words. Practice makes perfect. Those with higher grade talent are able to hold more primeval essence in their apertures, and the rate of recovery is faster, so they have more chances to practice. Those with poorer talent can also use primeval stones to make up for it, strengthening the number of practicing attempts. But with the low-grade talent that have no primeval stones, though they have the mind to practice, they will still be powerless. The Goo Master's cultivation process is just so cruel. I'd just better take care of those high-grade talent students. Reverend Insanity, Chapter 23. Raising Gu is like raising a mistress. The sun had already set. The sunset glow was still burning in the sky. The mountains far away in the distance were covered in a thick layer of gray ash, gradually turning to black. In the academy, a day's class was over. The students walked out from the academy in groups of twos and threes. I'm really happy today. I learned quite a few things, especially how I got to learn how to use the moonlight goo. The way the moonblades fly in the air looks so cool. It's too bad my talent isn't good enough, so in the future I can only be a logistics goo master. I won't be able to go on the battlefield. The young teens happily chatted away, a few of them calling their friends over. Let's go and eat. We can drink some rice wine while we're at it. What do you think? Sure, that's not a bad suggestion. You guys go on first. I need to go to the store besides the alchemy goo room and buy a grass puppet. It'll be easy to practice with at home. Feng Yuan went to the goo room alone. The Academy's goo room kept quite a few rank 1 goo worms. There were many types and variations, and Feng Yuan's moonlight goo was taken freely from inside. Once in a while, the students would have a free chance to pick a goo worm. If one wanted to get extra goo, they would need to pay up. In this short time, Feng Yuan had no wish to refine any other goo. He walked to the building beside the goo room. It was a small store. Inside the store, several students were negotiating over the counter with the store owner for buying grass puppets. It's you, Junior. The rank 1 goo master responsible for the store was in his 20s. When he saw Feng Yuan, he automatically greeted him, while bargaining with the customers. Feng Yuan was taken by surprise, finding out that this goo master was Jiang Ya, the young goo master that had taught the hunters a lesson in the inn. Ah, it's you, Senior. Feng Yuan nodded his head, his face expressionless. Jing Ya took out a grass puppet from the counter behind him, passing it to the student who purchased it. At the same time, he threw Feng Yuan a friendly smile and asked, Did Junior Brother come here to buy a grass puppet as well? If you want me to leave one for you, you just need 3 pieces of primeval stones. These things sell like hotcakes right now. There's only 7 left. If you wait any longer, there won't be any left in stock. Jiang Ya's attitude towards mortals was arrogant, but towards people like Feng Yuan, he was very kind and sincere. Feng Yuan shook his head, laughing slightly as he thought, This Xingya really does know how to do business. The grass puppets were made with the scarecrow goo. Even after including the primeval essence that was put in, the final cost should be no more than 1.5 primeval stones. Senior, this isn't fair. It should be first come, first serve. Why leave any for him? Yeah, we all came early. If you want to do business, you should know the rules. 3 pieces is 3 pieces. Here's the primeval stones. Give me a grass puppet. The youngsters in the store were all worried when they heard that the store only had 7 puppets left. They stopped trying to negotiate and took out their stones to buy it. Very quickly, 7 satisfied teenagers walked out. Does my junior want to buy a grass puppet? Jingya laughed as he asked. It seems like they were all sold out, but actually there's still an 8th puppet stowed away below the chest if Junior doesn't buy it now. You'll miss the opportunity. Feng Yuan had no interest towards the grass puppet. He shook his head and pulled out a piece of primeval stone, putting it on the counter. I want to buy 10 moon orchid petals. Jing Ya was stunned. He looked Feng Yuan deep in the eye, taking away the primeval stone and pulling open the counter drawer. Then he took out a paper bag, saying, 10 pieces of moon orchid flower petals, not one less. Please make sure. Feng Yuan checked the goods on the spot and found no mistake with it. Finally, he left the small shop. Goo have to be fed. A goo master refines goo, uses goo, and at the same time needs to raise goo. Refining a goo is already difficult. There is always the risk of a counterattack. Using a goo is also not easy. One needs a lot of practice. But the knowledge of raising a goo is even more extensive and profound. Because there are all kinds of goo worms, their foods are exceedingly strange. Some need to swallow soil, some need starlight. Some require tears, and some feed on the clouds and air from the 9 skies. Just taking Feng Yuan's current 3 goo, for example, the moonlight goo requires moon orchid petals, 2 meals a day, in the morning and the night. Every meal, 2 pieces of flower petals. Meanwhile, for the liquor worm, it needs to drink wine. A jar of green bamboo wine could support it for 4 days. As the spring autumn cicada, it's even more particular. It drinks straight from the river of time, maintaining its vitality. The river of time supports the flow of this world. It's not far away in the sky, but very near at hand, flowing by every person's side. Every move made by every living creature requires the push of time. Time is like the flowing water, hurriedly grinding forward. The river of time is invisible and colorless, while in reality all living creatures are actually surviving and living in the waters of the river of time. After buying the bag of moon orchid petals, Feng Yuan went to the inn to buy more green bamboo wine. The liquor worm could also drink some turbid wine or rice wine. However, with this kind of second rate wine, the amount it needed to drink would increase, and it would need many jars every day. After calculating, Feng Yuan decided that it would be better to buy green bamboo wine straight away. Not only would it be more worth than buying a second rate wine, it would also not arouse suspicion. Young sir, you've come. The worker in the inn had already known Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan passed him 3 pieces of primeval stones directly, saying with a familiar ease, "Give me a jar of green bamboo wine and make me a few good dishes. You don't need to give me the change, just put it in here first. At the end of the month, when it amounts up to 1 stone, you can subtract from my bill with it." Even though Feng Yuan no longer stayed at the inn right now, since he moved to the academy dormitories, he would always have a meal here when he bought wine. "All right, young sir, please take a seat. The dishes will be sent over immediately." The worker echoed, leading Feng Yuan to his seat. Taking a cloth off the top of his shoulder, he gently wiped the table down before leaving. Indeed, as the worker said, the dishes were very quickly served. As Feng Yuan ate, he calculated at the same time in his mind. A piece of primeval stone can buy me 10 pieces of flower petals. The moonlight goo consumed 4 pieces every day. A jar of green bamboo wine costs 2 pieces of stones and can support the liquor worm for 4 days. In other words, just to raise and feed these 2 goo, I would need to spend nearly 1 stone every day. Doesn't seem like much, but in reality, this is very costly. The monthly living expenses for a mortal family of 3 only would use up 1 piece of primeval stone. From the start of refining the goo until today, 16 days had already passed, and just to raise these goo alone, Feng Yuan had already spent 14.5 primeval stones. I have acquired the Flower Wine Monk's treasure, taken away Feng Zhen's bag of primeval stones, and also gotten the first place reward. My primeval stone assets once reached up to 44 pieces and a half. However, in the early days of refining the goo, I wasted 6 pieces and a half. Then, I used 14.5 pieces on feeding these goo. My living expenses cost half a piece, and today, I'm probably left with 20 pieces. Feng Yuan took out his money pouch, opened it, and looked inside. The bag contained pieces of primeval stones. Each of these stones grayish white in color, their shapes ellipsoid, and the volumes equal to the size of a duck egg. After counting, he found he really only had 20 pieces left. In other words, if this continued on, then Feng Yuan would only be able to go on for half a month with the remaining stones he had. He was not like his peers. They had relatives and friends to help them out, especially with the cases of students like Gu Mo Bei and Gu Cheng, who were loaded with primeval stones. Feng Yuan could only think of a way himself. Uncle and aunt have already cut off my living expenses, but every weekend the clan academy would give out 3 pieces of primeval stones as subsidy to every student. Looks like I would need to show off in the Moonblade assessment in 3 days and take the 10 primeval stone prize. Feng Yuan continued chewing on the food and pondered. At the current age in which his body was growing, without realizing it, all the rice and dishes had entered his stomach. Taking up the sealed green bamboo wine, Feng Yuan lifted his feet and started walking, leaving the inn. Young sir, the inn worker chased after him from behind and said, "Just to tell young sir something, but in less than a month the trading company will arrive to the village. By convention, they would always love to buy the green bamboo wine in our shop. Young sir loves our green bamboo wine and always buys a few jars every week, so the innkeeper ordered me to tell young sir about this matter. The green bamboo wine in our store has limited supply, so after we sell it to the trading company, I'm afraid we'd be left with very little." Was that the case? When Feng Yuan heard the news, he frowned slightly. To know someone and to tell apart the conversation. Feng Yuan had 500 years of experience. The inn worker and the young Gu master Jiang Ya spoke with similar meaning. However, Feng Yuan could naturally tell the difference between Jiang Ya's tricky words and the shopkeeper's truthful words. This matter was a little troublesome. Feng Yuan needed to feed the liquor worm, and he needed a huge amount of green bamboo wine in the long run. If the inn ran out of stock, then he would need to use huge amounts of second rate wine to feed the liquor worm. It wasn't possible for him to drink several jars a day, After a while, people would gain suspicion. After thinking about it, Feng Yuan took out 10 pieces of primeval stones and said, "Then I'll buy another 5 jars. I'll need you to carry them for me and follow me and put them in the academy dormitory." "All right, young sir." The worker immediately accepted the primeval stones. The moon orchid flower petals could only last for 5 days without any special storage means, so Feng Yuan would only buy a bag every time. However, the green bamboo wine could be kept for a very long time, thus, there was no problem with this. A few workers followed Feng Yuan into the academy dormitories and placed the wine jars under his bed. They then bid their leave. As he saw the money pouch in his hand suddenly flatten down, Feng Yuan heaved a sigh. Refining Gu is hard, but raising Gu is not easy. This is also considering the fact that he had his 500 years of previous life experience, so he didn't need to practice using his Gu, meaning that the consumption rate of primeval essence would be lessened, and thus saving him a huge sum of expenses. For those at his age around him, they would need to practice using the Moonlight Gu, and would need to waste primeval essence to increase proficiency. One would need to practice many times. When too much primeval essence is consumed, primeval stones would have to be used as supplement, since the recovery rate is too slow. To buy a grass puppet costs 3 primeval stones as well. All this is money. Fortunately, my spring autumn cicada feeds on time and nothing else. Otherwise, I would have long gone bankrupt. I would never be able to support it. Feng Yuan suddenly felt very lucky. The more high-end a Gu, the greater the food consumption needed, and the more precious and rare the food required would be. Thus, the more difficult it would be to keep. A normal level rank 2 Gu would cost up to around 2 pieces of primeval stones a day. It's good enough if the food is purchasable. There was some Gu that required food that was relatively difficult to find. Some of it did not even circulate in the market. Just like the spring-autumn cicada's food being time itself, this was actually more precious. After all, there was a saying, an inch of gold can't buy an inch of time. No matter how much money you have, can you buy time? You can't. In theory, a Gu master can refine an infinite amount of Gu as long as you can refine it. Whether 10, 100, 1,000 worms if possible, you can refine as many Gu as you wish to. But in reality, a Gu master would only normally have 4 to 5 Gu. Why? Because it was hard to afford. The higher the grade of the Gu, the more expensive it would cost to feed and raise. It often gave the Gu master too many difficulties to cope with, making them have unceasing headaches over it. Another reason was unable to be used. To use the Moonlight Gu, to throw out a single Moonblade attack, would need to use up 10% of primeval essence. A C-grade talent Gu master could run out of primeval essence in their aperture after launching 3 to 4 attacks. To raise so many Gu, wouldn't it be a waste if one couldn't use them anyway? Thus, in the Gu master's cultivation, there was a saying going around: raising a Gu is like raising a mistress. To keep a mistress, you would need to buy food, clothes, a house, etc. It's very expensive, and the more you have, the more costly it is to maintain. A normal man can't afford it. Even if you use so many, a man's energy is limited. He can't use them all. Would you raise them just to look at them? When the rank of a Gu master increases, so does the food standard of the Gu worm. Thus, please refrain from seeing how a Gu master has no limit to the number of refining Gu. In general, a Gu master only keeps around 4 or 5 Gu of his level. If the number of Gu was raised higher, the Gu master would go bankrupt. Reverend Insanity Chapter 24. Close Combat Gu Master. 3 days later. Lowering your body to dodge is the usual technique of restraining against a flying fist. When your enemy comes to attack you, quickly squat down and at the same time do a counterattack. Strike at his crotch and abdomen. Do not be afraid of swinging fists. Usually those who come up and start swinging their fists at the first moment are people who have no brains and are impulsive and rash. On the martial arts field, the Academy martial arts instructor spoke while he performed actions to demonstrate. A wooden puppet's fist swept over the martial arts instructor. Quickly squatting down, dodging the attack, he threw a punch at the puppet's abdomen, knocking it down with a few punches. The students were looking at the demonstration in a circle, but most of them lacked in spirit, showing very little interest. The Academy taught a variety of courses, and this lesson was the one that taught the foundation of martial arts. Using fists and legs to exert oneself was too inferior to the handsome and cool style of the Moonblade, making almost all the students absent-minded. The next class will be the Moonlight Gu usage assessment. How have you been practicing so far lately? I'm still doing good. I can do 3 Moonblades, but only a few of them actually hit. Usually I get 2 blades on the grass puppet. It's the same like me. I especially bought a grass puppet just to practice for these few days. The young teeds whispered to one another, their minds long gone from the lesson. They were all worried about the assessment in the next class. Just for this test, they'd practiced long and hard after classes, and now they were flexing their hands and feet, looking forward to the future assessment. The sounds of the students' discussion had reached the instructor's ear. The martial arts coach jerked his gaze back at them, shouting, "No one's talking in class. All of you keep your mouths shut and watch closely." He was a rank 2 Gu master, his body rather muscular, his upper body naked and robust, the bronze skin littered with countless scars. With a loud shout, he showed a threatening manner, pressing down on all the students on the field. Silence fell in the martial arts field. The foundation of martial arts is the most important among important things, especially in the early stages of a Gu master's cultivation. It is more important than anything else. All you better focus your attention on me. After he had finished scolding, the martial arts instructor called out another wooden puppet. This wooden puppet was a light yellow, 2 meters tall, its huge wooden feet making sharp sounds as it stepped into the bluestone floor tiles. The wooden puppet stretched open its arms and rushed clumsily towards the coach. The instructor dodged its attack, then fiercely hugged its waist, using his strength to push it forward, down, causing the huge and tall wooden puppet to fall to the ground. Then, the instructor rode on the puppet's waist and swung his fist quickly at the puppet's head. The wooden puppet resisted for a moment, then its head was smashed, broken by the instructor's raining blows. It was paralyzed on the ground, lying motionless. The martial arts instructor stood up, his breathing calm and long as always. He explained to the students, "When facing a huge and tall enemy in close combat, do not be afraid. Running the opponent's center of gravity is a type of sensible tactic to pin down your enemy. Just like how I did it earlier, you must hug your opponent's waist, control his hips, and push forward with all your strength. After that, you take the opportunity and get on his body and fiercely punch at your enemy. Those with no defensive capabilities will be instantly collapsed." The students nodded repeatedly, but most of their eyes showed disapproval. The coach saw all this and laughed bitterly in his heart. Every batch was like this. The attitudes of these youngsters were naturally attracted to the gorgeous things. Without personal understanding and experience, it was hard for them to understand the importance of having a martial arts foundation. In truth, especially for a Gu master in this early stage, while the basic martial arts did not look promising, they were actually more important than the blade attack. Remember, in close combat, your sight must not always stare at the enemy's eye. It should focus on the enemy's shoulder. No matter punching or kicking, the enemy's shoulder will always move first. In close combat, your speed is very important. The speed I am talking about in this context is not the speed of your fists, but the speed of the movement of your legs. Distance is the best defense. Keep your legs elastic, then you will be able to easily burst out your strength. When striking with your fists, maintain a triangle support. Otherwise, you will lose your footing. The enemy has not fallen yet. Instead, you fell first. The instructor patiently explained, while he demonstrated these were all his valuable experiences that he'd gotten from sacrificing blood and tears, experience accumulated from long battles. Unfortunately, the students were unaware of this. They gradually started to whisper again, the focus on the discussion still on the next lesson's Moonblade assessment. This martial arts instructor is very pragmatic, but his teaching style is wrong. Feng Yuan watched quietly among the crowd, nodding and shaking his head at times. The instructor had no discipline in his teaching. He taught completely by interest and just taught whatever he thought of. Therefore, the things he taught came out as a mess, and there was a lot of complicated info. In the beginning, many students listened seriously, but gradually they lost interest and diverted their attention to other aspects. Only Feng Yuan listened meticulously all the way, while others were listening. He was revising. His combat experience was richer than the instructor, but listening to the others narrating was also a way of verification and cultivation. A Gu Master's method of fighting is usually divided between melee and ranged. The Moonblade attack is a type of ranged attack, but when strictly speaking, it's considered a medium range due to its effective distance only being 10 meters. When it came to close combat Gu Masters, the martial arts instructor was the best example. Melee battle Gu Masters would usually choose Gu that amplified their own body strengths and cultivation. These Gu would give them superhuman strength, agility, responsiveness, and endurance. Just like the martial arts instructor, his whole body was covered in bronze skin. This was, of course, not his own skin color, but a type of copper skin Gu effect. The copper skin Gu would increase the Gu Master's skin toughness and defense by a lot, letting the Gu Master be able to endure more damage. A single Moonblade would consume 10% of primeval essence. How many times can a Gu Master throw a Moonblade during battle? The number is few, especially for beginners having difficulty forming effective blows. It could be only used as a type of trump card, the terrorizing factor greater than its lethality. To a rank 1 Gu Master, the truly useful skill to pick up would be martial arts kung fu. This is because the martial arts offense is more durable and reliable. It's a pity that this fact is something that they will not understand unless they face it with their own experience. Feng Yuan lightly glanced around his peers, a faint sneer somehow forming on his lips. The basic martial arts class was finally over, and after a short rest, the students' eyes were filled with anticipation. The academy elder was late. He waved his big hand, pointing at the row of grass puppets in front of the bamboo wall. Straight to the subject, he said, "All right, today's the day to check the results. I want 5 people in a group coming up in proper sequence, using the Moonblade to attack 3 times." The first students went up, and the Moonblades danced in the air. After 3 rounds, only 9 Moonblades hit the grass puppets. The academy elder shook his head a little, feeling slightly displeased. The hit rate was too low. The key being that among these 5, only 2 managed to successfully throw out 2 Moonblades. "Oh, you all better practice properly after this, especially you and you," the elder reprimanded in short sentence, and then he waved his big hand and said, "Next group!" The 2 that were reprimanded dropped their heads and left the field in dismay. One of them, a girl, her eyes red and her heart grieving, was only a C-grade talent, yet she could not bear to use primeval stones to quickly recover her primeval essence. Thus, in these 3 days, she practiced very little, resulting in her unskilled throwing of the Moonblade. A Gu Master needed money to refine Gu, raise Gu, even practicing to use Gu needed cash, but where was she able to get such money? Even though her 2 parents were supporting her from behind, every family had their own problems. To be short on funds was often the dilemma that a Gu Master faced. "Anyway, I don't have the slightest chance of getting number 1. I might as well save up on primeval stones. It's better for me." As she thought of this, her heart became calm once more. There were actually quite a number of people who thought the same way as this young girl. Because of the lack of practice, many of the students performed poorly. The academy elder's brow deepened more and more. Feng Yuan continued to watch, secretly shaking his head. These people are pitiful and sad. Just for a small amount of primeval stones, they gave up their own chance to make progress. Primeval stones are meant to be used. If you want to become a miser and accumulate primeval stones, then what did you become a Gu Master for? In other words, those who are short-sighted would often haggle over every penny and chase after less important things. As for those with lofty aspirations, they usually showed a tolerant and generous attitude, and had the strength to give up and let go of things. "It's finally my turn." At this moment, Guyue Mobei's horse face lit up in a confident smile all over, and he walked up to the field. His stature was stout, and gave out a fierce and strong aura. After standing still, he raised his hand and threw out 3 Moonblades. All 3 of them hit. Among the blades, 2 hit the puppet's chest, while the other blade hit the puppet's left arm, shaving away a few pieces of green grass. This result naturally caused the young teens to burst with admiration. "Well done!" The elder's brow slightly smoothed out. The next group came up. Guyue Cheng standing among them. He had a small and stout body, his face full of pockmarks, his expression bringing a slight nervousness. Sending out 3 Moonblades continuously, all 3 hit the puppet's chest, cutting out 3 intertwined scars. The scars went from deep to shallow, but were restored back to the original appearance after a few breaths due to the puppet's self-healing ability. However, this outcome was already tied to Guyue Mobei's result, and also received the elder's praise. Chi Cheng held his head high as he walked out of the field, looking at Mo Bei defiantly in the eye on the way. Ha! Below the field, Gu Yue Mo Bei gave a cold snort, but he did not return Chi Cheng's glare. Instead, he continued looking at Gu Yue Feng Zhen, who had not gone up yet. His heart knew that the real threats were only Gu Yue Chi Cheng and Gu Yue Feng Zhen. The previous was the same like him, a B-grade talent, while also having the constant supply of primeval stones. The latter, an A-grade talent. While Feng Zhen didn't have as many primeval stones as them, just by relying on his own natural recovery speed, thanks to his grade talent, he'd be able to practice a lot more in a short amount of time. Right now, Gu Yue Chi Cheng's results have appeared, showing a tie to Mo Bei, and only Gu Yue Feng Zhen was left. In the last few groups, Gu Yue Feng Zhen finally took his place on the stage. Reverend Insanity Chapter 25. The light of spring is enchanting. Is he Feng Yuan or Feng Zhen? Some of the students were muttering. There were still people who couldn't differentiate between the two brothers. It's Feng Zhen. Feng Yuan is always wearing a cold expression. He would never appear tense, someone answered. Oh, then it'll be a spectacle. Feng Zhen's the only A-grade talent from our village in 3 years, after all. The crowd casted their eyes over to the field. Feng Zhen felt the pressure among the gazes shot at him, this making him feel even more nervous. Standing on stage, his fingers were trembling slightly. Throwing out his first moonblade, originally intending to aim at the grass puppet's chest, he was tense, and he missed. In the end, the moonblade imprinted upon the grass puppet's neck area. The young teens instantly let out a sound of slight surprise. They thought that Feng Zhen deliberately did it. Instead of aiming for the easiest spot, the chest of the puppet, he went for the neck instead. This was a showcase of huge self-confidence towards his own attacking skill. They could not help but look forward to Feng Zhen's next move. Gu Yue Mo Bei and Gu Yue Chi Cheng, however, had their complexions cast down. The only ones among the field that could see Feng Zhen's error were the Academy Elder and Feng Yuan. How dangerous. Looking at the moonblade, Feng Zhen exclaimed in his heart, while secretly feeling lucky. He took a few deep breaths, trying his best to calm down. Then, he threw out 2 blades, this time, not making any mistakes. The 2 blades hit accurately on the grass puppet's chest. The result made the Academy Elder nod his head, and Mo Bei and Chi Cheng calmed down as well. Feng Zhen's result was different from theirs, so it would all come down to how the Academy Elder decided to grade them. The other students let out sounds of sighing. Feng Zhen's later performance was not as interesting, making them feel slightly disappointed. The next few groups were not interesting either. No one was able to perform better than Mo Bei, Chi Cheng, and Feng Zhen. The youngsters started to whisper around. At this rate, the top scorer in today's assessment should be among the 3 of them. All 3 of them managed to hit the grass puppet. I wonder who the Academy Elder will deem better. Hold on, it's the last group. Feng Yuan's going up. Oh, that's C-grade cold genius? Right when it was the last group, Feng Yuan finally took his place on the stage. Is that Feng Yuan? Gu Yue Mo Bei lifted his head, looking straight at Feng Yuan for a moment. Then, he lowered his eyes uncaringly. Last time you got really lucky choosing a weak-willed Moonlight Goo by accident and getting number 1. Let's see how you perform this time. Gu Yue Chi Cheng hugged his arms, waiting to see Feng Yuan make a fool out of himself. Big brother, this time won't be like the last. I've practiced so hard for so long. I could definitely surpass you. Among the crowd, Gu Yue Feng Zhen pursed his lips, subconsciously clenching his fists tightly. Previously in the assessment to refine the vital goo, he, as someone with an A-grade talent, actually got second position. Naturally, he wasn't happy about this, especially after he understood that Feng Yuan was able to win and get number 1 because of sheer luck. This made him even more unsatisfied. To Gu Yue Feng Zhen, being victorious over his own older brother Feng Yuan had a special place and great significance in his heart. Many gazes were gathered on Feng Yuan, and the Academy Elder's sight was fixed on him as well. Feng Yuan made no emotion. His expression was cold, detached. He stood still, primeval essence pouring into the moonlight goo in the heart of his palm. With a cut in the air, he struck out the first moonblade. The moonblade flew very high, not only went over the grass puppet's head, but flew over the bamboo wall as well. Went on for almost 15 meters before the light turned, dimmed, and vanished into thin air. Someone couldn't help but laugh out. This was too outrageous, wasn't it? Someone sneered. He's indeed a genius. No wonder he managed to get number one in refining the goo. Another spoke sarcastically. In the early years, when Feng Yuan created poetry and showed early wisdom, it had already caused discontented emotions among these people. Later on, when he relied on luck and got number one on refining his vital goo, this made them feel a layer of jealousy among their dissatisfaction. Many of them were waiting to see a good show. They waited to see the genius Feng Yuan reveal an embarrassing action, and this moonblade of his didn't let them down. Waves of laughter spread across the crowd. The Academy Elder shook his head slightly, secretly laughing at himself. Why do you have to be so concerned with Feng Yuan for no reason? He's just a C grade, a mere boy who got number one in refining goo because of sheer luck. In his heart, he'd already made up his mind, although Mo Bei, Qi Cheng, and Feng Zhen's results were the same. He would still pick Feng Zhen as number one. The war between Gu Yue Mo Bei and Gu Yue Qi Cheng was the epitome of the political struggle between the two most powerful elders in the clan. The Academy Elder had always remained in the center, having no intention to enter the middle of a political vortex. The Academy Elder was more inclined towards the clan head, Gu Yue Bo, and Feng Zhen was set with the clan leader. Add the fact that he had A-grade talent. Choosing him as number one would mean showing biased care for him, and it was something the clan's upper authorities could accept. A warm spring breeze blew over, the smell of flowers drifting into the training ground. The sunlight shone down on Feng Yuan's body, sending a lonely black shadow onto the ground. His expression was cold. He quickly gazed at the grass puppet 10 meters away. The moonblade in his palm was giving out a faint blue light. Of course, he'd deliberately thrown the first moonblade off course. Right now, he only had two chances left to ask. Taking into account the Academy Elder's position to acquire number one, he would have to create an outcome that exceeded everyone's expectations in the next two attacks. With only two chances left to attack, it's impossible, big brother. I finally won over you. Gu Yue Feng Zhen's eyes didn't flicker as he stared at Feng Yuan. The life shadow that his older brother had brought onto him had finally faded away slowly at that moment. Feng Zhen could feel victory so nearby. His two fists were subconsciously clenched tight, his entire body so full of excitement that he trembled slightly. Big brother, my victory this time is just the beginning. Next, I will keep winning over and over again until I banish away all the shadows in my heart. I will prove to the clan the excellence of an A-grade talent genius, Feng Zhen told himself in his heart. But just at that moment, Feng Yuan acted, his right palm like a knife splitting the void. With a sharp, tearing sound, the watery blue light shrouded in his palm was thrown out, flying through the air, turning into a curved blue moonblade, shooting straight towards the grass puppet. In just the next second, Feng Yuan's right palm lit up again, a cult of blue light. He turned his palm and shot out a third moonblade. These two attacks connected smoothly, like flowing water. It was a seamless combination. The two moonblades flew out in quick succession, the distance between the two blades less than half a meter apart in the air. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, the two moonblades actually hit onto the grass puppet's neck. This! Feng Zhen's pupils shrank, a bad feeling emerging from his heart, and in the next moment, the students slowly opened their mouths wide, wearing astonished expressions. They saw the grass puppet's head slowly tilt to one side. Then, it fell off the neck and dropped onto the ground. With a bounce, it rolled 2 or 3 meters away. Feng Yuan had beheaded the puppet. This outcome had gone beyond the expectations of everyone on the field. Is this luck or skill? The Academy Elder frowned. This doubt hovered in the hearts of the rest of the students for a time. The entire training ground lapsed into silence. How could this be? Feng Zhen murmured. He stared at Feng Yuan blankly, the surge of emotions in his heart dropping instantly, falling deep into their lowest point yet. Feng Yuan narrowed his eyes, acting as if he was oblivious to the gazes that fell on him from the crowd. This is kind of an epilogue at this point. I should have the next 25 out in maybe a week or so. I don't know, it might take me a while. It starts to wreck your voice at one point if you do too many in a row. I don't know. I'm not used to narrating so much, I guess. I apologize for the substantial dip in quality after Chapter 5, as the first 5 chapters I mentioned before I had redone after completing the first 25. I should have just done the entire 25 again. However, I really wanted to get this out to my friend and to YouTube at the least, so I didn't end up doing that. I was able to establish better voices for the characters too in my redos of chapters 1 through 5, so hopefully I will implement those properly in the future. Thank you once again for tuning in if you did, anyone out there. I do plan on continuing this narration. I hope my narration will increase in quality over time, as I've mentioned before. I apologize again for me lacking the qualifications of someone who actually knows what they're doing when narrating books. Any advice would be helpful. I'm trying to get better at this, of course, for my friend and anyone out there who might be listening. But a final note, I do not own anything here. I do not plan on making money for this in the least. This is just a simple passion project that I'm doing for a friend of mine, and I guess anyone out there who would mind to listen. So, thanks again, and have a wonderful day.